not only throughout the country, but also in other countries as well, like in the UK and Australia, even Germany. Let's go to Charlotte right now, and she is in Lafayette Square, giving us a look at how protesters are gearing up for the demonstrations there. Charlotte, what are you seeing?
Well, just what you were saying, Larry, it is very peaceful here today. I'm going to say the crowd has swelled to thousands now. I'm at the corner of H Street and Black Lives Matter Plaza. You can see out right here against the fence, lots of people gathering. They have been chanting all morning long. We got here a few hours ago, and so I'm going to have you take a little walk with me. We're going to go into the crowd here. Again, very peaceful here today. You showed the images earlier this week, and it wasn't so peaceful, but everyone here wanting change, out here for peace. So taking a little walk here, this area just moments ago, we could not walk here. There was a large crowd that started marching this way down H Street. And now a lot of people kind of dispersing, but as some people leave, I would say dozens more arrive. And many people I spoke with earlier today when I got here around 11 o'clock told me they plan to stay here through the night. They're coming early, they're staying sun up to sundown, and we've also seen a lot of supporters out here for those protesters. People who have set up tables and tents. There are a lot of medical tents around as well. We've already seen people needing medical attention as the temperature begins to rise out here. It is a very warm day, as we all know, but a lot of people offering water, beverages, Gatorade, people helping people. It's been a very kind atmosphere, really a great atmosphere. And I know a lot of speeches were being given at the Lincoln Memorial that we just saw. We've seen some speeches, but not too many just yet. I think a lot of people waiting for a big march to take place, which will start here and then head up Black Lives Matter Plaza as well. Lots of new signs we're seeing today. And while we have met people that have been out here since Sunday, many people with their families who continue to come every single day, a lot of people are coming for the first time. We just met someone who brought their baby out here. It's his first birthday today. So we're seeing a lot of new faces as well. People know that history will be made as we are expecting historic crowds here, right here at Lafayette Square, the White House right there. And another interesting fact, we have not seen any members of law enforcement here. Maybe that is why it has been very peaceful. There are no members of law enforcement. We haven't really seen anybody looking like law enforcement. We've been told to look out for people that might be law enforcement but don't have any markings on them. But no law enforcement that we have seen, no military that we have seen, no National Guard that we have seen. So again, for the few hours that we've been out here today, as this crowd continues to grow, it has been very peaceful. And I have been out here for 5 days now, Larry, and I have to say I've seen the most children out here that I've seen, and that's really touching. A lot of kids out here with homemade signs, a lot of people riding their bikes here, as you can see. So far, a great scene here at Black Lives Matter Plaza.
No doubt, people have been talking about this now for a few days because the anticipation really was that today was really going to be the culmination of days of demonstrations and that this was really going to be the major event. From the people that you've had a chance to speak with along Black Lives Matter Plaza, what have they said in terms of what they would like to see happen moving forward?
I think a lot of people that I have spoken with, they said they just want change in this city as well. I spoke with one woman this morning, and she said, well, she is out here and she had Justice for George Floyd sign. She has now changed her sign, and she wants peace for DC. She said she wants to see the cops that are here on her streets treating her brothers and sisters with respect and treating them fairly. And I think that really hits home for a lot of people. And then I spoke with another man this morning, and he echoed what she had said. He said, we're really now focusing on our city right here in DC, and we want our police officers and our personnel to know that we want justice for what's happened right here in DC, not just nationwide, and that's some pretty powerful stuff.
Yeah, much of that has also been echoed as well from Black Lives Matter DC. They are also calling for the police department to be dismantled, to be defunded, and for stop and frisk tactics used by the police department to be stopped as well. Charlotte McBride, thank you so much. Let's check in now with Tom Dempsey to get the latest on what he's seeing. Again, we are covering about 6 different demonstrations that are taking place simultaneously. Let's see what's going on where you are. Hey, Tom.
If I would have like this, I would have had to take
Hey, yeah, it could be a long and hot day today. I don't know if you can see the bottles of water behind me. If you step over here, lots of food out here. This is the gathering just began a few minutes ago, part of the UDC Law Student Bar Association. I spoke to one of the organizers here, and they're saying the variety of people out here. They have veterans who are in this group. They have law students who are in this group. They have people who just live in D.C. and want to be part of this protest happening today and the marches that are happening today. I want to bring in one of the organizers, Toné Jones here. As we were saying, this is all part of the UDC Law Student Bar Association. Walk me through this gathering. As we were saying, a pretty diverse crowd that we have here.
So we have a partnership with the 6 other DC law schools, and we are here today to basically educate and demand correction to the injustices in our nation right now. We are expecting a really huge crowd of people. We have so much support who understand that this is only the beginning. This is the beginning of us getting our voices out there, because afterward we're going to put pen to paper and make sure that the leaders in charge know what we're demanding.
Walk me through that. What needs to change, in your opinion, when we talk about police brutality or civil rights in this country? What needs to change?
Well, you have a lot of ideas out there right now. You have some people who are radically saying we need to defund the police, law enforcement entirely. And you have people saying we need an overhaul of our criminal justice system. The disparity in the populations between those who are black and those who are white in jail right now is horrible. You have people who are saying we need to no longer have privatized prisons. You have people who are saying we need to further educate. Why do I have to spend $180,000 to learn my rights? Which is why we're out here today passing Know Your Rights flyers. We're out here educating people to know what I had to go through a whole semester and learn crim pro and crim law and make sure that they know it. So in all, we just need a complete overhaul of not only the laws, the statutes involved. We need people to understand who they're voting for. We need politicians to be upfront and transparent and honest about what they are voting for and what they are writing in legislation. And we need to inform the people that the reason why police officers are getting away with such lower crimes is because of this qualified immunity, which is a word you're hearing about now, that they are held to basically a lesser standard, almost, if you will, than an actual criminal. And they are criminals. They are killing people in the streets for no reason.
And this is something you've studied. Walk me through your personal story. So you are a law student here in D.C.
Yeah.
We've heard the personal stories of people who have experienced police brutality, who have experienced being a black student in the education system. Walk me through your personal story. What got you out of bed this morning to be a part of all this and to be a part of these protests this week?
I can tell you from my own experience, I've dealt with law enforcement in Howard County, where someone stole my tags off my car, and I got pulled over for having stolen tags. There were 6 different cop cars and a plethora of police for one little girl. And a beige Honda Civic. And I was treated like a criminal from the time they realized that my registration and my VIN number matched until the time they dropped me off at a public mall. So that is what started my desire to go to law school. And then the senseless murders that I've seen, not only by police, but by vigilantes who feel the need to think that they have some type of authority to tell black people to stop. That has further moved me to say no, action needs to happen. Additionally, my time at UDC Law has told me that a lot of people think that because our school might not be the highest ranked, we don't know what we're talking about or we don't know what we're doing. But I'm here to tell you we are leading this movement and we are out here to make change.
And it's motivating you to go after your career, it sounds like, what you've experienced. One of my last questions, the biggest message you want these protests to show today or to give off, this message, if you had to narrow it down to 1 or 2 sentences, what do you hope is the biggest message to come out from today?
You need to educate yourself on your Constitution and on the laws in your local cities. You need to be educated. When you hear when you hear something wasn't first-degree murder, you need to understand why. You need to understand what premeditation means. Because when we understand that, we have better conversations and we can affect change.
So walk me through this event that we have here. Again, right near the Capitol building. It looks like we have some water and food over here. Walk me through this. So, yeah.
So we have had an overwhelming amount of love and support. We've brought water, we've brought food for people who are coming. We're expecting a large crowd. We will have 3 speakers today. Our dean, our UDC Law Dean, Renee Hutchins, will be here. Alumni James King will be here. And a 7th Ward Congressional Councilman Tyrell Holcomb will be here to give speeches and just further educate. We're going to be passing out flyers with information about Know Your Rights. And this is just basically a big celebration on the beginning of social justice reform.
Toné, thank you very much for joining us here today. As we said, this is one of many events happening here in the district today. Right near the Capitol building, we have people gathering here today, and this could be another march that we see, a big gathering of folks here in honor of these protests. Guys?
overwhelming support from the community. A number of businesses have opened their doors to allow protesters today to use restrooms, to get food, to get water. So they have the support of the community today, and we expect, again, that large crowd as many start to make their way down to downtown DC. Let's go back to Kobe Satterfield. She is at the Lincoln Memorial where that demonstration just wrapped up. And Kobe, having the opportunity just to get a little taste of those speakers that were talking, they were really adamant that when we look at this movement, we have to be really clear, specifically clear about what needs to happen moving forward once the demonstrations are over.
Yeah, Larry, and we heard from different groups. We heard some people saying that we need to defund the DC police, and then we also heard from people towards the beginning saying, expressing what has happened with them and sharing what's happened over the course of their life and encouraging people to not just this weekend come out and march, but keep talking and keep sharing the message and to not let this die down. And Larry, the crowd that was out here at the beginning, it seemed there was not many people. There was maybe 30 or so people, and most people looked to be like they were just riding by on their bike. But shortly after someone with a megaphone started talking, there were hundreds, and at the end, maybe even 1,000 people listening on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. So many stories were shared. And then all of a sudden, as soon as that wrapped up, they took off marching towards the White House. And the group was so large that I can still see the end of them now, filling over a block and a half. And one of those people that was listening to those messages was Cray. Cray, how long had you been out here listening to those messages?
I was out here for about the last 45 minutes listening to it, walking around through the crowd.
Hearing those messages, what stood out to you the most?
Well, one of the big things that stood out to me the most was the amount of people that were here, and that was multicultural. You see people from all walks here, and that everybody was getting behind the same message, behind the same voice. Black Lives Matter. The current culture is not conducive to making it equal for everybody here in America, which is what we were built on. And it's just crazy that we have to do this to make it a point and, bring light to it. But I think we're doing something.
This morning, what motivated you to come out here?
Well, Muriel Bowser painting the Black Lives Matter on the street, letting everybody know that she stands behind her city and the people that live in it, as well as the people in this country. And then the fact that, we have all these people that want to come out and show that peacefully we want something different. And, you got to be a part of that. Every person counts. The more, one person saying something is great. 100,000 people saying something is amazing. 1 million people like we're having here today is like historical.
Yeah. Had you been out here to protest prior to Black Lives Matter Plaza?
Yeah, I was, well, not out here, but I've been protesting in Baltimore. That's where I'm from.
What motivated you to leave Baltimore and come here today to protest?
Well, just to make my voice heard. This is something that, there's a multitude of marches going on today, and I want to be a part of all of them because, I'm going to look back and say that this is where we started. This is where we made some differences.
Listening to those speeches and being part of that massive group earlier, what stood out to you the most if you could pinpoint one thing?
I can't say one thing, honestly. That stuck out to me. Again, just the fact that you had all these people out here with one voice, that's the biggest thing to me. It's also great that this was peaceful the entire time. A lot of folks keep painting like all these protests as like, oh, everybody's out here to cause trouble or cause ruckus, but it's not. People just want to have their voice heard, like we're guaranteed in the Bill of Rights to do in this country.
At the end of the day, what message do you hope people take away from, you said we're expecting, near 1 million people?
Big message is that I think it's easier to work together than to work against each other. Really, why is it so hard to work together? You're a human, I'm a human. You're a person, you breathe oxygen, I breathe oxygen. Why is it so hard that we can't coexist? So that's my biggest thing.
Anything else that you want to share?
No, I'm just glad that everybody's coming out and, voicing their opinion peacefully.
Were you surprised by how many people were out here?
I definitely was. And I was surprised at how organized it has been so far. There was a ton of people here, not but 15, 20 minutes ago. and they've all started marching towards the north. I'm assuming towards like Lafayette Park and the Capitol. I don't know exactly, but yeah, I mean, the organization, the camaraderie, and everybody being behind one voice, I'm loving that today.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Cray. I'm going to send things back to you in the studio, Larry.
All right, Colby, thank you so much. And I want to be clear about at least some of the demands that we've heard from Black Lives Matter in terms of what they're looking for. Again, they want a ban on stop and frisk when it comes to the police department. WSA 9 has done its own investigation about stop and frisk practices here in DC. Our investigative unit a few years ago found that 8 out of 10 people that are said to have been stopped for stop and frisk were African American. The city is about 49% African American.
My IFB is so sweaty.
So we know that they have very clear demands. And the mayor was actually asked about this yesterday during a news conference, specifically because there was concern about the mural that we know is on 16th Street now. People said that, or at least Black Lives Matter said that for them, that appeared that it was for show, that it was just for cameras, it was just for likes, it was just for tweets. It really wasn't for the movement, that if the mayor wanted to do something progressive, if the mayor wanted to do something that was really benefiting people of color, then they would defund the police department, ban stop and frisk, and address some of the issues from the organization. So we heard from Mayor Bowser yesterday. She said in part that, she does stand for some of the things that Black Lives Matter is advocating for, but wants to do what's in the best interest of all residents of DC. Let's turn it over to Delia Gonzalez right now. She's in Lafayette Square, again, where another large crowd has assembled for these demonstrations today. Delia, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we're expecting a historic crowd here on the 8th day of this protest here. And this is more than just the George Floyd protest. I know that has been the hashtag that's been trending as this movement has progressed in DC and around the country. However, this is for all those lives. And Larry, I appreciate that you were talking about BLM and the statement that was made here on 16th Street, because BLM is concerned about some of the Black lives that were lost here in the district that they feel still went unresolved. Of course, we're talking about Terrence Sterling, who was on his motorcycle and got into a confrontation, killed by police after they blocked him off as he was driving down on his motorcycle. That officer has been fired from MPD, but there hasn't been any other resolution beyond that, and Black Lives Matter certainly wants more done for the family of Jeffrey Price. A similar incident involving a traffic incident in Northeast DC. So thank you for saying that. Certainly that came with mixed reactions. Even folks in Southeast who are aligned with Black Lives Matter participated in that mural. So I think we all appreciate the sentiment, but of course, folks in Black Lives Matter want to see much more done in the district. So let's take a look. Very historic day. You can see some folks already starting to talk here. Just a short time ago, folks were posing with a Bible, taking pictures, of course, mocking or imitating President Trump's visit here, controversial visit to St. John's Episcopal Church to hold that Bible. And of course, we remember when that photo op was taking place just prior, there was a very violent effort to clear the protesters out of the square. So it's interesting to see how that very controversial photo op has turned into, it turned into a social media craze where folks are now taking that picture in front of this historic church and posting it to their social pages. Eric, let's walk over here for a little bit. Young lady, hi, I'm Delia from Channel 9. We're live on Facebook and our digital platforms. Can I ask you why you came out today? It's a hot day, the day after Breonna Taylor's birthday, here on Black Lives Matter Way. Why are you here?
Just to participate, because I know too many people that have been silent, even our own people. So I'm just coming out here trying to let my face, my voice be heard, and let my face be seen too, wanting to come out here and do all this.
Is this your first time here, or have you been participating?
I've been at work, so I have to come out here today. Yes, it's my first time coming out.
And as you've been watching all of this unfold, what is going through your mind as you see the protests moving and growing throughout the country?
Vote. November, vote. Vote for president, but then also look into your towns, your counties, all that, because it starts at the bottom. And then that's when you start seeing the change start trickling up to the top. It's going to take forever. Not forever, it's going to take a moment, but still, you need to vote. That's the main thing.
You know, we know the Civil Rights Act of 1968 rose from the ashes of the King riots, and certainly these protests have been peaceful after the disturbances that we saw earlier in the week. But what do you want to see coming out of this? A lot of people say we have reached a pivotal point in our country where not only large cities are demonstrating, but small towns. And you see a lot of children, white folks, people of all different nationalities here. What do you want to see out of this?
Oh man, action. Like, once again with the voting and everything, but stop talking about it, be about it, actually make these laws. Like, they already made it illegal to, the chokeholds and stuff?
Yeah.
They already made that illegal. Keep going, keep thinking of other things that cops are doing, and they're getting away with it, making it one-sided for a certain group of people, and then killing our own people. There needs to be action.
So that's the hope you talk about, is that we're starting to slowly see change. People are paying attention.
Exactly.
What's your name one more time?
Marissa.
And where are you from, Marissa?
I'm from Alexandria.
Thank you so much for being here today.
you.
Be safe, stay
you.
hydrated. Marissa, coincidentally, is standing in front of a large pile of water, which we all will probably need today. I have to tell you, I was walking to this location, and as you know, there are a lot of road closures. I parked some ways away and was walking here and really got a chance to take a breath and take in the sights of our city, the new sights of our city. With all the road closures, people are in the street, families with strollers, people of all ages. I saw someone with a crutch. By all means necessary, people want to be here today. Day number 8, a historic day, a very hot day, but that will not deter these protesters from being here. So let's take another closer look and walk through the crowd here. We are expecting the march to get underway shortly, but you can see this gathering of folks who have been here and who will be here throughout. Can I ask you a couple of questions? I'm Delia from Channel 9.
Hi, absolutely.
What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Whitney, and I'm originally from outside of Chicago, but I've lived in DC now for 10 years.
And why are you here, and how long do you expect to be here?
I am here just because of my students. I'm a teacher, and I stand with the Black community. I know I will never understand, but I know that they are incredibly important to me, and I really feel for them at this moment in such a painful moment.
There's been a lot of talk, and I know that you've seen it on social media, just in even the signs that say silence is violence, and being more than just a white ally, and listening at this point to the other perspective. What have you learned throughout this process, and what kind of takeaways have you gleaned from the protest so far?
Absolutely. As an educator, I think it's incredibly important for students to be talking about this and anti-racism education. Additionally, I think, not only in schools do students need to talk about this, but also at home. It's essential. And it's something that all students, no matter who they are, what their background is, that they should be talking about this. And I also really emphasize spending time with social emotional learning, because for many students this is an incredible trauma.
Well, and we're coming right off of COVID-19, where a lot of our students have been traumatized, not only by what's happening in their communities and distancing themselves from friends. Many have lost loved ones to this virus, and now you compound that trauma with something like this. So as an educator, how old are the kids that you teach?
I teach middle school students.
Pivotal age.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
How do you begin to have a conversation with kids about something so layered and so complicated?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that even though these are complicated things to talk about, I think it's really important that we don't have fear towards talking about complicated issues, because that's where learning and understanding begins. I think additionally, our school has been very passionate about social justice. We have a lot of educators who are really dedicated and invested to having students understand anti-racism education. Additionally, I think that with our students, we have advisory groups, and I think that's a really important time to talk about this. I think also in terms of reading literature, I think Stamped by Jason Reynolds and Dr. Ibrahim Kendi is a really important read for all students. And I do feel what you're saying in terms of like not only coming off of the pandemic and being quarantined. I just wrote my families last night and I was saying, gosh, I just feel so devastated that we can't be together as a community right now because, you know, for students who are willing to start sharing and unpacking such difficult emotions, that they don't have a space right now to do that. Of course, they have their families and at home, but it's just really, I really wish we could be together in the school community for students to have that space and that opportunity to share.
But I'm certainly thankful that you did reach out to your students in that way. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
And this is so important about starting the conversation. This does not end with these protests wrapping up. It is the beginning of a movement, beginning of action, of mobilization, hopefully for folks to get to the voting booths, but to get to in touch with their teachers, to have conversations, to talk to their elders, to find out where we go from here. Again, we'll have more scenes from the protest here in Lafayette Square. For now, I'm going to toss it back to you, Larry.
And you know, it's important to note as well that we're starting to see that change happen. When we think about the Minneapolis City Council voting to ban chokeholds, when we think about the Congressional Black Caucus considering different reforms, those things are important and they do matter. Our coverage is going to continue after this quick break.
The White House around school, but we need y'all to eat this food that is free. So please take some food that is free. I want to do a quick roll call. I see Howard. Is Howard in the house? Yeah. I see American in the house. Okay, and Georgetown, are you here? That's cool. That's cool. Catholic. Right here. Because this is not just a march. We are not just going to be loud and explain how angry we are. We're going to be informed and educated. Yes. We have flyers, Know Your Rights flyers. As you see people, just hand these flyers out because we spent a lot of money to know this. Yeah. We spent a lot of money to take Crim Pro and Crim Law. But the reality of it is, this information should be free. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you. We're going to get started in a little bit. Please eat the food, drink the water, stay hydrated, y'all. And I'm so grateful that you guys are all here, all right? Yeah. Sorry. So sorry. Let's go, Jonesy.
And welcome back. Welcome back. We have been in continuous coverage of the demonstrations for George Floyd and Black Lives Matter taking place right here in D.C. We've been showing you Lafayette Square. We've also taken you to the Capitol and Lincoln Memorial to show you just a number of demonstrations today. All of these demonstrations have been overwhelmingly peaceful, and they have also been very focused on creating change in this country. After watching that viral video of 46-year-old George Floyd dying right before our eyes at the hands of a police officer, it has invoked in many a sense of rage and anger and a commitment to do something differently and to see this change through. Talking to historians, talking to many experts, you will hear them say that this is a pivotal moment. a flashpoint in our nation's history, and we will see something positive happen from this. Speaking of the Capitol now, let's take you to the Capitol, where you are looking at images there of a number of protesters that have been there for some time, getting ready for a larger demonstration that will take place shortly. That was where we find our Tom Dempsey. Tom, you've been talking with a number of people there. The last time we spoke with you, you talked with a lawyer that encouraged really all of us to get better educated about law enforcement tactics, about laws, and being better educated too about the issues surrounding African Americans.
Where are my UDC law people?
All right, looks like we are waiting for them to get prepared. It looks like we're having some technical issues. We'll go back to them in a bit. But, you know, one of the things that we heard from that UDC law student was that we need to do a better job of making sure we are informed about the issues, understanding what's going on through this legal process that even involves George Floyd from what we've seen. We know that the 4 officers involved in the death of George Floyd have all been charged, with Derek Chauvin, the man that was seen on video pressing his knee into George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. He getting the most severe charges of now 2nd-degree murder. Let's check in now with our Michael Quander. He is nearby Lafayette Square, I believe closer to Madison and H. So Quander, what are you seeing?
Yeah, you're right, Larry. We are right at Madison and H. There are thousands of people out here. People are really out here letting their voices be heard. I got to tell you, walking up, police had this area almost blocked off to any kind of traffic coming in and out this area. We've seen different groups of protesters out here. Some people are handing out free food or free water because it is a hot day out here. Or there are people who are also making art. We are right outside here at the AFL-CIO building. This is where this building was set on fire in the very early days of this protest. And what you're looking at is a they are out here again. This is a collaboration of several groups here in D.C. They call themselves doing art justice, and they're out here now creating some of one of the people here is Miss Monica here. She is one of the people who actually started this movement, this part of the movement here, right? Talk to me about what you all are doing out here.
Yeah, so I'll take this off. Hi, so my name is Monica Kirkett. Yeah, we call ourselves a creative force for peace and justice, and right now we're just bringing these. We made these banners. We had a few artists sketch them out, me and another woman, and we're basically just taking up space for peace. We've seen in the last days peaceful and violent protests, and so we know that all these public places can go either way.
You said something that's very important there is about taking up space and taking it up for peace. And I can tell that must mean a lot to a lot of people who are out here contributing to this. Why is that so important?
Well, we see the military and all the different forces, they literally want to take up space, right? They're pushing into the crowd. And so really, when we talk about power, it's all about the space that we hold. And we want people to represent the ideas and the ideals of that Black Lives Matter, that we can work together against racism. And so I think if the more of us kind of work together using creativity, art, music to be able to reframe what's happening, to take up space for peace as opposed to for violence, state violence, then we're on the right path.
So talk to me a little bit about the art that we can see going on right here, right now.
So Clara Dunham, this is the mural that is in front of the Exactly. So we're asking people to put a message or to color it in, and literally it's like a coloring book. And we really see peace as like a coloring book. We need to fill it in. It takes all of us to participate to build peace. It's not something somebody else gives to us. The other one is something I created. It's just saying, Black Lives Matter all day, all the time, every day. Like, there's no question. So these are for people that just want to show something else. Then here we're doing a mural that is going to be a little bit more creation. Where people are able to add a lot more and to be able to add what they want to say.
Yeah, we step away from this music really quickly so we can hear you better. And as we continue to talk to you, because What has it meant, though? We've been seeing people of all colors, ages, coming up here, adding something to this art. How healing has this been for people, and what has it meant?
Yeah. I mean, I had somebody come and say, thank you so much. There hasn't been one person that come by here that hasn't said that it's really touched them. We've seen this actually be life-changing. We did this in McAllen, Texas with family separations. And what our real kind of thing that we're approaching is there's human needs that are very tangible, right? Like food, water, housing, even like some kind of real justice, right? Like justice under the law. Some of those are very tangible. But there's intangible human needs like belonging and community and commitment to each other. And so we feel like we're giving and building that here, the intangible human needs that we need as much or more than the physical ones, right? So I'll just tell you a quick story. In McAllen, Texas, a 5-year-old boy just got out of detention. He was there 6 days. He didn't know if it was day or light or anything. He got his pizza, the first meal he had from detention, and he literally came up to me, he goes, whoa, and he gave me his pizza, and he picked up the marker and started coloring.
Wow.
So his need for creative expression was more important than food. That's powerful.
Yes, I definitely appreciate you, Ms. Monica, again. And what organization are you with?
We are with Plus Peace. We're with Peace Direct. We're with Activate Labs. We're with Alliance for Peace Building. We're a collective of peace builders in DC area.
All right, cool. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for what you all are doing out here. Again, so a lot happening out here. You can see that, again, art, they're using this space as a space of healing. It's starting to get louder and louder. You can hear all the different groups of people out here with their microphones or their music being a part of this protest. And again, this is just one piece of what's going on here today, you guys.
Well, it is very clear when we think about this movement that we're currently in, and let's make no mistake about it, that this is a movement, that this is transcending race and age and gender and demographics of all sorts, that people are getting invested and involved because they recognize that this is important. We want to give you a live look now at 16th Street from Sky 9. And when we talk about the large crowds that we're expected to see today, you can see them there on that section of 16th Street, which is now Black Lives Matter Plaza. It was just renamed yesterday. And you can see all of those demonstrators that are there with one mission to make sure that the lives of African-American men and women and all people are part of the diaspora are protected and valued just like anyone else. And when you talk with Black Lives Matter, they are very consistent in their messaging, that they are not interested in doing things just for show, that it is all very much intentional, that they have a very clear mission, and they're trying to protect Black people. And when we consider what has happened to George Floyd and the images that we saw from that, it has really rattled something within people that we have not seen for some time. I was just checking on Twitter, and one tweet I saw had pictures of protesters that are demonstrating right now all over the world. People in Australia and Germany and London. And that really does show you how this movement is spreading internationally as well. An impressive sight that we see there along 16th Street. We expect an even larger crowd as we get closer to the 2 o'clock hour. But we do want to let you know again that when we talk about this movement that we're starting to see, that change is happening slowly but surely. A short time ago with Delia Gonzalez, we mentioned that the Minneapolis City Council voted to ban chokeholds within that police department within Minneapolis. Also, it's important to note that the Minnesota Department of Human Rights is actually now investigating the police department, looking back over 10 years worth of data to see whether or not there is a system and a culture that supports discrimination within that police department specifically. Now that's dealing with Minnesota. Here in DC, Black Lives Matter has been calling for some change. We talked with the mayor yesterday. It certainly came up about what the mayor was doing, what the police department was doing, and they say that they plan on at least addressing this in part. What they will do remains to be seen, but you can imagine, given the support that we've seen here in the city, that people are looking for real answers, not just talk, but they are looking for real action in this matter. So it is an exciting day, no doubt, and talking with people throughout parts of downtown DC, even I believe we have a shot closely or soon, I believe from Prince George's County as well. When you talk with those people on the ground, they are excited, they are hopeful, they see this as their moment, even when they may consider the way that Congress looks, the way that the White House looks, they still feel that this is an important moment for them and their supporters. Let's go to the Capitol right now, where we find our Tom Dempsey, who is joining us right now. And Tom, you've been speaking with people that have been telling us to get informed, get better educated about the issues moving forward.
I want to give you a glimpse into what's happening out here. This is right near the Capitol building at the intersection of 3rd and Pennsylvania. You can hear the chants happening right now. You can see some of the signs that are being held up here. I'm going to hold the mic so you can hear this right now.
What do we do? Stand up, fight back! Black lives are under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back! Black lives are under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back! Black lives are under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back! 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 What do we do? Stand up, fight back!
Now, this is all part of the UDC Law School Student Bar Association gathering. Hundreds of people, if you want to follow me over here, are gathering for this march. They're going to be heading over to the White House around 2 o'clock. Lots of people out here, though. A very diverse crowd. We've seen lawyers, we've seen veterans, we've seen parents, we've seen DC residents here, a part of this gathering. Peaceful gathering might even be an understatement. They're actually giving out water and all sorts of food out here in this event because they want people to be hydrated. They want people to be ready for all of this. Again, get a scope of this crowd. We are right near the Capitol building at this moment. Many people gathering for the start of this event. It's at 2 o'clock formally is when they're going to start marching down to the White House and through DC. Lots of signs, as I said, lots of chants happening out here. Get a load of this. This is what we're talking about with all the ice cold water out here that they want protesters to be ready. Sir, walk me through it. Why did you come out here today?
I use the truck, my truck.
Your truck. So you're out here to give out water to the protesters.
Yeah.
Got it. As we said, all sorts of free stuff for the protesters, free food, free water, ice water on a very hot day. They want protesters to be ready. They want people to be ready to march down to the White House. And as I said, we can see some of the signs over here, a very big crowd. This is all organized by the UDC School of Law Student Bar Association. Walk me through it. So you guys came out today. You made these signs. Describe to me the motivation to come out to this today.
Man, we just got to make our voice known and let people know that this is not a game. It's not a time just to let things be silent because it keeps continuing to happen. Wanted to bring my kid out here because she knows they're leading the nation, they're young people. So, what you got to say, boo?
Walk me through it. I mean, the importance of having children out here, too, to see this. This could very much be a historic day for the city. All the protests that are happening, the important for children to be out here to witness all this.
So they can be a part of the process and see it so they understand the depth of it. And it's not just something they see on social media or see on TV, like they're part of it. And it's going to resonate in the future, so they need to be able to know how to do it.
Walk me through this event. So this is, a lot of people here, as we can see, right near the Capitol building. What is it like being so close to the Capitol building? We're going to be marching down to the White House, this group of protesters today. The message that you hope gets sent through all of this.
We just want them to know that, there's no justice, no peace. And, they just need to hear our voice, and this can't continue to happen. And it's important to march on the lanes that we built, but we still keep getting put in the jails. And so they keep harassing us, keep killing us. And we're here. We just need to know that we're here and that we need to be treated the same. Justice. That's all we want is justice, no more, no less.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you for sharing your story. As we said, a very diverse crowd out here. And by that, I mean lawyers, veterans, parents, DC residents, all sorts of people making up this crowd out here. And people very motivated for this protest today, guys.
All right, Tom, looking at the signs being held by the protesters, you take notice very quickly to some of the other names that are on there as well. Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Terrence Sterling, as we heard from Delia Gonzalez. It is not just George Floyd. While his death has been a turning point in this movement, we know that this has been an issue for years that we have covered extensively. Let's check in now with Charlotte McBride. She's at Lafayette Square. And Charlotte, you've been talking with demonstrators there today that are excited. And I think you've even been talking to a few young people as well who are there also trying to make sure that their voices are heard.
That's right. I have talked with quite a few young people ranging from ages of 6 years old all the way up through college. And like you said, they just want their voices heard. And I want to go off something you just said, Larry. You mentioned that George Floyd isn't the only name on this list. I want to go right over here. Excuse me, sir. I see you have a sign here and you have a lot more names on here. Tell me what this means to you, why you're out here, and tell me about the names on that sign.
We are in supportive of no racism. We are united. We are trying to portray the message that the police can kill the body, but they cannot kill the soul. All those people's names are here, even if they are not with us, spiritually they are with us. We are in solidarity with them. This is the spirit of our fathers, and we believe that it stands. That's why we are in unity. You see all people of colors, we are trying to portray to the state and to the government that all of us, we are in one. They not prejudice black.
How many days have you been out here?
I've been here for 8 days.
Every single day you've been out here?
Every single day I'm here.
And how many more days will you be out here?
As long as it comes until the government hear our voice.
I can hear the passion, I can hear the motivation in your voice as well, and I know that this is an emotional subject for you, and your sign says all of that. Let's take your sign now. I want our viewers to see this sign. Turn it around a little bit for me.
Yes.
It says, we know we want their peace and their names. Again, you wrote a lot of names on there, but I've talked to many people that say they try to fill up an entire poster board with names, but there's just too many. When you hear that, what do you feel?
That shows the people who are not with us, who have died. There are so many, but when you lose one, that is one it's a million. We don't want to lose any more human being. Enough is enough.
You've been out here for 8 days. What kind of interactions have you had with people out here, complete strangers?
What I've seen here, people from different corners of the world, what I see, what's going on in all parts of the world, we see that this is the time that we need to change the way we live. We need to accommodate everybody. We need to respect everybody. Every life counts.
Perfect. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Alfred.
So nice to meet you. Thank you for being out here. Thank you. And taking a look again at that sign, and really that caught my eye, and a lot of people have been stopping and taking pictures of Alfred and his sign, because again, like I mentioned to you earlier, Larry, it's about more than just one name. There are so many names and so many people that will never know their names. A few days ago, I was at the Capitol where Tom Dempsey has been all day long, and I spoke with a few members of the Freedom Fighters, and one of the girls in that group told me that her cousin had died at the hands of police, and she said, no one will ever know his name, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here for justice. I'm here for change. I want you to take a look now at this crowd right here. People have been gathering as we have a few speakers up here. And I do want to show you, if we can go through the crowd here. Obviously people riding their bikes here, people just now arriving. Everyone stops and listens because all of these people have a very powerful message. And I see right here, there's a little child. I'm going to see if I can squeeze by the crowd real quick. Hi. Hi. Can I see your sign? What's your name?
My name is Savannah.
Savannah, how old are you?
5.
You're 5 years old? Have you been out here all day?
Yes.
Yes? Why are you out here today?
Because I like giving books at people.
Is this your mom?
Yep.
Hi. Why did you feel it was important to bring your daughter out here today?
So back in 1963, there was something called the Children's Crusade, the Children's March during the Civil Rights era, and it's important that Savannah is a part of the history now.
And I see that you have her with a sign, you have her with a button. What kind of interactions have you had with the crowd? Because a lot of peaceful, positive interactions here today.
Yes, it's definitely been peaceful and a lot of unity during this time. Yeah.
What are you hoping to teach little Savannah here about today and about this historic day?
That her voice matters, that she matters, her life matters, you do matter.
I matter about everybody.
Yes, that everybody matters. Her life matters, and all of her little friends that look like her, life matters.
Thank you so much. And yes, you do, Savannah. You matter.
Yep.
You are beautiful, and thank you so much for being out here today.
Thank you.
Well, Larry, that just made my day. I don't know.
That
when
was
you see
literally
someone that
the
small.
cutest thing I've seen all day. And you know, Charlotte, I think it really does speak to this whole movement, right? If we can just be just as innocent and as pure as children, man, would this world be a better place, you know? Oh, that was just so cute. Thank you, Charla. We appreciate it. Again, you are looking live from Sky 9, showing us images along 16th Street. We're expecting a large crowd there today. We have 6 demonstrations that are happening simultaneously throughout the metro as people, again, take to the streets to demand better, to demand justice, really, for African-American men and women. Let's go over to Michael Quander. He is at H in Madison now. And last time we spoke with you, Michael, you spoke with an artist that was showing us how they could also participate in this movement using art. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, so we were just standing here right outside of the gates to Lafayette Square, and this crowd just started marching by chanting, screaming Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace. They have been holding their signs in the air, now walking through the streets. We're walking down 8th Street, but you all may remember that just a couple of days ago, we weren't able to walk down this street because of what was going on with the force that was out here blocking off this street. So I'll let you just all listen in to what people are talking about right now.
No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Here we go.
Do you mind if I talk to you real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
So talk to me a little bit about why you are out here today.
I'm out here because I don't want to have my kids go through the same thing. You know, I plan on being a mom, but I can't be a mom. I wouldn't be a good mom if I didn't do something so my kids didn't have to go through this.
You know, when you first saw that video of George Floyd, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
I mean, I was disgusted, and the first thing that happened, my first reaction was I cried. I didn't know what to feel. I just cried because I didn't know what was going through my mind. It was just a bunch of emotions, and I didn't know how to deal with it. So all I could do was cry.
You know, that hurts. It sounds like now that that sadness has turned into different emotions now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit angry. Because, I mean, it's not fair. All I did was be born. That's it. So that's my crime. I was just born black, and that's it. And now I can get shot. My kids can get shot. My friends can get shot, and I don't think it's fair. And I'm angry.
You know, this march just feels different than ones that we've seen in the past.
I think it definitely is because, you know, in the past, people will get all riled up and then it kind of dissipates over time, but this hasn't dissipated, and people are still angry. Everybody's angry. This is like all over the country and all over the world, really.
What do you want to see happen? Like after all of this, you all have been out here marching, chanting as we hear right now. What do you want to happen?
I want to see justice. I want to see the cops that have killed us put in jail. I want to see change. I want cops to be trained so that they don't shoot us on first sight. You know, I want them to like have to go through training so that they know, like racist training, anything, so that they just don't shoot us just because they're afraid of us. I want them to have like tactics so that they know how to talk to us and not feel threatened by us.
Yeah, we hear you, and we hope that the politicians are also listening today. Obviously, people out here are angry, all kinds of language. But, you know, one of the things people once said to me before was that, you know, calling this a peaceful protest, right? It sounds like, you know, right now we are out here, people are not being peaceful. They are upset. They are angry.
Yeah, I mean, I think what they mean by peaceful protest is no rioting, no breaking property, no vandalism. But I mean, how peaceful can you be when stuff like this is going on? I mean, this is as peaceful as we can be. We're exercising our rights, you know, protesting, saying Black Lives Matter because they do, and that's all we can do.
All right. And tell me your name real quick.
My name's Grace.
Grace, and where are you from?
I'm from Maryland.
All right. I appreciate you, Grace. Thank you so much. It was good talking to you. So you can hear, thank you so much. You can hear that is the sentiment that a lot of the people who are out here have been having. We can tell you we are now walking around, this is about 15th and 8th Street. It sounds like people are just going to be walking in a circle right here. And so we're going to follow them and just kind of figure out, we'll talk to more people, figure out kind of what's going on out here, and let their voices continue to be heard. A lot of people are out here because they feel like they have been ignored for so long. And you can hear this crowd basically saying, ignored no more. Black Lives Matter, and they want to see some actual change happen, Larry.
And it looks like that change is already starting to take place. Michael Quander, thank you so much. Stay with us. Our coverage continues right after this.
Okay, is it going to be me taking it, or is Larry going to kick it to me? And how long do you want me to go? And I have one more question after that. Do you want the passionate protest, or do you want the party that's happening a block away, or do you want me to start at the passionate protest and walk to the party? I don't know how mobile Kurt is.
Mobile enough.
He said he's mobile enough. So do we want to talk about the DJ that's a block away, or do we want to just stand in the middle of the passionate protesters and just reference that stuff is happening over there?
The death of George Floyd do continue. One of the things that we've talked about consistently is change, right? And the fact that these demonstrations that we've seen take place all across the country, even parts of the world, are invoking local law officials, state officials, city officials to do things differently. And it's important for us to mention what's also happening here as well. We know that the DC Council is in the process of voting on emergency legislation to ban chokeholds. There's also legislation as well to help speed up the release of body camera footage involving serious situations, and also disclosing the names of officers involved in shootings and other serious issues. So when we talk about change and what these demonstrations are meant to do, that this is really invoking that. Now, some people have also been critical, saying that it shouldn't have taken the death of George Floyd in Minnesota for us to get change here in DC. But this change is starting to happen. And we've also seen overwhelming support, not just from the government, but also from business leaders who are opening their doors, allowing protesters to come inside to get services, use the restroom, get food, get water as they demonstrate today. Let's take you now to Eric Flack. He is on 16th and H. And Eric, I mentioned your reporting yesterday when we talked about stop and frisk and the fact that 8 out of 10 people who are stopped and frisked in DC are African American. That was also cited by Black Lives Matter as a reason why the reform that they're demanding is necessary.
Yeah, Larry, that's always been a big contention in this city, especially with Black Lives Matter, is the disproportionate number of African Americans who are subject to stop and frisk, which far exceeds the percentage of the population that they make up in this city. You can actually hear the Black Lives Matter chants behind me. And just this week, as you well know, they turned this into Black Lives Matter Plaza. There was actually some criticism from local Black Lives Matter activists because they have not always been in lockstep with DC Mayor Muriel Bowser about what they perceived as a lack of action on her part to stop that, or at least rein in that stop and frisk practice in Washington, D.C. Let's talk about the protest down here in the field, because it is unlike anything I have ever experienced in my city. And I grew up here, born and raised, and now once again call it home, and really have always called it home. We are, of course, as you are well aware at this point, outside of Lafayette Square Park. This has been ground zero for these protests for the past 8 days. These are the fences that stop the protesters from getting to the White House. This has been the flashpoint for the unfortunate but limited violent confrontations. And this is where there has been a steady stream of protesters. We have people up on lampposts. We have a gentleman standing with a sign. What we are doing now is the combined hopes and dreams of those before us. It reads, to his right, you see a sign carrying the names of the many African American men and women who have been subject to police violence. There is certainly a lot of anger out here continued for what happened to George Floyd and those who have come before him. There is also a different vibe today. It's a Saturday. The streets are blocked for miles around. I've never seen so much of my downtown city blocked off. And this isn't just a justice protest, it's a justice party of sorts. And if you think I'm being glib about that, let me show you something. Really, there is a joyous feel down here, not about what happened, but about the community that is coming together as a result, a community that never wants it to happen again. This is 16th Street, and what we're going to try to do, you want to come talk to me, sir?
It's been renamed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And what do you think of that?
It's a good move.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep protesting.
Yeah, yeah. What do you feel about have you been down here before?
Well, yeah, I live here.
Do you feel a different vibe down here today than in past days? One more of celebration?
Well, this is my first time at the protest, but yeah, people are celebrating. They're calling for everything. Yeah. And it's nice to see everyone out here.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Continue to move on. We'll try to talk to people like that as we move. Let's go live. One of the other things that is unique about this day and this week of protest is that there is no overall organization, right? There is not one person running this protest of the killing of George Floyd. There are many small groups who have come out, so there's no necessarily podium to speak of. We're going to show you more of what I was speaking about a little bit later. Right now, Larry, let's kick it back to you in the studio.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. And, kind of to your point, when you talk about the fact that there's no one organization, in fact, there are several organizations that are working on this effort, not collectively, but single-handedly. And talking with Black Lives Matter, I asked that question, why is this not a unified movement? And they said because it doesn't belong to any one person, it belongs to everybody. Let's check in with Colby Satterfield right now. Colby, I believe we have people crossing the Arlington Memorial Bridge now.
Yeah, that's right, Larry. Officers have the bridge blocked off, and you can see why. They're filling at least half of the bridge right now, walking across. Come a long way. How far have you guys walked?
From Courthouse in Arlington.
So how long have you guys been walking?
An hour about.
So they've been walking about an hour, and it is hot out here, and there's a large group out here. What motivated you guys? A lot of people that I've asked to talk, Larry, they're very focused. I said, would you want to talk a moment? And they say, no, not right now. And you can see, continue marching. I assume they're joining up with other protesters right now that are meeting right around the White House area right now. Would you want to talk for a moment, sir? How long have you guys been walking for?
Since Courthouse, so maybe 45 minutes.
And you're out here with your family?
Yes.
Why was it important to bring them with you?
To show them that we have a voice and that we have to speak out for those who can't. And for all of us, for all of us in the black community.
What motivated you guys to walk such a long way, and where are you guys going?
Oh, we feel like walking for 45 minutes is nothing compared to everything that our community has been going through. And so it's a very small step, but hoping that our voices will be heard. And I think we're headed towards Lafayette Plaza.
And why is it so important? Could I ask your children?
Sure, Tucker.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 9.
What's it been like for you for the last hour or so? What do you think about the march?
It's good for the community.
And what have you guys, seen, and what has inspired him, do you think, today?
Well, I think just seeing the support from everyone, different races, different colors, is encouraging. It seems like maybe it's a step in the right direction if everyone gets involved and involves their children and their extended family members, maybe one at a time, when we can start to make a change.
And how many people do you think are out here with you guys?
I'm not sure. It seemed like at least 1,000 or a couple of thousands.
And do you live in Arlington?
I do, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I'll let you guys continue. Nice to meet you, Tucker. So, Larry, you heard he thinks 1,000, maybe 2,000 people out walking. Now you see a big portion of the crowd has moved onwards into D.C., but there's still a lot of people on the Arlington Memorial Bridge right now continuing to walk as they have been for 45 minutes to an hour or so. Let me see if we can ask some more people. Ma'am, why was it important for you to come? Why was it important for you to come out here today?
There's nothing else we can do to protect our liberties and the black people and everyone in our community. That's about it.
Thank you so much. All right, Larry, I'm going to send things back to you in the studio.
All right, Colby, thank you. Let's not forget that we are also in the middle of a health pandemic as well. We've been locked down for several months as health officials have tried to slow down the spread of COVID-19. DC had reported just yesterday that there were 79 new cases of COVID-19 where 4 people died because of COVID-19. As we've been seeing from the demonstrators there, they are wearing face coverings and they are trying to keep somewhat of a reasonable distance from other people, but it seems like it's hard to do when you have so many people that are now descending on downtown DC for these demonstrations. Let's check in now with Delia Gonzalez. She has been covering this demonstration for us since the beginning of the day. Delia, I'd like to ask you, as a mother, what conversations are you having with your girls about these demonstrations?
You know, my girls are 10, 7, and 5, and so I've certainly talked to the 10-year-old, especially when I was coming down on Sunday. Real conversations that are evolving and ongoing about what happened to George Floyd and so many of the ones that we've lost, and the fact that we need to value our lives and the lives of others, and that not all police are bad. But I think this is a conversation that parents have to have, an age-appropriate conversation with each child. It's an ongoing, evolving conversation. But I want to pivot here to a drum circle that we are now in. We found ourselves in this impromptu drum circle. These folks are all educators and are here to distribute books, passing out books, having a reading circle in the middle of Lafayette Square, in the middle of this massive protest, passing out books saying, books, not bullets, asking everyone to educate themselves. What are we going to do from here? Let's learn from each other. Don't just march side by side with someone. Have a conversation and see how we can unite with education as our force to pull us together. I want to talk to a gentleman who is organizing here. He was a teacher. He's a teacher in D.C., and he was actually the young man who was hit in the head on Saturday night. You may remember that iconic picture of a young man bleeding from his forehead. Let me try to get him now for you. Excuse me. Can we talk?
Ain't nothing wrong.
All right.
If you want to read a book all night long.
Let's take a listen to what's happening here.
That book. That book. That big old book. I said all the kids got a big old book. Oh yeah. The adults got a big old book. Oh yeah. The teachers got a big old book. Oh yeah. Got a big old book.
Again, these men are educators here in D.C. who are encouraging all of us to stop and get educated somehow. Hopefully we can talk to this young man about why he came out. I don't have much time left. Can you tell me your name and what happened to you on Saturday? Why you came back today?
My name is Abimbola George. Last week Saturday, a coward police officer split my head open. And a lot of people took pictures, but nobody asked me what's next. I decided to get some of my friends who are educators, and we brought over 500 books out here. And we decided to do a Harambe circle. Harambe is a Swahili word that means we pull together. We're going to look at this movement differently. We're going to take ourselves and we're going to find a role. Our role is going to be the thinkers of the movement.
And you encourage people to not just march together, but learn from each other, have conversations. What's the takeaway? What do you want people to walk away with?
I want people to walk away with them not being scared to walk up to a stranger and ask them who they are. We gotta look different. Like, we understand our society has been embedded with certain stereotypes, but those stereotypes don't have to define who we are. And I feel like we have to start showing that. It's black and white people out here sitting and reading. And I've been to so many protests, I've realized people want something to do here. And the thing that we decided to allow them to do is read. We got books, y'all have minds, let's read, let's get better, let's be purposeful in what we do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. That's the very latest here from Lafayette Square. Back to you.
All right, Delia, thank you so much. Nice to see that their way of kind of giving back is making sure people are better informed, especially the children. Let's check in now with Michael Quander. He is in Germantown along with another group of demonstrators there. Or Chinatown, that is, excuse me. Michael.
Yeah, Larry, you said it right. We just marched all the way from Lafayette Square over here to Chinatown, where people have come down into the corner, the intersection of 7th and 8th Street. You can see them right now. They are kneeled, some of them sitting down with their hands in the air. They are chanting, they are listening to some speakers right now. But on the walk up here, we got a sense of like why everybody was walking and why they were here for this protest. I saw one sign that said "Justice for George Floyd," and then it had the amount of time, the nearly 9 minutes that officer was pressed down on his neck. I got to tell you guys, you all know I am from DC. It is so surreal to see the city look the way it does right now, with businesses boarded up, with the people marching through the streets. During this pandemic, people, I talked to someone earlier about why are you still coming out here knowing that this pandemic is out here. A lot of times people say that we just can't wait. We can't wait for this pandemic to be over to fight for justice. And that's what you're seeing out here right now. We've been seeing moms, daughters, fathers, and their sons. We've been seeing full families of people travel from all over the DMV to come out here and protest this. I'm standing right here again at the intersection where the Gallery Place Chinatown metro station is. Just looking around, these streets are just charged with new energy. People coming by, wanting to have their voices heard with their signs. Let's see if we can talk to someone really quickly here. Excuse me, you mind if I talk to you real quick? I'm Michael. He said, no, thank you. Okay. So people out here, they're having actually a kind of a silent moment here. So I don't want to kind of disturb some of the protesters, but they're here paying attention to these speakers coming up here. They've been talking about the reason why they are out here doing it. And again, this goes much further past what's going on with George Floyd and some of these other people who have lost their lives due to police brutality. So we're going to continue to stay out here, follow this crowd. Again, we march here from Lafayette Square down here to Chinatown. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you all.
All right, Michael, thank you. It's remarkable how different the scene is there in Chinatown compared to Lafayette Square, even as we saw on the Arlington Memorial Bridge as protesters are walking from Northern Virginia, making their way into downtown DC. Everyone celebrating, acknowledging, trying to get more informed in their own way, and we appreciate it. Speaking of protesters on the move, Tom Dempsey is traveling along with a group, making their way down to Lafayette Square. Tom, where are you? What are you seeing?
Well, guys, this is the scene along Pennsylvania, the U.S. Capitol building behind us, the destination, the White House. Hundreds of people in front of me, hundreds of people behind me. This was all part of that event we were just at as part of the UDC School of Law Student Bar Association. They were giving out free water, free food. We see the chant, we hear the chants, we hear the chants, and we see the signs. What's crazy about this is that you'll hear a chant all the way in the front and there'll be a different one in the back just because of how large this crowd is right now. We're walking along here though. This is along Pennsylvania. You can see all of the people who are out here right now, including this man to my left right now. You're part of this, sir. Walk me through it. Walk me through this experience. What is this like out here for you right now?
It's a great coming together, I think, of people from all parts of the city, all types of people with a common theme of seeking justice.
We're heading to the White House. Walk me through this gathering in particular. Hundreds of people are part of this march that we see right now.
Well, a lot of people here are organized by the University of DC Law School who helped pull this together. All different groups are pulling together, trying to convey the message, which I think is a message of, pro-justice, and one that every American can stand behind.
I was just about to ask, I've been asking every protester we've spoken to and the people participating in the marches, 1 or 2 sentences, what do you hope is the biggest message that gets sent today?
That injustice anywhere is a harm to all Americans, and so we all have an obligation to stand up for justice everywhere, here in our city, here throughout the country, and throughout the world, and together we can do that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your story. Appreciate it. We'll step to the side a little bit just so you can get another view of this crowd. Look at all the people, as we said, hundreds, potentially thousands of people part of this march right now, and there's even more behind them all the way down there. Again, this all started kind of right near the U.S. Capitol building, and they're going to be heading to the White House to send that message of Black Lives Matter, or the injustice message that we just heard about. We've heard the personal stories. We've heard people who experience police brutality. We've heard from D.C. residents talking about what it's like to be a black student in the education system here. These are the types of stories that are part of this protest. And these are the types of stories that are motivating people to walk through this heat right now, to get that free water, to motivate to come out to this protest right now. You hear it right now. Again, this is Pennsylvania Ave, heading to the White House, guys. Lots of people marching right now.
As well as they make their way to Lafayette Square to send a clear message, not only to the White House, but to the world, that Black Lives Matter and that police reform is also necessary as well. Let's check in with Colby Satterfield. She is live at the Lincoln Memorial. Colby, you've been talking with protesters that are very determined, regardless of the heat and the conditions, to make sure that they join others in having their voices heard today.
That's right, Larry. We are still on the Arlington Memorial Bridge, and people are still coming. We talked to you about 10 minutes ago, and that's when people were really starting to make their way across. But you can see people are still coming. I can't even see the end of protesters coming right now. Large crowd. I asked, one of the protesters, how many people do you suspect that you are walking with right now? And he said maybe 1,000 to 2,000. I would agree with that. The line of people just keep coming. They are chanting. I just asked one man, would you want to talk really quick, ma'am? I asked one, gentleman why he was doing this, and he said to end systemic racism. I'm going to see if I can talk with someone marching right now. Why did you want to come out here today? Justice. That's a lot of the answers that I am getting. What message do you want to send, and why are you out here? A lot of people are telling me just that they want justice. Let me see. Why are you out here walking today? They said that there's an organizer. I'm going to keep my eye open for them. We see people walking right here with a sign. Let's see what that says. This says, "Be the church, fight racism." Let's see if we can talk. Why are you guys out here today?
Because you can answer that one.
What was the question?
Why are you guys out here today?
To fight for justice.
Thank you. So, the same answer that we've been getting from a lot of people, that they want justice. Let's see if we can talk to one more person. Why are you out here today, ma'am?
Can you tell? No justice, no peace. This is why we're all together as one, coming together, making a change for no justice, no peace, that we can continue in harmony and live in the future for our kids and your kids.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, Larry, what we're hearing from a lot of people, they want unity and they want justice. I'll send things back to you.
People recognize that this is not just a fight for African Americans, that this really is a fight for everyone in trying to ensure equal rights, protections, and equitable treatment for everybody, especially groups that are disproportionately affected by certain policings in communities and areas all around. Colby, thank you so much. Let's bring in Eric Flack. He is on 16th and H, and he has been really in the thick of these demonstrations today. Looking at the crowd, Eric, you notice that everyone's wearing a face covering, but in terms of keeping that 6 feet of socially appropriate distance, looks like that's not really happening there.
No, Larry, and it's funny, I was just thinking that right now we are preventing mass gatherings in any way, shape, or form, right? Well, I would call this a mass gathering, and obviously we all have all have our, constitutional right to free speech and protest, and that's what's happening. But the other thing that's kind of happened is this has sort of turned into like a justice party. This is a DJ that has been set up right at the corner of 16th and I, right across from that section that is now been renamed Black Lives Matter Plaza. And there is just a party feel here, and I don't know any other way to describe it. Is it because this community needed a release? Is it because, as I think you mentioned earlier, Larry, that we've all been under quarantine and lockdown, and this was just an impromptu party that happened? Is it because that the protesters and demonstrators decided, you know what, we're not going to be overcome by hatred, we're going to be about love and peace? I think all those things are possible. This gentleman, well, we're going to listen in here right now because these are the live moments that are happening. Let me just listen in and see what this gentleman has to say.
Blacks out here is white, is Puerto Rican, oh my God, Asians, we come together as one. It's not about color today, it's about hope for the United States of America, for everybody to be equal. And this looks so good. Look though, just because they let us paint Black Lives Matter on this street, just because they gave us a sign, we're not done. See, what I've noticed on social media, they give us a little money here and there every time there's something like this going on. They give us crumbs just to relax us, and that's not enough anymore. Because what's going to happen 5 to 10 years from now, it's going to happen all over again. And it got to stop now. So I understand we angry, we frustrated, so it's going to be looting.
And I'm going to pop out here. One of the things that Larry mentioned it earlier is that because there are multiple groups, multiple grassroots demonstrations that have happened, there's no podium. There are individuals with mics and bullhorns that grab the crowd's attention and they say what they have to say. I did try to talk to these two gentlemen. Now, you were at least out at one of the protests yesterday, and I asked you, how would you compare the vibe to some of the past days' protests to what's going on out here today?
Well, I think a lot of the things that have already happened, like the guys have been arrested, I mean, a lot of the tension and pissed offness has already been somewhat rectified, but I think we're still to unify in the fact that black men and the black people are still being, brutalized, killed unjustly. But I think this is just a way of the country getting together in a more calming way, but figuring out what are our next steps. Is there a next step after the guys go to jail?
I tried to interpret why there was such a festive vibe in parts. Now, look, you go down to Lafayette Square Park, there is more anger, for lack of a better word. A block away, we have more of a celebration of joy and peace. It's not really for just me to interpret, as I'm not a person of color. So I asked you. You interpret this. You explain this to me.
Well, I think it's two things. One, you can be angry, or you can do something about it. And right now, this is what people are doing about it. They're finding unity, and unity helps to motivate people to do other things. Sometimes anger causes wrong divisions. But right now, you're trying to get people to unify. And if feeling better about the situation is helping unify, then let it be.
Well said, well said. Do you have anything to add? I know you've been listening in.
Please
speak up.
All right. I'd just like to say that I'm glad that it's a peaceful event. It is a worthwhile event. This has been overdue. And brutality from the police has been going on for years, and something needs to be done about it. As long as we do it in a peaceful manner, and everybody, all races, should be out here trying to get this world right.
And what have you thought? I thought I have seen all races out here. Has that been what you've seen?
Yes, and I am very happy to see that. Yes, I am. I've seen a lot of races all out here. A lot of diversity. And that's the way it should be. Because until everyone have equal rights, it's a threat to everyone. Okay?
Right to the society.
That's right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can we just look at this for a second? Can we just watch this? This has been a heavy week, and I think a lot of people need this. Is Mary Bowser here? We have heard that Mayor Bowser is here. Let's see if we can go find her. Let's go see if we can go find her. They're trying to call Mayor Bowser up to the mic. Let's see if they can do it. We were told that she was down here in the crowd. Let's see if she will come to the mic. I haven't laid eyes on her yet. I believe she's in a jacket.
White coat. Right here.
Oh my God.
All right, let's keep on going. Let's keep on. Excuse me. Let's go. See if we can go. Maybe we can even get a word with her. Mayor Bowser is right there. Here she is, Mayor Bowser. Kurt, here she is. Mayor Bowser, how do you feel about the moment, the vibe down here, the feeling? All right, Mayor Bowser with a large entourage of security, ready to take the microphone and maybe address this crowd. Let's see if we can listen in. And there she goes up on the stage.
Hello, Washington, D.C. Welcome to Black Lives Matter Plaza. It's so wonderful to see everybody peacefully protesting, wearing your mask. You know, if you're like me, on Monday you saw something you hoped you never see in the United States of America. Federal police moving on American people, peacefully protesting in front of the People's House. If you're like me, and you saw George Floyd's life snuffed out for the world to see, you know that we have to speak up loudly for more justice and more peace. And if you are like me, I have a 2-year-old girl. I want her to grow up in a country where she's not scared to go to the grocery store, not scared to go to work. I want her to grow up in an America where she can be a senator in the 51st state in Washington, D.C. I want her to grow up and know that her mother had a chance to say no, and she did. And she did because she knew that Washington, D.C., this nation and this world would say no to. If he can take over Washington, D.C., he can come for any state, and none of us will be safe. So today, we pushed the army away from our city. Our soldiers should not be treated that way. They should not be asked to move on American citizens. Today, we say no. In November, we say next.
And with the words, today we say no, in November we say next, Mayor Bowser comes down off the podium, surrounded by far too many security for me to get in a question, but the chants follow her as she addresses the crowd for a number of minutes, speaking words about the renaming of Black Lives Matter Plaza, and what is truly one of the more remarkable moments of this day thus far, the mayor of Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, impromptu address of a crowd of thousands here at 16th and I from a DJ stand. Larry?
Absolutely. Mayor Bowser also very critical of the fact that we had military police that were also in D.C. At the president's request to try and quell some of these demonstrations. It even became a problem for even some of the president's supporters, even members of his own cabinet, former members that is, and the former Defense Secretary James Mattis wrote for The Atlantic a pretty scathing account of what his determination was about that incident specifically that happened in front of St. John's Episcopal Church right before the president gave his remarks from the Rose Garden, talking specifically about the demonstrations that were taking place right outside of the White House. Moments before that speech was done, we saw here, and we broadcast it live on WSA 9, a number of military police start to use flashbangs and other munitions to disperse the crowd that had formed near Lafayette Square. And once they had gotten the crowd to a certain position, we then saw the president, along with members of his cabinet, stand in front of St. John's Episcopal Church and stand there for a photo op. Now, that photo op was widely criticized, also criticized as well by the Archbishop of Washington, Wilton Gregory. And he said this, I want to read part of his statement. He says that, I find it baffling and reprehensible that any Catholic facility will allow itself to be so egregiously misused and manipulated in a fashion that violates our religious principles, which call all of us to defend the rights of all people, even those with whom we might disagree. Saint Pope John II was an ardent defender of the rights and dignity of human beings. He goes on to criticize the president in that account, saying that it was disrespectful not only to the church, but to the protesters that had been demanding change. Sky 9 giving us images showing us the number of demonstrations that are taking place around DC, 6 as of our count. And what we've seen from all of our crews on the ground, Michael Quander, Eric Flack, Delia Gonzalez, that all of these separate demonstrations right now, with a collective one expected within an hour or so, they're all different in some regards. And the one, as we saw from Michael Quander in Chinatown, things were solemn, peaceful. People were considering and thinking about what the next plan was. As we saw from Eric Flack, it was more of a party with people during the electric slide. And if you grew up in a black household, you know how important the electric slide is. So as you can see, it is certainly different no matter where you are, but the mission is all the same, to make sure that what happened to George Floyd and so many others that we've talked about here at WSA 9 does not happen to anyone else. Our coverage continues after this. And welcome back. Our coverage continues of the demonstrations taking place in the district today in response to the death of George Floyd and this growing movement that we see regarding Black Lives Matter. Our crew has been on the ground at 6 separate demonstrations that will all culminate closer to Lafayette Square, where we will see a larger demonstration take place. Moments ago, we heard from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She spoke to the crowd, touching on a number of different things, D.C. statehood being one of them, also the importance of wearing a mask and appropriate face covering, because do not forget, we are still in the midst of a public health pandemic as well that we're being responsive to. And she also encouraged the crowd to be responsive and trying to make sure that they go after and address the issues that need to be addressed after these demonstrations are over. Let's check in with our Eric Flack right now to get a look at where he is. Eric, you saw the mayor speak there moments ago. What was the crowd's reaction to the mayor's speech there?
And George Floyd, I just want to tell you, out there, we appreciate you for sacrificing your life. To make us really say enough is enough. Because without you, we won't be what we want.
Yep.
We won't be no.
Hi, Larry. Sorry, gonna be honest, that was a TV thing. I lost IFB for a second, so
oh, no
I'm
problem.
back with you now.
No problem.
As we, this is live television, right? But what we do, we are still at the corner of 16th and I, and we had talked before about how there is no podium per se. There are just a number of different people with microphones and bullhorns and platforms, and they are having a prayer here right now. I do want to keep my voice down. Let's try to get a little closer, Kurt, and see what's going on. I'm going to really keep my voice down and keep my words to a minimum here to respect what's going on.
Brotherhood and sisterhood. And we couldn't do this without you. This was an overnight thought and dream for me and my boy, and you made it happen just like that. And we look so good, and I appreciate it. Just continue to let us fight. Continue to, be in our hearts to be able to go to the next step and make it all make sense. In Jesus' name, we appreciate you and we love you. Amen. Can we get some music started, man?
And with that, the DJ starts back up. I did want to be respectful of the moment. What I was trying to say is that this is one of the various places where there's a podium, where there was an opportunity for people to address the crowd. And in this particular location at the corner of 16th and I, half of which 16th Street now renamed the Black Lives Matter Way, there is a DJ that has been actually spinning some pretty awesome beats and entertaining this crowd, and there has been a release, at least in this space, that has not been seen in the past week anywhere that I've seen in these demonstrations. In a remarkable scene just moments ago, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, who was spotted by the DJ and some of the people in the crowd. She had been down here walking amongst the crowd with her security detail in her green DC shirt, being part of just the scene, was called up on stage and gave a impromptu but very impassioned speech to a crowd of thousands of people down here, calling for the pullout of the militarization of Washington, D.C., and the defeat of Donald Trump in November. One of the other things we find, and Kurt, I'm going to give you a break because you've been walking around, so I'll let you stay where you are, is a lot of different viewpoints. Sir, we're live on Channel 9. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
What have you felt about the feeling down here today during this particular 8th day of protest?
Oh man, it's been love. It's been absolute love. I love it. Every bit about it. The Black Lives Matter Plaza, from the Black Lives Matter Plaza to just it being on the ground, to everybody just coming together in unity, everybody helping each other, whether it's black, green, color, doesn't matter. Only time everybody's out here for the same initiatives, just like how they just passed the law in Minneapolis, whereas though any police officer that sees any wrongdoing by any of his counterparts is required to intervene, and he's required to report it. We need those same type of action, those same types of things, not just in Minneapolis because that's where George Floyd was murdered, but everywhere around the country, including here in D.C., including Baltimore, Richmond, everywhere around the entire country, because that's the only way that this really stops, is if the police become the ones that want to change it and start basically pointing out the bad cops, the so-called good cops, point out all the bad cops.
Can you help me tie the thread between the anger that is 1 block away at the footsteps of the White House in Lafayette Square Park and the love and the music that are here? Tie those two threads together in one movement.
I haven't really seen any anger. I see people protesting, I see people chanting, I see people putting their voices out there saying what they want to be said, but I haven't seen any anger, I haven't seen any frustration, I haven't seen anybody being aggressive towards anybody. So I can't say that I haven't seen it.
What would you characterize? Help me find the right words for how you would characterize the passion that's down there, and how would you find it different than what you find 1 block away?
What I see right here is what America is supposed to be. Everybody all together, because we're all humans, whether what color we are, black, white, green, whatever. This is what America is supposed to look like, everybody in unity. That's what I see.
Thank you very much for your time, sir. I appreciate it. Really well said by that gentleman, kind of tying up the loose ends of what is a remarkable scene down here with DJs. There are merch stands, people are selling food, people are exchanging ideas, they're exchanging words, they're sending a message to the White House, and they're also dancing. So all just remarkable things. Larry, what is it that we can show you that you would like to see, or what is it that you would like to know about what's going on down here right now?
You know, I'm curious about kind of the shift, right? Because I think, speaking to the point that you just made, people were angry and upset when they saw the video of George Floyd pass away. Now we've seen this shift, I think, in the demonstrations where that anger that we saw initially has now turned into determination, which will then turn into perseverance. And I'm kind of curious from the crowd in which you see there, do they feel hopeful that what they're doing, this international movement that we're in now, is actually working? Do they feel like they're getting the results that they're looking for? And before you answer that question, Eric, I do want to point out to our viewers at home, you might occasionally see the blur on your screen, and we're doing that to try and censor some of the profanity that you might see from some of the signs. So it is a safeguard for you and for us as well. So if you see the blur, it's only temporary. So Eric, getting back to our question there, do people feel that the demonstrations are yielding the type of results that they're looking for?
You know, I think, Larry, we're only going to know in the days, the weeks, the months, and even the years ahead, right? I mean, I think what's different about this from my perspective, and I have a different perspective than yours, and let's be clear about that, we know that. But what I think is different about this is there's a no more, we can't have it anymore. And there's been a diversity in the voices that have said no more, we're not going to have it anymore, that at least I haven't witnessed. Maybe it's happened in different cities, maybe it's happened at different moments in time. I just haven't noticed it across the country and in my city the way that I've seen it with this moment in time. We are seeing many of the protesters now. We've got these rolling marches, right? We've got these rolling demonstrations because of the lack of any central organized event. And so this is what you'll see happening all week and really throughout the month, throughout the day today, is that there are rolling marches where people will just come through an area, and we're looking at thousands of people. I've been watching this crowd as, Larry, you were talking, and now as I've been talking, thousands of people that are part of just this individual march through the streets of Washington, D.C. You know what? Let's find out where they came from and where they're going. Where did you guys come from? Have you guys been moving for a while, or?
We came from PG County, Maryland.
Okay. Where have you been walking from, though?
We came from the metro station. We came from McPherson Square. We came up here at McPherson Square so we could come right up here.
And do you know where you're walking to right now, or are you just following the crowd?
We're going to the White House. Yeah, we're going to the White House to just continue to let Trump see what's going on.
Obviously,
this message needs to be heard all across the world. Black Lives Matter, and we won't stop until we get what we need.
How old are you, young man?
I'm 19 years old.
And where did you go to high school?
I graduated from North Point High School. I go to school at Virginia State University, getting my accounting degree. So yeah, we're out here fighting for what's right.
As a young 19-year-old African-American man, how do you feel towards the police? Are there times where you feel scared?
Of course. I mean, I've been pulled over myself. There's been multiple times where I've had to question, am I safe? Just because the officer's questioning me, You know, so until everybody can feel the same in this country, where we all are supposed to have equal rights, then we have to keep on fighting.
Are you this young man's father?
Yes, I am.
Very, very proud. Our anchor just asked a question. I'm going to pose it to you. Do you feel like you all, the demonstrators, are accomplishing what you wanted to accomplish? Do you feel like things are going to change?
I feel like things are going to change. I like the worldwide support that we've been having. There have been small steps that have been made, like actually arresting the officers that were all involved. But I mean, we're not there yet. We're not done yet. I think so. There's a ways to go. So, which is why we're still out here. But I believe we're moving in the right direction, and I think that the worldwide support is definitely telling that we can move.
Well, I know you guys want to keep going with your crowd, so I'm going to let you gentlemen go. Nice to meet you. Stay safe, all of you. Thank you for your words, young man. And just it's a lot of a diversity of opinions and a diversity of outlooks out here right now. Larry, back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. We appreciate the insight there. Let's check in now with Kobe Satterfield. She has been walking along with demonstrators today. When we first saw her last, she was walking across the Arlington Memorial Bridge. Looks like she is now at the Lincoln Memorial. Kobe?
Yeah, Larry, and you can see the National Mall, a group of those protesters that made it across the bridge. Now, walking down along the mall, and a few minutes ago, it's fewer people now, but it was just a large crowd of people walking. And I want to introduce you to Kareem. You were one of those people that walked from Arlington. I heard you talking with your friend, and you said, as you were watching people, you said you're looking at history.
Yes, ma'am. While I was walking through from Arlington, I was just looking at everybody's signs and saying, like, wow, I really support everybody that came out here for this pandemic, for, what's his name, George Floyd. I really appreciate everybody that came out here. Like, that actually made my day and like, touched my heart. So, just keep it going. Black Lives Matter.
What about it touches your heart?
Like, to see that a lot of people cares, like, really cares about my race and everybody in general. Like, we need more people in this world like that. Like, we actually need more people really to stand up, not to hurt each other. We need to help each other to move on to a better life, better past, and future, make everything better.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. That's what's happening right now here out at the National Mall. I'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, Kobe, thank you so much. Let's get right on over to Charlotte McBride.
I'm going to find some.
She is at St. John's Episcopal Church. We know that church well. It really has been also a pivotal church in all of this, as well, as we saw the president's photo op there a couple of days ago, and the drama that now circulates that photo op. The president widely criticized both by Democrats and Republicans about the fact that there was a use of force used against protesters that were there peacefully prior to the president coming out from the Rose Garden, making his way over to the church. All right, Charlotte McBride joining us now. Charlotte, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you in the last 10 minutes that this crowd has swelled to an immense size. We've seen a lot of different people marching from all different directions and coming right here in front of the church. And you can see many people behind me, as you can see, crowds starting to move and make their way down Black Lives Matter Plaza. I'm here, of course, at the intersection of H Street and Black Lives Matter Plaza, right here in front of Lafayette Square, right in front of the White House. And this seems to be the point where everyone is coming in and converging. I know Eric Flack is really just a few blocks down from me, a lot going on there. But a lot of people have gathered here. I want to take a walk down these steps here. I know you have been here all day. You have been here for several days. Why is it so important for you to stand out here today?
We need to see a difference. I need to see my people stop treating like they second class. We're leaders of the pack. We're leaders of the new world, and there's no reason why we can't be treated as such.
We've been talking about how peaceful these protests have been, and you've brought children with you. You brought your nephew. You brought people here. What is your message to them?
That we here to fight for their future. That their future is promised to them, and it won't be taken away by police or anybody of their oppressors.
You've been here in the other days when they're talking about a historic crowds coming here today. When you see all of these people and you see people of all different color, all different races here, how does that make you feel and what you guys are trying to change?
It makes me feel warm. It lets me know that other people, like, we're finally being heard, that it's not being swept underneath the rug anymore. And the unity is what we all need, is the world coming together, not division from, our president.
And I've heard you, I just want to grab you real quick. I've heard you speaking to people in the crowd, and I've heard you talking to your friends here. What is your message? What are you hoping for?
Police reform, reforming the criminal justice system. As my brother over here said, hey, we're tired of being treated like, second-class citizens. Myself, as prior law enforcement here locally in the county, you got officers who are great. They do an excellent job. And, we got a chief who, kind of likes to sweep things under the rug and, turn the narrative, his own little way. But I might get persecuted for this statement. They might try to. They know who I am. But, hey, I'm right here, and I'm making a stand for what I believe in. And I have a son. I have a daughter. I don't want them to be treated the way I was treated growing up. I don't want to have to keep worrying about them, when they go outside to play or when they're hanging out with their friends. So here I am.
When you're coming out here every day, you mentioned your son and daughter. What are you telling them, and what are you telling them about what's been going on in our nation's capital this past week?
What I've been telling them? No, I tell them the truth. I tell them what's going on. They see it for themselves. They see it's plastered all on the TV, on the internet, everywhere you go. They know what's going on. I tell them stand up for what they believe in, and make sure your voice is heard.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being out here today. Thank you so much. Let's take a little walk. We're gonna go.
Hey,
join the crowd
Charlotte,
here.
can I have you go back to that man, please?
Yes.
I want you to go back to that man,
Sure.
and I want to know more about when he says that things are being swept under the rug. What does he mean by that?
Okay, yeah. Excuse me, real quick. We're still live here. When you mentioned that things are being swept under the rug, what did you mean by that?
Swept under the rug? Oh, man, all kind of police misconduct going on in the county. Like I said, it gets swept under the rug. Black officers, the officers of color, they get treated terrible, man. They don't get promoted. The list goes on. So we're out here fighting for that too. I'm fighting for them as well.
You're fighting for the black officers.
Absolutely. There's good people out there. I mean, there's good ones out there. There's bad. But in the same sentence, we want our officers, of color to be treated fairly.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for getting that.
I will say, Larry, that's one of the.
Yeah.
I want to say that's one of the first people that I've spoken to that, like you said, he is here for black officers as well. Many people out here not wanting to talk positively at all about law enforcement in any way, and a lot of people not bringing up law enforcement in general. But as you just heard, that's what he was talking about, sweeping under the rug.
I appreciate the clarity. I mean, certainly wanted to make sure we were clear in what the allegations were.
Right.
Of course, we'll certainly have to go back and get those verified and talk with the appropriate agencies to see whether or not there's validity to the claim, but we appreciate the insight. You want to keep showing us around?
And Larry, I do want to show you here what's going on. So I know we have been joining many marches. We've seen Tom Dempsey, we've seen Colby, and many of those people marching, and we are getting word that they are all converging right here. And I will say earlier today, you could walk out here and this street was not filled. We were not seeing people marching. In the last 15, 20 minutes, we have seen a steady flow of people marching now away from H Street, now up Black Lives. You can see, there's several people around us here. But yeah, you can see here, we're gonna go in the crowd. And we're gonna try to talk with some of these people that have been walking for a long time. Excuse me. Hi, Charlotte with Channel 9. Could I ask you a few questions? Sure. How long have you been walking for today? How long have you been marching?
It's been about an hour and a half.
We can keep going. An hour and a half. Where did you guys start?
We started off, we were actually driving on our way to start at the Lincoln Memorial and headed back around here. We've been looping around since then.
What brought you out here? Why did you feel important to make your voice heard today?
I just wanted to use my privilege, just be another person in the crowd, showing that this is something that needs to change already.
You're marching with strangers. You're marching with people that you don't know. What conversations have you had with some of these people and the change that they want?
Well, we've been talking about how we can use our own privilege to help other people, because this racism is something I'll never experience myself. But the fact that I'm a white person, I need to use that to kind of help the people out here. I've been having more and more conversations with people, trying to have those uncomfortable conversations to force people to kind of change their perspective. kind of see why this is something that needs to be changing.
What does your sign say today?
I can't breathe. No justice, no peace.
How many days have you been out here?
I've been marching every other day because I have work, but this is my third march.
And when you're marching, you said you've been marching for an hour and a half. What is your final destination? How long will you be out here today?
I have no final destination. I'm just marching until I can't march, I guess.
It's been very peaceful, and we've seen a lot of peace here. We've seen a lot of families. What does it mean to you when you see people bringing out their young children?
I think it shows that this is something that's going to be continuing. It's not just us fighting for this. We're fighting for the future of the people we're bringing with us.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. People here for all different reasons, all different kinds of people here. People have been coming from all different directions. As she just said, she came from upwards of the Lincoln Memorial, and it took her about an hour and a half to march here. It's a very slow march, a very steady march, and as you can hear right now, they're chanting all together, and it really is an amazing sight. I have never seen the crowd this big, this massive. It's pretty impressive. We know now we're marching towards I Street, where Mayor Bowser just spoke a few minutes ago. We heard that from Eric Flack. And I'm going to toss it back to you, Larry.
All right, Charlotte, thank you so much. As you can see, a very diverse crowd because this issue is touching everyone, crossing demographics of all sorts. Our coverage will continue in 2 minutes.
They're in a commercial. They want a picture for a bump. Coming back in. Because the delay, I'm sorry, what? Some kind of bump shot they want.
All right, welcome back. Our coverage of the demonstrations in D.C. for George Floyd and Black Lives Matter does continue. We have crews all over, and we've been tracking a number of demonstrations that have been taking place since about 12 o'clock this afternoon. All of these different demonstrations, and there are 6 of them from our count, look a little different. In Chinatown, it was solemn, it was contemplative. They were considering and praying. And when we go to Lafayette Square, it was a different story, more of a party, a lot more enthusiastic, but still focused on the mission in hand. At Lafayette Square, we saw DC Mayor Muriel Bowser take the podium of sorts and talk to the crowd. Here's what she had to say.
It's so wonderful to see everybody peacefully protesting, wearing your mask. You know, if you're like me, on Monday you saw something you hoped you never see in the United States of America. Federal police moving on American people, peacefully protesting in front of the People's House. If you're like me, and you saw George Floyd's life snuffed out for the world to see, you know that we have to speak up loudly for more justice and more peace. And if you are like me, I have a 2-year-old.
And that was Mayor Bowser, who spoke just moments ago from Lafayette Square. Let's check in with Tom Dempsey now. He's been traveling along with a group of demonstrators making their way to Lafayette Square from the Capitol. Tom?
Well, guys, I just wanted to give you a glimpse of what it's like to be on the streets right now. Obviously, a lot of attention, and deservedly so, is on Lafayette Square right now and the big gathering that's happening there. But we're sitting at the intersection of 15th and G, few blocks away from the White House, and you can see people out here We have people sitting in the shade. We have people with ice cream over there. We have people, it looks like they're handing out some potato chips over here. I wanted to introduce you to this restaurant too. We walked by a few minutes ago and we saw free lunches being handed out. David Moran joins me right here. Walk me through it. So what did you guys do today for this protest?
It's been a pretty incredible, great day here today. To be perfectly honest, we were contacted by a group called the Majority Party. They bought over 1,000 sandwiches today and asked us to hand them out. So we took that and ran with it. We put their 1,000, we put another 1,000 of our own up there. We were also joined by Ben's Chili Bowl and Jose Andres' restaurant, Jaleo. And we've given out over 3,500 lunches today. And the vibe has been nothing short of just wonderful and full of love.
How long have you guys been here in this location?
Since 1983. I tell people I've been here on the property myself since 1995. And 99% of the time, the Old Ebbitt Grill's location is perfect. Every 20 years or so, we have something where it causes us to rethink our business, or not rethink it, but today the streets are closed. It's hard to do business.
I was going to ask, since 1983, have you ever seen an event like this sort of coming through here? Or maybe when was the last time you saw something like this?
I'd say probably the 9/11 event was similar, where the street were closed for 2 or 3 days following 9/11, but nothing like this. Nothing with this feeling of passion and emotion of the country coming together here on the streets. The Old Ebbitt has been around since 1856, so we think this is a moment, and we thought, not only doing what we did today, but truthfully putting the Black Lives poster up was a big deal for us, and we meant it because it was it was right to do. And we're owned by a local company too, and we love this city.
And you guys went through all the lunches. It looks like went by pretty quickly, right?
It was like we were back in the Old Ebbitt Grill lunch rush days. It was really fun. Truthfully, even before this week, we've been living in the pandemic world of doing some takeout and delivery, which is different. But we sort of figured that out. But that's different than opening your front door and having thousands of people come in every day. So for us today, it's been a really exhilarating day and felt like we're supporting the city.
As we show off this area around here, again, this is a few blocks away from the White House. Walk me through what the feeling has been like since you've been out here, the moods of the people, the atmosphere. Describe it to me as we look around here.
Well, it's interesting. It's really changed over the week. I think last weekend, Saturday, Sunday, emotions were really hot. I think like other businesses, we were concerned about the security of the place. We went through last weekend, did not board up, saw what had happened around the city, made the decision with our landlord to board up the restaurant. But as the week has progressed, it's really become more of a feeling of love and what can we do to support each other. Love what the mayor did over there on 16th Street with the painting the street and changing the name. And it's just time for us all to come together and make big changes.
I was just about to ask my last question for you. As a business owner with the free lunches being given out here, what do you hope? I've been asking this to every protester here, but as a business owner here today, what do you want your message to be to the protesters that are out here today?
That we hear everybody and that real change has to happen. I think we lived in a world for a long time where the news cycle just keeps changing and we go back to our normal lives. This has that feeling that we're not going back to normal. Something's going to change right here. Whether it's today, truthfully, whether it's leading up to the election in 150 days, maybe that's it. But I don't think we can see videos like we saw from Minneapolis anymore.
A very big day here in D.C. Thank you for sharing your story and showing us around. Again, as we said, we're right near the intersection of 15th and G. The White House, if you look in this direction, you can see this was the direction where all the protesters were heading here. While I'm on the topic, too, one thing I've noticed, too, about here, I was out here Saturday and Sunday, and Monday, for that matter, covering this protest, and we've noticed children out here, a lot of them, a lot of the young ones and children out here today, as we see this little girl here out here for the protest today. A lot of children out here taking in this historic day in D.C., guys, taking in this moment, businesses offering free lunches, people with their signs, people with the chants that they're walking us through, and then those protests, as I said, heading up the block to get to the White House, guys.
Tom, I think it's remarkable. Again, just the overwhelming support that these demonstrators have, not only from groups all around the world, but even right here in DC with businesses opening their doors, supporting these demonstrators, showing them support through signage that says Black Lives Matter, because they understand, at least for them, that this is important and that everyone has a stake and a role in all of this. And so when you look at the crowd of demonstrators, you see young, you old, black and white, you realize that this is a movement that is transcending all the demographics and that people are getting involved and invested because they recognize that something has to change. After looking at that video of George Floyd dying in front of your eyes, it just does something to you. And this has motivated people in ways that we haven't seen. And you realize that there is an urgency around all of this when you also consider that everyone that we've seen, at least in video, is wearing face masks. Right? That everyone is out here trying to also protect themselves, because we also have COVID-19 that has claimed more than 100,000 lives in this country and thousands more right here in the DC metro area. So when we look at this demonstration and we see the other groups that are formed around town, you realize that this is a time to recognize not only what needs to happen, but also to gather all of these groups together as well, to have a unified front in all of this. Let's check in now with Delia Gonzalez to get a sense of where she is, what she's seeing, and how things are progressing where she is. And Delia, when we talked with you last, you had really a great interview with some of the protesters there when they talked about, why they wanted to be out here and the contributions that they wanted to make, however small. That it was the little things that they could do that could potentially help someone else, whether it was giving a book, whether it was spreading information, that those things go a long way in this movement.
Absolutely. Everyone is taking something from this moment, saying that, this simply can't be a day of protest. This simply can't be a demonstration. This needs to be a movement, and we need to take the conversation beyond Lafayette Square and talk about what we need to do in our homes, in our communities, and in our government to make this a more equitable and fair place for everybody. We are here at Black Lives Matter Square in the plaza here. You can see, look at that sunflower on the cone there. You can see folks are coloring. There is a sense of joy and unity and pride. And like you said, folks are happy. Folks are happy to be together, happy that this movement has been peaceful and that they're beginning to see some very, very small signs of change. Of course, we know that Mayor Bowser spoke a short time ago, and we also know that there have been some changes in some police policy around the country. And so as I hear Tracy Chapman singing, talking about a revolution, that's what these folks are hoping for, a revolution. As we see the first responders, our brave first responders, getting a round of applause, just take in this moment. I'm going to try to grab one and ask them why they came. Can I talk to you? I'm Delia from Channel 9. Why are you here?
I'm here because I'm a white ally and I'm walking with the White Coats for Black Lives March with healthcare professionals, and as a clinical psychologist, I think it's important that we aware of racism and how we can affect change in our communities.
How does this feel when you break through a crowd like this and get applause?
I feel kind of like an imposter because I'm not the one who's facing racism every day. I wish that you were talking to another professional of color, because I think they're the voices that need to be heard right now.
Thank you so much. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Dr. Allison Godwin, and I work at a local practice here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Delia, that's just remarkable.
Line, it seems, of healthcare professionals who have come to support white coats supporting Black lives. Excuse me, miss. Can I talk to you about why you came out?
Sure. We're healthcare professionals from all over DC, and we believe that, it's our job to protect our patients in all capacities, do no harm. That's the primary component of being in the healthcare profession. That's what we're here to do. Systemic racism is absolutely part of that. But you should talk to some of my Black colleagues who are here today, not me.
And I also saw someone who said, I saw a sign, and they said racism is a pandemic.
That is correct. But again, please find one of my Black colleagues. I don't know where they are.
How many
right
of
now.
you are here?
I would say over 100. Does that seem reasonable?
And you're from various hospitals?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. And I see children here as well, a large crowd of folks who have arrived.
No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace.
Quite a significant group from hospitals around this area who have come to support the movement. And it is not insignificant to break through this crowd, a large crowd like this, and everyone stops and applauds. It is quite a moving moment that everyone thanked these first responders, not only for caring for us through this pandemic, in which we know it disproportionately affects African Americans, but taking a stand and being here at this demonstration to support the movement that's happening here. That's the very latest. Things have paused right here for a moment as the crowd begins to gather. But that's the live look and sound of Lafayette Square. Back to you, Larry.
All right, Delia, thank you. You know, this demonstration, not only the one here in DC, but the ones that we've seen take place all over the country, all over the world, are not just really in response to George Floyd, but we have other men and women also in the nation's capital that have also died as a result of encounters with police. Just to name a few here in DC, Jeffrey Price, Daquan Young, Terrence Sterling, and countless others. And the goal is that police reform, at least what we're hearing from activists and those that are on the streets, will help curb some of these deaths, that people, men and women, black and white, do not have violent and potentially deadly encounters with police. You can see from the images from Sky 9 that the crowd, since we've been reporting since about 1 o'clock this afternoon, has grown substantially over the last 2 hours, and we expect more people to come out as well. These demonstrations really are in concert with demonstrations that are happening right now. If you've been checking your Instagram, Twitter feeds, you've seen protesters in Tokyo, you've seen them in London, in Australia, really all over the world. And all of them calling attention to an issue of systemic racism and the need for police reform. When you talk with activists with Black Lives Matter, they're very clear about what they say are the needs are, specifically here in DC. They say they want the police defunded, they want Black lives defended, they want a ban on stop and frisk, they want cops out of school, they want to end cash bail in Maryland, dissolve police unions, and decriminalize sex work. I want to talk about the ban on stop and frisk because we actually talked with Eric Flack maybe about 45 minutes ago, and his team has done extensive reporting specifically on that issue, finding that 8 out of 10 people that are involved in stop and frisk tactics in DC are Black. And that has been an issue for some because the city is made up of a population of about 49% of African Americans. So the mayor did speak to crowds at Lafayette Square earlier. Here's what she had to say.
Hello, Washington, D.C. Welcome to Black Lives Matter Plaza. It's so wonderful to see everybody peacefully protesting, wearing your mask. You know, if you're like me, on Monday you saw something you hoped you never see in the United States of America. Federal police moving on American people, peacefully protesting in front of the People's House. If you're like me, and you saw George Floyd's life snuffed out for the world to see, you know that we have to speak up loudly for more justice and more peace. And if you are like me, I have a 2-year-old girl. I want her to grow up in a country where she's not scared to go to the grocery store, not scared to go to work. I want her to grow up in an America where she can be a senator in the 51st state in Washington, D.C. I want her to grow up and know that her mother had a chance to say no, and she did. And she did because she knew that Washington, D.C., this nation and this world would say no to. If he can take over Washington, D.C., he can come for any state, and none of us will be safe. So today, we pushed the Army away from our city. Our soldiers should not be treated that way. They should not be asked to move on American citizens. Today, we say no. In November, we say next.
All right, and one man that got to hear those words directly was our very own Eric Flack. And Eric, just moments ago, we were talking about stop and frisk, and you and the rest of the Special Assignment Unit have really led that investigation into MPD's policy regarding that. Not only did you find that DC police had been underreporting that data for some time, but that the majority of whom are stopped and frisked are African American.
And Larry, the very interesting thing about what you just heard and the dynamic of the past couple days is that the local chapter of Black Lives Matter throughout our investigation often and repeatedly called on Mayor Bowser to do more to stop the practice of stop and frisk in Washington, D.C. And even throughout the week, if you check social media, every time Mayor Bowser is seen out at an event, you will have members of the Black Lives Matter community here in Washington, D.C. who say, you didn't show enough leadership on this issue before this week, before today. A year ago, when WUSA 9 was reporting story after story about the enforcement of stop and frisk with African Americans in Washington, D.C., they said, you, Mayor Bowser, you didn't do enough. And you never did enough to stop this practice, even when we told you we needed your help. You stood behind the police chief, who was at the center of many of the questions we raised, and you stood behind him, and you didn't do enough to help us end this practice. And so when she comes out this week and says, I'm leading the fight on behalf of Black Lives Matter, and I'm going to name that street Black Lives Matter Plaza in honor of this movement, there have been people who have said, where were you a year ago? Where were you 2 years ago? And I think that is one interesting part of this conversation. Now, Mayor Bowser would likely say she has been fighting for the rights of African Americans and people of color her entire career, and would often probably dispute many of the things I have said. But what I can tell you certainly is that there are members of the Black Lives Matter community here in Washington, D.C. who do not believe that Mayor Bowser is authentic in the way she has fought for the rights of African Americans in her own city, despite taking this lead now that it's become this national conversation with these nationwide protests around the killing of George Floyd. Larry?
You know, it was interesting. In my conversation with Black Lives Matter DC yesterday, I spoke with April Goggins. She called it fake, her words, and disingenuous. And if you read a tweet from Black Lives Matter, it says that, speaking specifically to the mural that is now on Black Lives Matter Plaza, it says that this is a performative distraction from real policy changes. Bowser has consistently been on the wrong side of BLM DC history. So, you know, one of the other questions I asked is, you know, whether or not there was a middle ground in all of this, right? Is there a possibility that Mayor Bowser could kind of get closer to the demands from BLM DC, and that maybe the activist group could also give a little leeway as well? It doesn't seem that that certainly is the case. Having talked with them, they're very clear that there really is no middle ground when it comes to this issue specifically.
You know, and I know April as well, and I've spoken to many of the leaders of Black Lives Matter DC, as well as the Stop Police Terror chapter of Washington DC, and all of them have repeatedly said that Police Chief Peter Newsham and Mayor Muriel Bowser have not done enough to stop this practice. And in fact, Mayor Bowser is Chief Newsham's boss. And if she really wanted something to be done about it, all she had to do was change the leadership at the top. Now, that's not for me to say whether or not that opinion is right or wrong, but what I can tell you with certainty is that is the feeling of many people in this city who are parts of those groups. I will tell you on social media, every time I put out a tweet with Mayor Bowser, a couple days ago, she was down here. The day before, she renamed this section of 16th Street Black Lives Matter Plaza. She made another appearance down here in the midst of the protesters and took a couple questions from the media. And of course, her fight with Donald Trump has been making headlines both around the country and around the world as she struggles with the president and the military presence that President Trump has put into D.C. this week in his words to try and keep some order. This is clearly a different moment. This is clearly the spotlight is much brighter right now. I can tell you, and I have no inside information, I can just tell you what I felt and what I saw when I heard Mayor Bowser take the stand on that DJ riser, that impromptu speech she gave these thousands of protesters. That was a political speech. That was a speech of somebody who sees herself as seizing the mantle she has as the mayor of Washington, D.C. in this struggle to get her words out to a nationwide platform. And there's a lot of different things going on with the election in November, and Vice President Joe Biden, who is the likely presumptive Democratic nominee for president, as we know, still has not chosen a running mate, and I've never actually seen Mayor Bowser on any short list. But keep in mind, she ended her comments with "We say no today, we say next in November," and that sounded like a presidential platform type speech to me. Larry?
Yeah, it does sound rather presidential, but let's not forget who she was supporting. She was supporting Joe Biden. Michael Bloomberg's team. So. I'm not sure about that. All right, let's talk about this blur real quick. Occasionally you're seeing it. The blur is to blur out any profane language that we see from some of the signs there to protect you and your families. And so we occasionally blur that out so we don't offend anybody. So you'll see that occasionally. And I'll remind you as we continue on with our coverage. Eric, I want to get back to you though. It's interesting when we think about how things have changed. We do see some sort of movement, at least when we think about what's happening in the D.C. Council. The council will be voting on emergency legislation to ban chokeholds, to speed up the release of footage from police, to also require that officers be named in serious situations, especially shootings. It seems like there is at least some local progress being made on that front.
Well, the D.C. Council, I can tell you from my experience, and Larry, I know you know this as well, it has a number of members on it who are watchdogs of the police department and are not afraid to put hard questions to the police department and Police Chief Peter Newsham about the actions that they take. When you talk about our year-long stop and frisk series that resulted in changes to the way the department records stop and frisk and to prevent underreporting of stop and frisk and over enforcement of stop and frisk on African Americans. There were many on the police department, on the city council, who became a part of our reporting to say, look, we have had laws in place, that law called the NEAR Act, to ensure that the police department update their systems to better record this so we know if we are unfairly targeting African Americans. And the police department for 2 years ignored that law. Our investigation revealing they flat out ignored that law and just didn't do it. And eventually by the end of our series of reports, they had put systems in place to comply with that law. Many on the DC Council also calling for that same thing. Councilman Charles Allen, others on the council, often demanding change from the police department. As an investigative reporter, getting police body cam from the Washington, D.C. Police Department if they don't make their own decision to release it for whatever reasons, wanting to show transparency, maybe that their officer was not in the wrong in the event of something that was happening or something that was reported, it's very, very difficult, and it takes a long time. At one point, I requested a video of police interaction, and it was a year before I got it. And that is a common theme, with things trying to get police videos out of the Washington, D.C. Police Department. So transparency for the community, that is something that is, I think, a big theme both here and across the country with these protests. Please, we want to know what you're doing. We want to know why you do it. And if you don't do it right, we want you held accountable. And I think the D.C. Council are starting to step up that message to the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, Larry.
And it seems like everybody is feeling the pressure and wanting to be responsive. Again, we are blurring out curse words that we happen to see in the crowd. It'll be interesting what this looks like moving forward, Eric, right? Because while we have these emergency legislations that will be considered, people are still looking for reform in the police department specifically. It will be interesting to see what that looks like moving forward because even from your reporting and others, MPD has been widely scrutinized for some of its policies that many have felt and have called suspect in the fact that it seems that it completely targets certain communities more than others.
Yeah, and Larry, it's important to note with this conversation we're having right now in the context of this week that in my view, Police Chief Peter Newsham, Mayor Bowser have made a concerted effort to let these demonstrators march. I was out here on the night of the 7 o'clock curfew. There were many people out here past 7 o'clock demonstrating. There were no arrests that I saw for just being out after curfew. The curfew was a way to give police the authority to remove people if in fact they were doing other things that the police found unacceptable. But peaceful protest is something that the DC Police Department and the mayor have, in my view, encouraged and allowed to happen throughout this entire 8 days. That being said, the Washington, D.C. Police Department does have a history of officers such as some of the ones that we have reported on with the invasive stop and frisk that were seen as a violation of residents of this city's constitutional rights. There were incidents of officers going into people's backyards without warrants and investigations into other oversteps by the Washington, D.C. Police Department. Through it all, the mayor has stood behind Police Chief Peter Newsham, much to many people's wonderment and chagrin, both on the streets and elected officials. So when you talk about changes to the police department, I think this is a conversation that's happening in every city around the nation, especially every major metropolitan city around the country right now. Because to a certain extent, many of them deal with the same issues, the same frustrations. Why are we locking people up for nonviolent crimes? Why are we still, putting people with nonviolent drug offenses into jails, overcrowding our jails, weighing down our justice system? Again, these aren't my viewpoints. This is the conversation we're having nationwide. And do some of those changes come out of this? As a corollary, yes, we need to watch police brutality. Yes, we have to revise the way that some police officers and police departments handle use of force, handle rioters, handle demonstrations like this one. As we've seen, different cities have had different issues all week with how police have handled these protesters and there's these demonstrators. But there are other social justice conversations to be had out of this moment in time. And I do think they could reverberate beyond just police putting their hands on a citizen or a suspect. Larry?
Interesting, because it kind of speaks to the point that they're not just going after specific points of contention, right? They're not looking at just this policy here, that policy there. They're really trying to bring the whole system down. The system that many feel prop up systemic discrimination in this country, they're trying to bring it down. And it appears that some headway is being made. These demonstrators are determined, they are ardent, they are passionate, they are committed. And it is refreshing to see a group see this through. And when you talk with historians, when you talk with some of your elders, you recognize that some of the same things that we're seeing in this movement in terms of its longevity, its staying power, its momentum, are similar things that we saw in the past when it comes to the civil rights movement, when we talk about education reform, that also had that similar staying power as well. From the people that you spoke with, do they feel like now is the time that this is their moment?
Yeah, I think they certainly do. There is a resolve and a passion on the streets in the demonstrations and protests that I've covered that I've never seen before. It took a heart-stopping video to cause that. And the question is, will there be more heart-stopping videos, or will that be the last one? And I know that there are conversations going on in households across the nation. Larry, I know how close you are to your mom, and I can't imagine some of the conversations that you must have had about some of the things that she's seen, some of the things that you've experienced. You know, we have, by all accounts, an over-incarceration of people of color in this country. I mean, you can look at the statistics. They speak for themselves. The question is, what do we do about it? And how do we fix it? And that's such a difficult question to answer. And that's the question I feel like we've been searching for an answer to for quite some time now. I think the difference may be, was this moment so big that it finally causes a nation to make a change, to find somehow, some way to make a change? Or is it going to be 8 days of protest, 9 days of protest, 10 days of protests, and then we have the trial of the officers in Minneapolis, and everything flares up again, and then it all goes away, and then the society returns to the norm. And I think that is what the demonstrators I've spoken with really don't want to see happen. They are demanding that the society not return to the norm that caused the deaths of the people whose names they are chanting here on the streets of Washington, D.C. Not just George Floyd, Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky, Mr. Aubrey, which was not a police-related incident, but a killing of a black man in Georgia. Are we going to return to the norm, or are we going to collectively as a society say enough is enough? Sir, what do you think? The discussion I'm having with my anchor right now is, are we finally turning the corner? Do you as a demonstrator feel like this will finally change things?
Yes, I've seen it. It will change.
What have you seen? Tell me why you feel that.
The day of the beautifulest gathering of all people, it looks just like this. If you look around, it looks just like this. And this day is going to be on every continent as the norm for every man, because the humans rule this planet, and this is our planet.
Do you feel as though real change will come to the systems and societies of this city, this country as a result?
I feel that not only do I feel that real change will come, I feel like demonstrations, movements, and even a new 25 life sentence law will come out for police officers when a victim dies in their custody. I think another law will come out for a 25-year life sentence for anybody that kills an unarmed person. And if you're a cop and you kill a person, you're going to get life for that, especially if that person was unarmed, because you're supposed to protect and serve, and you can't protect if you're killing.
Do you have faith in the leadership of this city?
I have faith in Muriel Bowser. I love Muriel Bowser. She is doing her best to keep this city clean. She is doing her best to make sure that this city is in top peak conditions. And I don't want my beautiful city torn up. And she's doing a great job of trying to protect that. But at the same time, at the same day, I want to ask Muriel Bowser a question. And I want Muriel Bowser to do something. I want her to use her powers. And I want her to use her powers to make a 25 life year law to any cop that kills any unarmed person in their possession, and any cop that has any possession of a dead person receive 25 years as well, if you're a cop and they're in your custody. Because one, you should know first aid and AED, one, as a cop. As security, I had to learn it. So why as a cop you don't know it?
I want to ask you one more question before I let you go. We've had a long conversation about stop and frisk in the city of Washington, D.C.
Sorry, stop.
We have done our own reporting on it for a year that found huge over enforcement on African American men when it comes to stop and frisk. And many, even in the Black Lives Matter community, found that Mayor Bowser didn't do enough. As we stand feet from the newly named Black Lives Matter Plaza that Mayor Bowser named, I wonder where you stand. Has your mayor done enough to stop that practice?
I stand with my mayor. I support Mayor Muriel Bowser. I can tell you one thing, she will be reelected, but Trump won't.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And those are the real feelings of the people out here on the streets today. Larry?
Yeah, spirited conversation right there. Eric, thank you so much for your insight. We appreciate it. Your reporting really adding some texture to this conversation that we're having right now. Let's get over to Tom Dempsey, who has a large crowd right now where he is. Tom, where are you? What are you seeing?
Well, we are standing in Freedom Plaza right now. We were following along with a protest that left the U.S. Capitol at 2 o'clock and then made its way down Pennsylvania. So we followed them. And then we saw this gigantic crowd filing through the streets, walking past the Washington Monument. This is the scene. It's been like this ever since we started coming out here about 15 minutes ago, even much longer than that. Look at all these people who are out here. Again, this is right near Freedom Plaza. If you look around the crowd, you will see white people, black people, people of all races in this crowd. The gathering that we covered earlier, the UDC School of Law gathering that was held earlier, as they were saying, veterans, law students, lawyers a part of that crowd, DC residents. This is what is happening, though, in DC right now. You see all these people filing through the crowd, filing through the streets. This is along Pennsylvania Avenue as we speak. You can see all the signs here, and if you want to pan over here, the people watching this right now, we can still hear the chants. And if we look over here, we have another gathering actually filtering into this march. This is the intersection of Ron Brown and 14th that we can see right here, right near Pennsylvania. Even more people joining this. And the craziest thing is when you see this long line down Pennsylvania, I don't see the end of it. There are so many people out here right now. I don't see the end of it, and it's continuing to filter forward. They're turning left at the intersection, which means they're probably going to be walking past the Washington Monument along their route, possibly heading down to the Lincoln Memorial, possibly heading to, an area in front of the White House. But when you see all these people out here, it shows the power of this protest. We got out here Saturday and Sunday of last week. We heard the stories. People kept coming into D.C. with their personal stories. Stories of police brutality, stories of being a black student in a school in the DMV. These are the types of stories that make up these crowds right now. The stories behind the signs, the stories behind the chants. Many people just wanting to show support for the cause. And as far as being in the city right now, there just seems to be a unity with all of this. People together with this message. We've asked people, what is the biggest message you want to send today? The top answers we're hearing, Black Lives Matter, and that we are together in all of this. We spoke to a restaurant just up the street a short while ago, giving out free lunches to people, making sure that they were hydrated to take part in this protest today. A historic day. And when you see just these crowds in person, you just begin to appreciate when we're saying that this is one of the biggest gatherings this city has ever seen. And you see a street like this it really backs up that sort of a thing. Again, we're at Freedom Plaza. People heading down, and if we want to pan over this way, we have yet another crowd joining this march right now. All sorts of signs in this crowd, as we can see on the white poster board, leaving the area right near the White House. Again, for reference, we're a few blocks away from the White House at this point. But even more people joining this. Again, I don't see an end to this gathering. Everyone with their stories, everyone with their motivations for being out here today, and in turn, creating a very unified protest, guys.
Pretty remarkable, Tom, that we see all of these groups starting to come together now. What was at one point 6 separate gatherings of people is now converging into one. And having had the opportunity to talk with people not only on the ground but also our reporters on the ground as well, you get this sense that something about this moment is different. That people are committed in ways that they hadn't been before, that there is this new momentum that's really propelling them to change and to really address and attack some of these issues that have resulted in deaths that many would say are needless. And so as we see the images there, we see young, old, black and white, you recognize that this just crosses all demographics and that we see people from all shades and stripes feeling some sort of connection to this movement and willing to get involved with this as well. All right, our co-anchor, Lorenzo Hall, in the building now to join us for our coverage here. Lorenzo, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too, Larry. You know what I find interesting about this is how it all started, with that video clip of George Floyd. That started circulating on social media, and looking at how quickly so many different groups in this city organized, and even people from outside of town decided to really descend on this city to make their point. And that's what I believe is the most remarkable about everything that we're looking at right now. These groups, they put out their messages on social media with different causes, with it all being the fight for justice overall, but with different ways of getting to that point. But to see them all gathering here on this day is pretty remarkable how quickly they assembled. And they're throughout the city as well at this point to make sure everyone gets to hear their voice clearly. Our Michael Quander, he's right now along 14th and U Street in Washington. Michael, what are you saying there?
Yeah, Lorenzo, look, we're out here on 14th and U Street just moments before a protest is going to be happening here with the Mochella Don't Mute DC movement. Several different organizations plan on coming to this intersection, and we've seen this intersection on fire before. We know when DC natives, people who live in this area, get pumped about something or get passionate about something, they come out, they play the music that was birthed right here in our city, go-go music. It is the heartbeat, the soul of our city, the soundtrack of our lives, and that is what we're going to see out here later on today. You all can see right here behind me, people starting to now gather in this intersection. Again, we're about 15 minutes away from when this protest is set to start. It's going to go from here on U Street all the way down 14th Street to Thomas Circle, and then end right where Tom was in Freedom Plaza. You can see people out here now with their signs. There is also a group out here handing out water and some snacks. And then we also have people, again, who are standing out here right now too, that live right here in the DC area. How y'all doing today?
We're doing pretty good. How are you?
Good. Tell me what brought y'all out here today?
Well, I came out here today personally because I feel like everything the way that America's set up right now, we are out here because we're here to protest why is it that police officers are allowed to go unaccounted for and all the things that they do. Yeah, the officers who killed George Floyd, they were arrested, but when are we going to get accountability for all the other officers? When are we going to get accountability for that man who was pushed down by the police officers? When are we going to get accountability for the people that matter? When are we going to get accountability for the police officers that do these things? We're not going to stop until these things are until people are brought to justice and there's reform put in place so that police officers will be held accountable for what they do, and they will be accountable for ruining black lives and people and the lives that matter.
Yeah, everybody matters. Yeah, and when I hear you say we got to make sure we speak up a little bit louder because I know we're in these masks, obviously, because we're reporting right now. We're out here. It's a protest during this pandemic. But what you're saying is, this is all about the fact that you want to make sure that police officers are held accountable when they behave badly. What about for you all? What brought you all out here today?
I feel like for me, it's more so like as a black person, I feel like we just need to get the whole mindset that we have a label on our back that says kill us. Like, that whole mindset just needs to be erased, and we need to get justice for everybody who has died in the past. Like, yes, some justice is happening now, but that doesn't justify, everything else that has happened. So I feel like people just need to erase the mindset that we should be killed, that we're a target.
Yeah. Do any of you all have a personal story that fills you or that makes you think about, this is the reason why I'm out here? This is something that has happened to me. Anybody have a story like that?
Well, I mean, I don't have a huge story like nobody has, but racism in general, I experience it every day. One time I was riding my bike and there was a police car, and it was my turn to go, and the police car just came at me, because they feel, their badges, they feel that they are entitled. Like, I made this shirt, it says, without that badge, you a bitch,
Okay. Well,
because, I'm sorry, but the badge is what gives them authority and makes them feel like they're entitled. So the woman was about to run me over, and then she like stopped right at me, rolled down her window, said something to me. Why? Don't know. Then she zoomed off. So that was like my example of like somebody who when I experienced racism.
Yeah, and those experiences, I think, is the reason why a lot of people have been out here today just protesting. When you have experienced racism or something that was unfair, what is that feeling like for people who may not understand that?
I don't know. I mean, it just feels, it makes you like, it makes my heart ache, because it's like why do we have to be a target? Like, what did I do? And nobody can control how they're born on this earth or who their parents are. Like, we can't control that. So I feel like it just hurts to see that people hate us just because of the color of our skin.
Okay. All right, and again, that is being echoed out here, you guys. Again, we're about 10 minutes away from this protest that is going to be set to start. Just shoot over here this way. This protest is going to start in about 10 minutes, you guys. We're going to be out here covering it. Again, they're going to be coming from right here at 14th and U down to Thomas Circle and then ending at Freedom Plaza. I'll send it back to you all in the studio for now.
Yeah, really fascinating conversation there, Mike. And it's really a reminder here as well that everyone has a different motivation for being out at these protests today. And but the overall theme here is that it's deeply personal for a lot of people. Michael Quander there at 14th and U Street. And we do want to let you all know watching right now that you might see a blur there on your screen. We're trying our best to get rid of some of the inappropriate words on the different signs in the background.
Yeah, a lot of colorful language on a couple of those signs, and we want to be careful of that. Let's check in now with Charlotte McBride to get a look at where she is and also to see how the crowd has grown since the last time we saw you, Charlotte.
Yes, the crowds have grown a lot. We are here at 16th and Black Lives Matter Plaza. We've walked down a few blocks and we found these young ladies with these signs. They were standing on top of these coolers earlier. The crowd just stopped. People walking up to them, seeing these signs. Can I ask you, what inspires you to make these signs today? I've seen you guys standing out here, not moving for hours.
We just want justice for our people. We want everyone to know, what their last words were. Like, it's just inspiring, and I feel like everybody needs to know that.
And I've seen a lot of emotion from people when they stop and they see this, because this isn't just a sign. You are writing on these signs their last words. What does that mean to you, and especially you seeing the reaction of the crowd when they come up to you today?
It really kind of humanizes the interactions that these people have with the police, and it really gives the sign a life, and it gives everyone that is watching these videos and seeing these pictures like a sense that this happened in real life. These are real people, and these were their last words. And sometimes, it brings a sense of emotion in everyone, and it's amazing to see that this sign, like something like a sign, could really help everyone understand on a deeper level.
Can I ask you, how many days have you guys been out here, or is this your first day?
So we've been around the Northern Virginia area and the DC area. We don't just hold signs, we also provide drinks, snacks, and medical supplies to our protesters out. We walk through the streets and offer that to everyone. So that's pretty much what we do. I think we've been out here probably about 3 or 4 times within the probably last week or so.
And you guys look young. Can I ask how old you are?
I'm 22.
22?
25.
25. So we have some young people out here really trying to make a difference. And again, not just holding signs, even though that's incredibly important what you're doing. Your signs are amazing. But you can see here they've been standing on these coolers and they have snacks and they have been sharing these with anyone. Delia and I were talking a little bit ago about how many tents we have seen and how many groups that have just come out here handing out water, handing out food. everyone really helping each other. We've passed several tents where people just hand us cold water, and I think that's been a great thing to see. I saw one restaurant earlier that had medics in front. Those medics trying to help people who were suffering from heat exhaustion, and they opened up their umbrellas to make sure that they could get the shade that they needed. So really everyone coming together here on Black Lives Matter Plaza and helping each other. And again, Delia's with me. We wanted to stop and just show you guys those signs because it really is incredible. You can see people gathering behind us. People have set up music. We're gonna walk a little bit down. You have a lot of individual groups here, but many people that I have spoken with say that they are here for one reason. They are here for change, and they have seen it this week in the peacefulness that it progressed in these protests as well. As we move a little bit farther into the group, I think Delia and I are going to start dancing in a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're beating their feet there, Charla.
That's a different atmosphere.
If you feel compelled, jump in, friend.
All right, Charlotte, thank you.
And we do want to remind you that, again, we're blurring out some of the images to protect you and your family from a few of the curse words that you see from the posters and demonstrators there this afternoon.
Having a good time out there. We'll be right back.
Of course. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is this on?
Should be.
Sure.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Just so everybody's aware, they want me to talk while they're on the move. So, just. You know DC?
Not too well.
Forget what circle that is.
DuPont?
No, this is Thomas. DuPont is that way. All right, Logan.
Hey, you want to let me sound out?
Stand by. Stand by. Here we go.
Protest happening throughout our city tonight, the protest for justice. You can see our Eric Flack there as he is making his way toward DuPont Circle with a few protesters. What are they telling you there, Eric? What are you seeing right now?
We continue to see, Lorenzo, just I don't want to use the word party atmosphere because it seems a little bit light for the moment and the reason for all these people on these streets. But we are seeing a joyous street party, a justice party. I'm trying to search for better words and I just can't find them. Where we are, we'll stop it for it right now. So we were down there, you can see the White House well off in the district. That's from K Street all the way down to Lafayette Square. It's just wall-to-wall people. We earlier were reporting from one DJ where DC Mayor Muriel Bowser actually took to the risers, took the microphone and addressed the crowd. There's actually a second DJ that we passed as we made our way to DuPont Circle. Various different street vendors. The message is somber. It's serious. It is. We will not stand for this anymore. What they are calling unacceptable police brutality against people of color and citizens of this country. But on this day, on day 8 of the protests, on a Saturday, in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic, when we have all been shut in our house, Hundreds of thousands of people have taken to the streets of Washington, D.C., and thus far, this has become a joyous release that we will move through this, we will push forward, we will reform our country, we will not let this happen again. And I talked to a lot of people about the difference between some of the past days of protest where I used the word anger, and somebody corrected me. They said it's not anger, it's passion. It's standing up. It's having your voice heard. You know, there's a difference, and I understood what he meant. To move from that all-out passion to today, this scene, and I pray it continues today. This scene has been one of love, right? Like that sign. You know, it's a beautiful sign, one of love. You know, why don't you come over here and talk to me, young ladies? We're live on WUSA 9, Channel 9 right now. Talk to me about the mood of this street, this protest, and what it symbolizes to you.
Right now it's a peaceful protest. Everyone's just tired of black people getting killed on live, you know, TV. We always see it. It's been happening over 400 years. Everyone's just tired of it.
Do you find a mood of unity, of celebration throughout these streets today? And if so, where does that come from? How does this fit into this message that you all are trying to send?
I definitely think that we're unified because we're all here for the same purpose, fighting the same cause. I wouldn't say it's a celebration because we shouldn't have to be out here at all. This shouldn't be something that we're protesting, but we are. So I think that definitely makes us unified as a front, and we're all here for the same reason.
There's, you know, DJs down there. There is a sense of unity and community. Why is that important?
I guess, I don't know, and like black families and stuff, it's so common everywhere you go. It's like music and it's a celebration and stuff. Even if it is something, you know, as serious as this, we still want to keep our spirits uplifted and still try to have, you know, make it the best that we can be while we're all, you know, unified together.
Is this a needed release? The pain and the heartache of the past week to say we will not be defeated, you will not take our joy? Is there any of that here?
You will not silence us. Absolutely. If you look around, look at everybody. We're all, you know, everybody's walking together. Everybody is here for a purpose. So.
You said?
You're definitely not going to silence us. Not this time.
Where are you guys walking to? I'm walking to a protest at DuPont Circle. Where are you guys going? Do you know? Or are you just, tell me about what, are you just walking the streets? I mean.
We are literally just walking the streets.
Where are you, what do you, as you walk the streets, what are you looking for? Are you looking to show your numbers? Are you looking to share your message, your signs?
I think it's definitely about sharing a message and then just showing our people, like, we're all in this together. Like, we're all here together, fighting for this together. So.
Really nice talking to you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to keep on the move. If you can, don't worry about the shot being totally perfectly framed. Here are some, you know, I wanted to talk to some of these folks for a long time. I've seen them coming out for days now. They're the white coats for Black Lives. Let's see if we can. Hi guys, I'm live on Channel 9. Can I talk to you guys as we walk? I've seen a lot of the white coats for Black Lives, and I wonder why that message is so important.
We actually can't talk on camera, sorry.
Can't talk on camera, all right. Well, you guys have shown out in numbers all week, so you should be commended for that. So we'll continue to walk through. All right, Kurt, spin the camera around. We're going to have to send it back to the studio. Lorenzo and Larry, we're going to keep on walking down 16th Street, head over to DuPont Circle. Probably see you in a bit with that 5 o'clock DuPont Circle protest.
Okay, all right, Eric Flack there, thank you so much. And I want to point out as well the importance of those signs you see out there. A lot of people wearing their masks right now. We do know that these signs are a staple of protest, but right now this is how people are really communicating their message effectively. Getting it all written down in that one piece of cardboard.
Absolutely, and occasionally you might see a naughty word or two, and so we're trying to blur it out so that you and your family aren't offended at home. Let's check in now with Delia Gonzalez, and we've been talking with her all day, and she's had some really amazing interviews. I think the last time we spoke with you, Delia, you had I believe a teacher, and you got to speak with some parents out there. Who are you talking with now?
This is a RM Fair from Chicago. He has traveled several states,
over
attended
6,000 miles so far.
6,000 miles so
15
far.
days.
6 protests. Let's just start with the why.
It started out as a vacation. I drove from Naples, Florida
up to Chicago, where I'm originally from, to pick up my brother. And we drove up to the northern coast of Maine. We tried to go into Canada, but they're denying entry. And then as we came back down, stayed in Portland and went to Connecticut and New Hampshire and Vermont. And we saw a protest in New Bedford, Connecticut. And we joined in that small protest, and we were coming to New York. I've been to New York many times. My brother has not. And I said, we have to go in and join. We have to speak out. We can't be back in Chicago right now at home where they're protesting. But I said, we're going to join in somewhere and let our voices be heard. So we joined in 2 protests in Brooklyn, New York, where Thursday we marched across from the Barclays Center across the Brooklyn Bridge into Manhattan. And then we did another one that night. And we also did one in Manhattan, Washington Square. And then we also came here to Washington, D.C. I've never been to D.C. Never planned on coming to D.C. for this, but this is something we had to do. And we had to come and stand with the masses of people. If so many other people could do this, and what I'm so proud about is that there's so many white people here, outnumbering sometimes more than the people of color. And people are changing. This is causing a change. But I've also been telling people too that they have to vote. If they don't vote and we go home and we get complacent, that voids everything. You have to get out and vote. Whoever you vote for, get out and vote. Because Donald Trump's people are voting. The racists are going to get out and vote.
I wanted to talk to you about the differences in protests that you saw. And the one you saw in New Bedford, Massachusetts. You showed me video, which really almost brought a tear to my eye. That's my hometown. And I knew folks were impacted there as well. Maybe not to this scale, but it matters. And it matters in small towns, small cities, and in large cities like this. Tell me what you saw there and how they differ in each community that you've been in.
Wind makes me tear up a little bit because I know how much that means to you. I can see that it means a lot to you. But in New Bedford, when we went through New Bedford, we saw the people, we saw the black, we saw the white, we saw the Puerto Rican, Latinos, and we even saw Asian. It wasn't as huge as these protesters in numbers, but they were there in numbers, and they were peaceful. And the police were following behind them. They voiced their opinions to the police, and they were in support. This was 11 o'clock at night. The police were not doing anything to them, but the people were determined, wherever they are, just like they are in Mexico and all these different countries, they're determined to speak out. So we know that there's pain everywhere. There's pain in New Bedford, there's pain in small towns and big towns. And so the people that are marching, some people are there because they know the pain that other people are feeling. They may have not taken it serious before, but now they're taking it. I was in Connecticut.
What's compelled you, and what personal, we all know, as a black man in America, you have had a personal, impactful story. But what has brought you out here, and what gives you hope?
Being from Chicago and having police brutality, we have family members that are police officers. There's good cops and bad cops. I want to root out the bad cops. Root out the bad ones. And I've spoken to New York Police Department. All of them stand on the front line. And I've told them, we support the good cops, but you good cops have to root out the bad cops. I've never really been harassed by police because I demand respect if I give it. But some people say I'm daring, but it's just a simple fact. I have to, if I give the respect, I demand it. We need police to protect us from different things, but we cannot be afraid of them. We should not be afraid of them. If I'm more concerned, I'm more likely to die from coronavirus. I'm more likely to die from a police officer, the hands of a police officer, than coronavirus. There's a 94% chance I'll survive a coronavirus, but the chances are not that good if I have an interaction with the police officer for jaywalking.
And so we're all hoping this movement will change that statistic for the younger generations coming up. Tell me about why you came out. Your RM's cousin.
I'm sorry.
Your RM's cousin, he picked you up, and you have been alongside him as you've looked and participated in all these protests.
Right.
What are your takeaways?
Well, I just want to thank God for being my brother, picking me up and taking care of me and showing me another side of the world that all of us black men, as us black men, we stick together. And women, and no offense, and the women too, ladies, we love y'all too. It's just that he opened my eyes to see what's really out here. You know, I work all over stuff and go to school and try to get my life together, but my brother picked me up and he showed me that, hey man, we got to get out here and vote. Please get out and vote. If we don't do nothing else, we got to get out and vote and help each other out. And one thing too, I've been saying too, what has to take place There was a station from Korea that interviewed me. One thing that has to take place, we have to have accountability laws. We have to have more laws in the books, federal laws, for police officers that hate on their citizens, that abuse it. If there's more federal accountability and local accountability, then you have more charges. Laquan McDonald in Chicago shot 16 times. Jason Van Dyke, the first Chicago police officer ever to be convicted in Chicago in 50 years, he got 6 years for shooting him 16 times. There has to be more accountability. You cannot give a speeding ticket to a white officer that kills a black man. The life has to be worth more than that. You don't see the black officers patrolling the white neighborhoods. You don't hear about them killing unarmed or armed black civilians. Why is there a difference? The white officers that pushed the white man in New Buffalo, New York, and his head bled all over the sidewalk and they walked past him. Well, 57 officers on that tactical team resigned in support of those 2 officers that did that. If it's violence, no matter what officer does it, white or black, there was a black officer that punched a black woman. He should have been fired. It's not about that, but it just happens more commonly with the people of color by the white officers.
So for someone who has traveled the world, and
it's a big difference.
It is a big difference.
It's a big difference.
And you said, let me just end with this, you did say that we had the best protest here in D.C.
Yes.
As we're here listening to the music and watching young people dance. But you said beyond dancing, let's have fun today, but let's remember to act and vote tomorrow.
As I've been saying in Brooklyn and Manhattan, everywhere, and I would stop and tell the crowd when I got a moment of silence and people would erupt and speak and people would say, thank you, because it's easy to get complacent. We have to, after this, we can't go home and retreat and go back to sleep and get relaxed and forget about voting. Donald Trump's people are getting out there voting. The racists are getting out there voting. Not all Donald Trump's people are racist, but all racists support Donald Trump. And the thing is, if you don't, there's more of us than them. So if they can get out and vote in numbers, we have to get out and vote in numbers. You can't complain if you don't get out and vote. That's just the start.
So we should take this movement to the voting booth in November.
Yes.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
All right.
All right, I appreciate it. Well, there was a moment there that we had with protesters who recognize that, not only is this happening on a large scale here in Washington, D.C., but in small towns and small communities all over the country. There is pain, but there is purpose around the country and hope. And so we see a lot of folks with their signs. Can we talk to you, young lady, about why you're here and what do you hope tomorrow will bring?
I'm hoping tomorrow will bring change, that everyone first needs to go out and register to vote. Please register to vote. Second of all, I just want to hope that everyone can look around and see when we come together for one cause, that we can do something. There's no hate, there's no challenge. We just want to come together. So I'm hoping that everyone goes out and registers to vote and realize it. Just love your neighbor like you want to be loved. That's it.
Well said. It's all about the love, and honestly, I am feeling a lot of love out here. It is positive, it is peaceful, it is joyful, and full of hope. And that's what everyone here is hoping the message will be for folks all around the country as they create this movement towards possible change. Back to you.
Delia, thank you. And, I think it's some remarkable words that we've heard, not only from you, but also from that man that you spoke with as well. I mean, when you hear the passion in his voice and you hear what he has to say, you recognize that this is something that is certainly compelling him to drive thousands of miles to participate in, because he recognizes the moment and how significant it is right now.
And you keep hearing from a lot of people as well about voting. And we should point out as well, while you see the crowd out there chanting and dancing with their signs, there's also a number of people going through this crowd, mingling with people, trying to get a number of people registered to vote as well. So they're not just saying it, they're actually trying to, put a little action behind it as well.
And so if I can interject for a moment, we all know that Tuesday was the primary here in D.C., and we covered a story regarding the long lines. I know you stood in line for a long time, but we stood in line for 4 hours on Tuesday after I spent the day here at the protest, spent another 4 hours in line at my polling place. And as tired as I was, and as late as it got, it was nearly 11 o'clock when I cast my ballot, I could not walk away.
Right.
Because it is democracy, and it is why they are out here exercising their rights. So certainly, we all have a responsibility. Not everyone can be on the front lines protesting. Not everyone can hold signs and chant and march through the crowd. But everyone has a right and an obligation to act. And so whether that's at the voting booth, whether that's in some of the care kits the care kits that we've been seeing, the water, the first aid kits, the folks who are supporting the protesters, or right here in Black Lives Matter Plaza. Everyone feels compelled to do something and to exercise their rights. And so certainly it doesn't end here. And we have to take this movement and try to encourage each other to move forward.
Good words there. Delia Gonzalez, thank you.
It's also important for us to note as well that we are occasionally blurring out the screen to cover up any words that might be offensive to some of you at home. Michael Quander joining us now in the thick of things in Northwest DC. Michael, where are you? What are you seeing?
Larry, look, I gotta tell you right now, the protesters have essentially shut down and 14th Street right here. You can see the long-lived go-go movement, the Coachella movement out here right now. They are planning to perform T.O.B. And another band as well. Can you all hear me? Hello, can you all? Okay. Oh, the camera mic is up, you guys. Okay, so we were going to try to talk a little bit more. It's very loud out here. There's a lot of music out going on right now. But right now, we can show you all that people have their signs. They are dancing to the music. Again, this is go-go music out here. This is the city's music. It's birthed right here. It is the soundtrack to DC, the soundtrack to DC natives. You see people dancing out here. Music is a way of healing for a lot of people. It is also a way to fight, and we do know that this Don't Mute DC movement, this entire movement, has all been about finding some justice, more than just about racism or about some of that, but about some of those social constructs as well. And so this group out here is going to be planning to stay here for a while. They're going to march on down 14th Street to Thomas Circle, and then they're going to join a larger crowd in Freedom Plaza. But just looking at some of the crowds out here, let's see if we can talk to some people out here that's out here right now. Hey, you guys. I'm Michael Quander from Channel 9. You guys, why are you all out here today?
Oh, we're out here to support Black Power. Yeah, we're out here for Black Lives Matter. We're out here having fun. For the community, basically, you know?
Yeah. Why is it so important for you all as Black people to make sure that you're out here in these streets?
Like, we've been mistreated for so long. We need to come out here and make everybody hear our voices, because obviously it's not being heard. Obviously. I mean, for me, it's because I've been through it, you know what I'm saying? I've been through the fact that I've had interactions with police that have been gone wrong and like stuff like that, so I definitely want to be out here for everybody, like, so my peers know to come out here as well, you know?
Interesting, you said you've been through this. Talk to me about your interactions that you've had before.
I personally have, like, my interaction with the police. I've personally been, like, handcuffed to a table by a police officer. I've personally, and that's from a white cop in my own household, and just because then I was the one who called the police, so it's like, it's weird for me. Like, I mean, I've had interaction with the police plenty of times, even when in my own community in a neighborhood, where they just want to bother us, or they want to just, if they see us just out here, or they just want to bother, you know, police come out and all the time there, you know.
Okay, I appreciate it. Tell me your name real quick.
Erica.
I thank you so much, man.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. And should be, yeah, you guys, so again, you guys can see that they're starting everything up right now.
No justice.
That's one of the organizers speaking right now. His name is Yada Yada.
No justice. Let me see you put your fist in the sky right now. It's powerful. Let me hear you say power to the people. And I'm sorry, man, I do it for everybody, so if you're a real gangster, put your middle finger in the air.
Okay. But we don't want to show that, but they had a powerful moment.
Oops, I'm
So again, you guys, again, this is a protest happening live right now. So there is some language, some words out here that may not be for all viewers. But again, they are lifting their fists in the air saying power to the people before they start the music out here right now. Again, they're going to be starting right up here at 14th and U, and then going down to Thomas Circle and then ending at Freedom Plaza. But again, you probably have a couple hundred people, several hundred people out here right now, and the crowd is still growing, and it's still very early on to you guys. So I'm going to send it back to you all for right now.
Michael, thank you so much. And again, as Michael talked about, this is a protest, a live event. There is some language. We're doing our best to try and censor some of those words that might be offensive to some of you at home.
And I want to point out, Larry, as we're watching Michael's shot here at 14th and U Street, is really the atmosphere that we're seeing right now. You have these DJs, you have different organizations bringing folks out to really inspire these crowds and keep that momentum going. When we see protests following some incidents, or like we saw with George Floyd, they typically die down after a week or maybe just a couple of days. But in this case, you find that people are really just trying to keep this going as they continue to push for change and justice. Quite a scene there.
I mean, quite a scene considering that this is now day 8.
Right.
Talking with people, you recognize early on that there was just something different about this. And I think the way that we saw it, that the fact that you saw this man die in front of you, those images are haunting. And I think it's compelling people to really act, and it has galvanized people in ways that we hadn't seen in years. And what we have on our hands is similar to what we saw with the Women's March, similar to what we saw with March for Our Lives. We have a movement, and people are committed to seeing this through all the way. And we already have some changes starting to happen here locally, even in Minnesota as well, and even nationally as the Congressional Black Caucus begins the early stages of trying to form legislation to be responsive to the demands of this group and others like it.
And you have different, governments and even the NFL making changes after hearing about, the incidents and these protesters. And a lot of people are still wondering, okay, why did it take this for you to enact such change so quickly? All right, but quite a different scene here in Rayford, North Carolina, as we look at the memorial service for George Floyd happening there.
Yes, Lord.
Come on, wave your hand. Come on, get your hands up. Get your hands up.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If you're not familiar with a church service like this, if you grew up in it, you recognize it very well. This is how we say goodbye to those that we've lost, that meant something, whose life was important to families, communities. And as you see there in that service, it is emotional. But one of the things you hear from the family of George Floyd is that his transition is affecting the entire world. And if any of us should leave this earth, what a way to be able to say that we have been the catalyst for change.
Right. And you have his family. We see a lot of people protesting, demanding change right now, but we got to remember his family as well. They lost a relative, so suddenly, and to see that horrifying image, as you mentioned, Larry, just playing over and over on social media, on TV, just looking at the inhumane way in which he died, I'm sure adds to a lot of their pain as well. But as we leave you right now, as we head to break again, the memorial service happening for George Floyd in Rayford, North Carolina. He was born not too far away in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Just 2 of 3 memorial services happening over the next couple of days to remember the 46-year-old. We'll be right back.
That's why I did that mic check over there.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
he's saying hot mic and video.
I can click the live to the
Welcome back at 422. We have been in continuous coverage of demonstrations taking place throughout the nation's capital. We have been showing you 6 demonstrations that are now converging into one. Live images right now show you how things are shaping up along 14th and U. This area has its own history, also known as Black Broadway to some, for all of the artists that at one point played there, performed there for many years. You occasionally will see the screen get blurred out. That is to protect you and your family at home. This is a live event, and so we're trying our best to censor some of the profanity that we've seen here at these demonstrations.
Yeah, and as Larry mentioned, this is one of several protests happening throughout the region today. We want to get right over to our Charlotte McBride, who's at another one happening along Lafayette Square. And Charlotte, what are you seeing there?
Well, Lorenzo, we are just north of Lafayette Square, but we're on Black Lives Matter Plaza. We're between K and I streets. We've been kind of moving up with the group. I'm going to step aside and you can see all of these people slowly walking up towards K Street from Lafayette Square. I'm here with Delia, and we've been seeing thousands and thousands pour in very slowly. The music, though, has stopped. I know we said we don't want to use the word party, not a party atmosphere, but you guys saw earlier a lot of people dancing, a lot of young people in very good spirits out here, keeping this a very positive thing. But the music has since died down, at least where we are. A lot of people now walking in silence. We're seeing a lot of people holding their signs, as you can see behind me, and just walking in solidarity, now holding up their signs. So again, the music kind of died down. I think now more a peaceful moment, but also more focused on really what they're doing here. And I want to try to grab some people. Hi, we're live with Channel 9 News. Would you mind talking with us?
I don't know. I'm not very good on camera. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
How long have you been marching today?
We got here at noon. I'm going to be out here probably until the sun goes down, and then I'm doing it all again tomorrow.
How many days have you been out here?
So unfortunately, I've only been out today, but now I got time to do it, so now I'm going to be out here every second I can be.
What have you seen today marching with all of these people?
Love. Nothing but love. It's amazing.
Have you been able to listen to some of the people that have been speaking?
Lots of call and response, but I haven't heard anything, just like actual speakers.
How many hours have you been marching? You said a few now?
What time is it?
It's about 4:30.
4.5 hours.
There we go. All right. Thanks so much. Here, let's keep walking. So again, the dancing has kind of stopped here, Lorenzo and Larry. And people just really walking in silence and kind of like taking it all in. As I'm walking backwards into the crowd, probably not the best idea here. But I also want you to notice the diversity of this crowd. As we talked before, lots of different people from all different backgrounds. Delia spoke with one man who's come from all over. He's from Chicago, and he felt the need to come here. And he did tell us this was the most impressive march that he has ever seen. He's been to multiple cities and see the movement, and he said he's really enjoyed talking to people of all different backgrounds that really want to make a difference, really want to make a change out here. I'm gonna go right over here to these people. Hi, excuse me, I'm with Channel 9. Have you guys been marching for a while today?
We have.
How many hours would you say?
This will be our second hour.
Second hour. Have you been out here other days, or is this your first time out?
This is our first time out.
So what have you seen? Taking all this in, describe this scene to me.
It is a massive sea of humanity. A bunch of people here with a dedication towards making a better tomorrow. We really believe we can transform this world to take in consideration all of the problems that we are facing in our communities when we come together holistically and comprehensively to attack and address all the problems that are oppressing people of color in this country. And you're seeing that sea out here today. I've never been more proud in my life.
Who did you come out here with today?
So I got my 17-year-old son, who is here to make sure that everyone knows that the youth are as invested in this challenge as people who are my age. Everyone is collectively here trying to make a difference.
You're 17 years old. Tell me what you feel when you see all of this here today.
You know, this just really gives me hope, you know, that there's so many people out here that support us, both black, white, and everything in between, you know, because in the past, it's been very hard for my people to find allies of other races. But now you can see that, you know, there's a lot of change coming from young people and middle-aged people, and they're really seeing what's wrong in our society. So, yeah.
What kind of change do you want to see from the youth of today?
I really want the youth of today to come together to just be better overall, because I see that some of us do feel separated because of different messages and different forces from every different side. But I really think that you should fight for what's right at the end of the day and notice that there is a problem in this country where young black men are mistreated. And we need to all work together as a people to make sure that Black Lives Matter, so that we're all treated equally at the end of the day.
I can see your dad right here. He is very, very proud of you. What do you feel when you hear your son speak and when you see him side by side with you today?
You know, I take such pride in knowing that as we all get older, what's happening, understands how it's important to be together. He came out here. My son is type 1 diabetic. So there is a pre-existing condition here. He knew that, but he knew it was more important to come out here and participate in what is going on here today than stay at home. People like him and the other young people we're seeing around here are saying enough, that we are going to take control of this situation if you don't, and make a difference in this country.
Thank you so much for coming out here. Thank you, and please stay safe. Thank you guys so much. Powerful words there from a father and son, and you heard him say, you know, his son has a pre-existing condition. He's type 1 diabetic, and this isn't easy for him doing this walk. We've heard people walking for hours. They've been walking for 2 hours now, and as we hear, this walk is going well into the night until the sun goes down. Love to hear from people like that, and love to hear from young people. And Lorenzo, you know, throughout this entire week of being out here, I've had the pleasure of speaking with a lot of our youth, a lot of 17-year-olds organizing different marches in the die-in at MLK Memorial, and it's really incredible to see the movement from the youth and really having their voices heard and speaking out for change and speaking out for what is right.
Yeah, and it's really tough hearing from some of those young folks as well, because, you know, we all hoped that this would have been figured out by my generation, by, you know, our parents' generation, our grandparents' generation, and yet here we are today. So hopefully we can get this sorted out before some of those folks enter adulthood. Charlotte McBride there along Black Lives Matter Plaza. Thank you, Charlotte.
Let's take you right now to Prince George's County, the Wilson Bridge. You can see demonstrators there crossing the bridge. This is for a BLM in Prince George's County. It was a hashtag that they had been using the days prior leading up to this demonstration. And Sky 9 is over the Memorial Bridge now. The protesters are walking on the sides of the bridge. There is a walkway that is on the bridge. Traffic is getting by, and our shot will go out in and out occasionally, just because, you know, it's just technology, right, of course.
And let me point out too, Larry, that, you know, there are some road closures surrounding the downtown Washington area, but a number of these protesters are going outside of that perimeter and just marching throughout our region. So if you're heading out later today, just be mindful that you might be stopped by some of these protesters who have taken their march outside of downtown Washington.
All right, let's go to Jess Arnold right now. She is joining us from Freedom Plaza. Jess, what are you seeing, friend?
Hey, Larry. Yeah, so there have been crowds of people heading back and forth from here to the Capitol. We're going to pan that way. It's a little empty. There was just a big group that had come this way, but people seem to be pretty calm as they're marching this way. We've seen people of all ages, all races, all creeds. I'm going to hop down here and see if I can snag one of them to see if they were just at the Capitol and what they had been seeing. Hey there, how are you? Good, I'm with Channel 9. I was hoping to talk to you about what you're doing out here and what it's been like so far. Do you want to head this way with me?
Yeah, no problem. Everybody or?
Yeah, sure. Tell me a little bit about your sign.
So I have don't love my culture but hate my people, and essentially it's like, especially as a black woman, it seems like there's so many aspects of the black culture that people really like who are non-black, and it's wonderful, you know what I mean? But I think for causes like this, it's not enough to just like our music, to like how we dance, to like how we get together and have gatherings and communions, but it's about really coming together and fighting for the causes that we as a community have been suffering from. Yeah. So, you know, it's beautiful. I mean, as I've been walking here with all these different people, with my mom's coworkers, Frosty and Frankie. I mean, we're all really just coming together to just for this big cause.
That's great. And how long have you been out here today, and have you been out here earlier in the week?
So I haven't been during the week. I was working, but I know my mom, she's been in Southern Maryland protesting, and so we've only been out here today for maybe about an hour or so, where we're going to stay as long as possible. Yeah,
Great.
for
And
sure.
do you mind stepping forward? I'd love to talk to you as well. What's it like to be out here with your daughter?
Well, it's really a privilege, and to be honest with you, I feel so blessed to be a part, and to be honest, I'm very grateful for the diversity and the mix of people that we have supporting this very important cause. And I haven't always stood out and had that voice, and I'm really honored to be able to do this. This is so important, and this is a life-changing opportunity, so we're really excited.
And you said you haven't always demonstrated like this. What pushed you to do so this time?
Well, I think that, like my sign says, enough. I'm a mother of 4 sons and 1 daughter.
Oh, wow.
And I think that my kids, for the most part, have had certain things that privileges, and as a teacher, I'm a DC public school teacher.
Oh, wow.
So to see those disparities in the community and to see what some of the privileges that my children have, but also the fact that they still have encountered situations, even though they've had other opportunities that other African Americans have not. I still feel it's very important to come out here, and so this was just a time it just literally came to the point where I just thought something's got to be done today. Change is needed today. So.
Wow. And she said that you were out there protesting in Maryland as well.
Yes.
How does this compare what you're seeing today
Well,
to Maryland?
this is amazing because I think that in Charles County, we had about 300 people there. It was student-led, which I was really excited to be a part of. But this is like a group and a culmination of so many events coming together. So it's really exciting to be able to see so many people out here, and just the support of just the restaurants and different locations that are providing, food, snacks, and things to support each other. It's been phenomenal.
And so what kind of action do you hope comes out of this when we're all, when the protests start to die out?
The legislation has to change. The legislature, we need more laws. We need to protect. We need, for one, awareness to happen. We need awareness on so many levels. We need our non-African American counterparts to step in and use their voices and educate people that we may not ever be able to reach. And I think when the laws change and when we have protection, and also we have that opportunity to really show people that, Black lives do matter. It doesn't mean all lives, other people, but it starts with all of us acknowledging life for everyone equally. And that's being demonstrated. That needs to be demonstrated day in and day out in so many different ways. And I think the laws have to change to protect us.
And how does this kind of protest compare to anything you've seen in the past when these issues have come up? This obviously isn't the first time, unfortunately, that we've seen something like this.
I think the fact that there's a spotlight, I think that there's, like I mentioned, that culmination of a number of African Americans that have really lost their lives, it really has put the spotlight on this needs to be addressed now. I think that's the difference, is that people are seeing like, wow, this is really, while everybody with COVID-19, the emphasis has been on that. But I think because of COVID-19, because of the pandemic, everybody was able to kind of slow down and look and really see what is going on. I don't know if everything may have gone right back to normal. If that had not happened. So I'm grateful in a weird way that this has become prevalent, because I think that's been the major difference.
Sure. And since we started with you, I'll ask you one more question. What's it like to be here with your mom? She talked about coming out here with you and your siblings, but for you to be here together standing up for this, what's that like?
It's beautiful, and there's really no other feeling to really describe it. I was telling my mom and I were talking about this. My grandmother just passed away, and she was walking during the 60s, with Martin Luther King and civil rights movement. So it's a feeling of it coming full circle, and to be able to share that with my mom is indescribable. It's a priceless moment. So, like she said, being Black and watching people die look like you, or my 4 brothers, Ahmaud Arbery, not even 26 years old. My brother just turned 26 on June 1st. Wow. So when I see these people die, it's more than just random people passing away. It's like that could have been my brothers running or minding their business, and simply because of how they looked, they were treated differently. So it's important. Everybody should be out here. You don't have to be Black. You can look any type of way, but just come out and support the movement. That's it.
Wonderful. Where are you guys headed?
Yeah. So we're going to Black Lives Matter Plaza. We haven't seen it yet. Of course, nothing but Instagram, but yeah, we're trying to get out there just to be able to be present with it.
Nice. Thank you so much for speaking with me. Absolutely. Yes, take care, stay safe, okay? Yeah, thanks. Give you another look here at the crowd. Oh, yeah, sure.
We're young people organizing a Freedom Day march on Juneteenth, a march on Washington. 3 ordinary people right here with an extraordinary dream. We want to join the people and call for reform. So if you could please share and get this out, Freedom Day March, Juneteenth 2020. Thank you so much, all right? I appreciate you guys being out here.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll give you a look at the crowd over here. Oh, we have a younger person out here. Hi, how are you? I'm gonna hop down, chat with you for a sec. Are you two together?
Yes, it's my daughter.
Oh, lovely. I want to make sure we can see you. You want to come here for it a little? What's your name?
Aubrey.
Nice to meet you. Can you tell me how long the two of you have been out here?
For probably about 2 hours now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Wow.
so we started down there. We're working our way to the White House. So we are protesting. She's starting her own little chants and stuff like that. So that's pretty good.
Can you give me one of those chants?
Black Lives Matter.
Any other chants you were saying out there?
No justice, no peace.
And what's this been like for you to be out here with your mom and see all this? What's this been like for you to be out here with all these people? Yeah. What about for you to be here, with your daughter? How old is she?
She's 6.
6 years old?
Yeah.
And so what's it been like to be out here, with your 6-year-old?
I'm letting her know she's a part of history right now. Like this, we are trying to make a change, and like we all have to do this together. So we all got to do our part. So she was more willing to help make the signs and posters and everything. So we're doing good.
And your sign, tell me about this. That said, I miss my dad, I love my dad.
Yes.
What's that about?
So this is her and her dad. So he's away right now, but she miss him and she thinks about him all the time. And she just want to make sure that he stays safe wherever he goes at, and that she love him and she miss him. So that's her way of representing him through this time because he's not here with us right now.
That's great. That's great. Is he doing all right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. That's good to hear. Have you been here earlier in the week?
No, this is my first time this week because I still work. But I'm off on the weekend, so we just came out here for the weekend.
Well, thanks so much for talking with me. You guys stay safe. I'll give you one last look at the plaza here as we send it back to you guys.
When one of your interviews, I believe it was the woman that spoke, the mother of the child there, spoke about social media and kind of how that has elevated and changed things. You got to remember, Black Lives Matter started with a hashtag. Right? March for Our Lives started with a hashtag. And these, social media has allowed these movements to grow quickly, to gain traction, and to garner a lot of support, not only here in the States, in surrounding areas, but all over the world. And so we're starting to see the culmination of that today, as we have through the past several days, now this being the 8th day of demonstrations here in DC. Jess Arnold, thank you so much. Do want to remind you again that occasionally you will see a blur on your screen. That is to protect you and your family from language that some may consider offensive.
All right, Larry, check this out now. From Freedom Plaza to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. If you look right there to the left side of that bridge, you can see a number of protesters there making their way from Prince George's County, the National Harbor, over to Arlington. And looking at some of the social media posts from people who are part of this march, it seems to span that entire bridge over the Potomac River. So these folks seem to be joining some of the other protesters in downtown Washington, part of the Black Lives Matter protests. But yeah, they're just marching and heading toward D.C. to join others. So what we've been seeing in downtown D.C. will obviously continue to grow.
Pretty remarkable when you consider the fact that this is something that, is not just kind of centered around the White House, that we're seeing these demonstrations all over the city. Right. We saw them in Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and we've seen students get involved. I even saw some babies out there. One woman brought her infant child to the demonstration. We have to remind ourselves continuously that we still are in the midst of a pandemic. Yeah. But I think it does speak to the urgency of the situation when you have people of all ages and being, that we're also dealing with a health crisis as well, that they still feel the need to get out there and to make sure that the voices are heard says something about where we are.
And this was boiling over well before this pandemic. And I think when we saw the video of George Floyd, and you had Christian Cooper in Central Park just a few days before that, it just kind of put it over the edge for a lot of folks. So yeah, while we are in the middle of a pandemic, this is yet another pandemic that this country has dealt with for centuries.
Yeah. All right, let's bring in Michael Quander now, who is joining us. Michael, I believe last time we saw you, you were around 14th and U. Where are you now?
Yeah, we are still at 14th and U, Larry, where things are just now getting underway. They had some sound issues that they had to work out with the music, but now you can hear it. The band is playing right here behind me. They got things going on. I'm gonna start the way real quick and give you all a look at what's going on here right now. You have hundreds of people out here in the middle of the intersection at 14th and U Street. This is the Long Live Go-Go movement, also Mochella, which is all a part of they were birthed, I should say, out of the Don't Mute DC movement. People out there, as you all mentioned earlier, with their signs. Their signs all mean anything. My name is Michael Quander with Channel 9. Do you mind if I talk to you real quick? Talk to me about why you are out here, and your sign stuck out to me. What does this say and why?
White people always want to be invited to the cookout. This is the cookout. We need everyone to participate. White people, brown people, black people, we need everyone to come out, show some support, because we're tired of living in fear. We deserve to breathe just as much as anyone else does.
So it's a message to people who may be allies about what you can do, right? You want to make sure that people can do. What do you want people who are allies to the black community to do?
Just be out here with us, fight with us, stand with us, speak with us. There's power in numbers. The more people we get, the more impact we'll make. So that's why I made this sign.
And we see some people out here supporting, obviously, right? So I appreciate you for talking to me too. So people have been out here with their signs. They're passionate, but also too, in the background, you have the soundtrack of DC, the soundtrack of our lives, the music that was birthed right here in our town. Right here, we have the TOB band playing as well, as another band as well. And again, talking about signs here, the signs that are adorned on this truck here too, you can see them saying racism must be declared a public health crisis, speaking to all of the issues that this may be involved in, right? So when it comes to healthcare, housing, they say that all of this can play a factor when racism is involved. We also have like a little man down here too. How you doing, man? Let me see your sign. What's your name? Josiah. He's being shy. Why was it so important for you to bring him out here today?
It's important to bring him out to show him and start the foundation of what he has to look forward to, of possibilities of discrimination that may happen, and how he could kind of maneuver through that, and also advocate for himself. That's a big part of this generation, is making sure they're able to advocate for themselves in a peaceful way.
And how old is he right now?
He's 5.
At 5.
Yes.
At 5, having this conversation with your son, what does that mean to you? Or it sounds so interesting at 5, where it's such an innocent age, that you're having to have a conversation about racism or brutality.
I think the sooner we start having the real conversations with them, the better they're able to transition into tough situations that may come up. Racism and prejudice happens no matter the age. They may not see it or be able to feel it as of yet, but it does happen. So preparing them and creating a foundation and passing on the foundations that my grandmother and my mom and them have taught me, I think it's important not to miss those steps. So
you're starting to teach them young to make sure that they are aware of what's going on in the world, just like you said. What do you want to happen after all of this? What is the goal? What is the outcome?
I just hope that starting here in the district and nationwide, that we're able to raise the consciousness that all lives matter, Black lives matter, and to hold people accountable who don't who don't follow the guidelines of treating humans like they're supposed to be treated. I think that's where it starts, at holding people accountable for mistreatment. So hopefully overall throughout the police departments, they will be able to change their culture to hold people accountable so that we can start respecting the rights of everyone. So that's what I would want, you know.
That's powerful. Thank you so much for talking to me today. Hey, have a good one, okay, little man? Say bye. Yeah. So yeah, he's shy out here, but you hear that from a lot of the parents that you see out here. We ran into a family of 8 earlier with their small children, only from 3 years old to 12, different ages. They were about to move this truck out here, Tiffany, right behind you. So we're going to get out the way. They may start moving right now, but you can see they cleared out a lot of this area right here. And so when they start moving, we'll be following them from right here at 14th and U Street down to Thomas Circle, and then ending in Freedom Plaza. But this is a look at what's happening right here, right now. Back to you guys.
Kwani, you spoke about the talk, and the talk is one that when you talk with parents, it is a difficult and uncomfortable thing to have to do, especially when you're thinking about a child, because how do you articulate in words to a small person, you know, that is very young, that people may treat you differently because of how you look, and it is not your fault, and there's very little you can do about it.
Yeah. And you know, growing up, you know, I thought, okay, maybe it'll make sense as I get older. But even looking at this play out right now, you know, Larry, and I know we've talked about this, it's still tough to make sense of it all.
Yeah.
You know, so I can only imagine what some of those parents are going through, having that, as you mentioned, very difficult conversation in the midst of what we're dealing with right now in those images. All right, Michael Quander there, thank you. Let's get to Ardelia Gonzalez now, who's along Black Lives Matter Plaza, as we continue to share the stories of some of the people who decided to venture out and protest for justice. What are they telling you there, Dee?
So a couple of tense moments here. We were getting ready for this live shot. A young lady collapsed to the ground. We are reaching temperatures in the mid-90s. It is extremely warm, lots of people here. And the love here, immediately everyone ran to her aid. You can see even our security guard and several medics dousing her with cold water. And she has thankfully sat up as they continue to cool her off. Folks, it is dangerously hot outside, and the crowds are intense. And so certainly this is the first time that I've seen this today. But there are medics staged throughout the protest grounds. There is plenty of free water and ice cold water being distributed to try to prevent something like this from happening. But here's the takeaway. It is extremely hot. We want everyone to be careful, but the love that everyone has here for the movement and for the protesters, these folks quickly descended on this young lady and came to her aid. Very tense, very scary moments as it unfolded before me, but I am so thankful that people were at the ready. I actually want to talk to Paul, our security guard who's here. He's a little surprised by it. But within an instant, you immediately jumped to action. Before I knew it, you had a bin of ice water. Tell me what went through your mind when you saw what happened.
Well, in the Army, in basic, we have something called HECAT 3, and we would train to cool soldiers down who got cold. So it's real simple. Get the body temperature down, make sure they know where they're at, and hopefully get them to an actual ambulance.
And you were dousing water on her legs. I saw that you took her shoes off, dousing her socks in water as well.
Yeah, you need to get anything that might be restrictive off them, let the blood flow, and just cool everything down. Feet are obviously going to be very warm, as well as chest, legs, and groin. So.
No one ever knows what they're going to do in that kind of a moment, but you just ran and helped immediately without thinking, without even a second thought.
Oh, I mean, what am I going to do, let her lay there and fall on the ground? I mean, just the next right thing.
Yeah.
And also my job.
Well, we're glad that you did your job, but that you were compassionate enough to run to her aid and help.
Oh, it's absolutely fine. I should probably get that bin back to her, though.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
You were great. So let this be a warning for everyone coming down here. Extremely warm temperatures. I'm happy to report the young lady has now walked away, so she is fine. But there are medics here on the ready, prepared to take care of everyone. Free water, free ice cold drinks, And we really, Charlotte and I, have been heartened by all the folks who are really here to help. And so that was just really literally unfolding as we were preparing to go live. So we have to be conscious of the temperatures that we're experiencing today. Let's take a look at some of the protests. You know, it's kind of been scattered a bit. A lot of folks here walked away from Lafayette Square. They were walking towards Black Lives Matter Plaza. Folks here are gathered on the church steps, and you can see some folks right in front of the park as well. But folks have been here for several hours at this point, and with no plans to leave anytime soon. Let's see if we could just talk to a couple of folks about why they're here. Can I talk to you for a quick second? Come on over. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Sarah Steffens. I live in Maryland. I work here in D.C.
How long have you been here and why?
Oh, today?
Today.
Just for about an hour.
And what compelled you to come down today, knowing it was temperatures in the 90s and it was going to be hot, humid, and a lot of people here?
Well, I'm with the union, the Communications Workers of America, and we think it's high time that all union members stood up for the lives of all of our members, whether that's on the job or out in the community. You know, it's been too long that white people in particular have been silent.
And we've been seeing a lot about and hearing a lot on social media, and even some of the signage on the posters saying that, you know, silence is compliance.
That's
Silence
right.
is violence as well. So what is your takeaway to your family, to your community members, your friends, your loved ones? What's the message?
That we have to start talking about this, we have to be honest about it, and we have to start working in a real way to bring about the reforms that our communities need. It's been too long that we've just let this go on and not listened to people, not listened to what the Black community is telling us about what's happened to them every single day for the last 400 years. And
so
it's time to end the silence and to stand up, to stand with our brothers and sisters, and to say this has to change.
Do you feel like people are listening? Do you feel like we've reached some kind of pivotal point in our country where this movement has spread across the country and is now even in small towns, predominantly white towns as well? Do you think folks are listening?
Yeah, I think people are listening and people are paying attention, and the really critical thing is to bring that into action now. You know, coming out and protesting and making our voices heard, standing as allies, that's just a start. From here, we have to work together toward real reform. We have to work with our elected officials. We have to vote like we've never voted before in November and have elected leaders who care about these issues and will stand alongside with us.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here. Be safe.
Yeah, thank you.
And this is what democracy looks like, right? It's not only the right to freedom to protest and assembly in a peaceful manner, but to exercise your right at the voting booth. We talked about that before in the last hit. As we were walking here, several signs, I should say, encouraging people to register to vote. Even a scan code where folks can literally scan the code and on their phone, register to vote. So that is happening here as well. The movement has shifted beyond making noise, beyond making a statement. Folks are now saying, what's next and how can I help? So we saw people helping, we saw the medics, we saw Paul, even our own security guard, running in to help. It's all peace and love here, and we're hoping that as the temperatures continue to rise throughout the afternoon, that we're hoping that more people will stay safe. Back
Yeah,
to you.
reminder there of how important this is, even with the coronavirus pandemic and the extreme heat you mentioned there, Dee. People still out making sure they are heard. All right, Delia Gonzalez along Black Lives Matter Plaza in Northwest D.C. Thank you, Dee. You stay safe and cool.
We want to take you back to the memorial service for George Floyd taking place in Rayford, North Carolina, the state where he was born. A public visitation will take place on Monday in Houston, but this is just one of 3 stops, as we've seen, as people say goodbye to George Floyd. His life affecting change internationally.
For station identification, and hear a word from our sponsor. Got 3 amens back here, amen. Because when it's all
Involving Black Lives Matter. You're looking live now from Sky 9 at the Woodrow Wilson Bridge as we see demonstrators making their way from Prince George's County over into Alexandria. They're walking on the side there on the sidewalk that is on the bridge. I have an understanding too, based on pictures that we've seen, that our very own Tony Perkins, part of Get Up DC, is also walking along on that bridge. And so we're trying to get in contact with him. As soon as we get that, we will bring it to you. But traffic is flowing, lanes are open, but people making sure that even those that are traveling along the Beltway are also seeing the messages, hearing what needs to be heard as it relates to this growing movement that we have seen take place since the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis.
Yeah, and some of these protesters are stationary throughout the city right now, and some of them, like you see right there, are marching across our area. You have the one here on Wilson Bridge, and also we saw some folks on the Southwest Freeway a little earlier today. So people are just getting their message out somehow and in different forms. And one of those stationary protests at the moment is in DuPont Circle. Our Eric Flack, you actually traveled from near the White House Black Lives Matter Plaza over there to DuPont Circle. Quite the trek.
And well, yeah, I mean, we are amongst a lot of people across the city who are doing the same thing, Lorenzo. And it was funny when you were talking, I was sort of remarking and talking to my crew at the same time about really the same thing. People are just walking all over this city protesting. It's really a remarkable scene. I've never seen anything like it, where you just look across the city, you turn a corner and there are more protesters, and then you turn another corner and there are more protesters. This is the scene in DuPont Circle, where a number of people are gathering for a 5 p.m. protest that will be followed by a 6 p.m. march. Now, right here, they are actually using a megaphone to just kind of run the protesters through some guidelines they want people to follow as they start this march through the streets of Washington, D.C. I don't think there's any destination particularly, because there hasn't been any particular destination for any of these marchers. They are literally just marching through the streets of D.C. Maybe they go to Lafayette Square Park, where so many people are, on 16th Street. Maybe they end up going to Capitol Hill and the Capitol. Maybe they end up going to the Monuments, which is another gathering place. But this is just one more group that is gathering to collectively put their voices together, take to the streets of Washington, D.C., and send their message that this sort of behavior won't be tolerated anymore. One of the other interesting things to note, and it's been a constant theme, and we have to start having these difficult conversations and start, saying things that are outside of the box. This is a fairly, Caucasian crowd, and I think that's kind of like one of those takeaways from these demonstrations, that these aren't just people of color saying, you're not going to mistreat me anymore. These are all people saying, you're not going to mistreat people of color anymore. And this is certainly DuPont Circle in the middle of Northwest D.C., and they have a strong contingent here. The sun is taking a beating on a lot of people. A lot of people are, let's show over here, Kurt. You can just see a lot of the people are just kind of like camped out under trees, looking for shade right now, just to try and really get out of the heat, because they know pretty soon they will be in the heat. So that's the scene right now from DuPont Circle. Lorenzo, Larry?
Eric, I want to point out, too, this seems like a large fellowship. You were looking for the word earlier to describe it, and I sit there and I look at some of these people in the shade there, and I can only imagine some of the conversations they're having as you merge some of these smaller groups with the larger groups. And, these people, they're out there for one purpose. Obviously, they're protesting for justice, but, everyone really does have a different story. And I can't help but think about how some people may be inspired to keep this moving after perhaps making a new friend and hearing some other story out there.
And Lorenzo, so many times, both today and other days, but particularly today, and there was a moment the last time I spoke with you when I spoke with 3 young women, and I'll pose questions and I'll say things and I'll get corrected. They'll say, well, that's not what we're saying, or that's not what we mean, or, that's not the right word to describe what's going on here. And that helps me understand as well. And I think that's maybe one of those, if this is a turning point, if this is going to be something where we actually do change as a society, maybe it's that every once in a while we need to just, listen instead of waiting for our turn to talk. And I get the sense that, when you look at crowds like this, there is, and we'll pan right, Kurt, if you could pan right, and now they've gathered up on the iconic DuPont Circle fountain and statue. You get the sense that there is a conversation that is finally happening two ways, and that people who thought they had all the answers now sort of acknowledge that maybe they don't. So, Lorenzo, we will send it back to you, and we will keep an eye on this march as it leaves DuPont Circle here pretty soon.
Very important observation there, Eric. A lot of people right now just simply listening. Eric Flack there at DuPont Circle. Thank you. We'll check back in with you shortly.
And no doubt it is important and it's necessary. One of the things that we've seen online is that this movement has compelled people, especially those that are not African American, to check on their black friends, to check on their black colleagues, and just to listen about to their stories, to hear what they have to say about their experiences. And that matters. I can tell you personally, I received 3 phone calls yesterday from people just checking on me to see how I was doing. I appreciate it, and it means a lot to me. All right, let's get to Jess Arnold now. She's here. Hey, Jess, you're at the Wilson Building. What can you tell us?
Hey, Larry. Yeah, just in the last 5 minutes, this group that we'll pan out and show you came marching down 14th Street along Pennsylvania Avenue and just went up and sat there on the steps as you see them now, right here at the Wilson Building. A lot of people in the crowd, as you can see, are taking a knee. They had started out by saying Black Lives Matter chants, and now I've been trying to listen, and it's a little hard to hear from there exactly what they're saying now. But we have just a whole crowd. I can't even see the end of it. It goes for a block or two around the corner. Everyone just listening to what these folks are saying here at the Wilson Building. Some of them are kneeling on chalk, actually, that was written on there talking about Mayor Bowser and how they want her to do more and asking for her to defund the police. That's one of the statements that was made on the chalk where they are now. But clearly, group making a statement by coming directly to the Wilson Building here in downtown. Let's see if we can check out some of these signs that people have held up. We have some Empower DC shirts. Getting closer, see if I can give you guys a listen to what she's saying. Yeah, this group is sitting right on the blacktop, which I'm telling you, that is hot. Hey, were you part of the group that was walking down that way over here?
No.
No, you joined it here?
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on? What's going through your mind seeing this group here?
Just making some comments about the protest that's going on here in the city.
Yeah.
So
how do you feel about seeing this demonstration here in front of the Wilson Building?
Actually, it's great because this is DC headquarters right here for the mayor.
Yeah.
So it's great. This is Freedom Plaza behind us.
Yeah.
This is great. Martin Luther King stayed over in that hotel when he did his 68 speech. Right. This is great. So we're in the right area. And the protest shouldn't be necessary, but unfortunately, it is.
Right.
So I'm just here joining the cause.
Love it.
Making my face present, felt, known, and all that good stuff. So I'm happy.
Right. Well,
I mean, this is just the beginning, and thank you for being here.
Absolutely,
yeah. This is just the beginning. We got to vote, grassroots level, mayor, governors, president, for sure. So, yeah.
Well, stay safe. It's a hot one out there. Yeah. You can hear they're chanting again, Black Lives Matter. Looks like they're handing over the megaphone to another speaker over here. Yeah, this group is just hanging out. I'm going to see if they plan to be marching maybe toward the Capitol, because like I had said earlier, it seemed like the groups, they were moving in between Capitol to here. Some I know were going to the Lincoln Memorial, some heading over toward the White House. Hey there, are you part of the group that came over here? You just joined him here?
Yeah.
Oh, great. And why'd you feel compelled to come here and just take a knee with the crowd?
Justice.
Is this the first day you've been out here?
Yes.
And what's it been like for you to see?
Impressive.
Yeah. Well, stay safe. It's hot out here. Hey, Larry, Lorenzo, this crowd doesn't seem like they're moving anytime soon. and they're just hanging out on the steps here at the Wilson Building trying to make a statement that they want change. They want change to come out of, they want action to be taken. Send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. And let's talk about that point, Larry, because you interviewed some folks with Black Lives Matter yesterday when we saw the Black Lives Matter paint the inscription there along 16th Street. A lot of people were calling it performative. You know, a lot of people are saying that, yeah, a lot of people are chanting right now and saying they stand for justice and they want to see change. But Black Lives Matter in DC, that particular chapter said they're not really all for this right now, correct?
Well, they recognize in terms of what we've seen throughout the country that DC has its own issues as it relates to this. When we talk about unarmed black men dying involving police, and that it requires the attention of the city council and Mayor Bowser's office as well. Now, Mayor Bowser was asked about this yesterday, saying in part, you know, while BLM DC has been quite critical of her and the police department, that she does support this effort and, you know, feels like there could be some sort of ground made in this issue. But, you know, talking to Black Lives Matter DC, they're very much committed to their position that police need to be defunded, that stop and frisk practices need to end, and that there needs to be an end to cash bail in Maryland, dissolving of police unions, and the decriminalization of sex work. And so for them, you know, this is not a moment of celebration. They feel like this is a moment of activism. This is a moment to strike, and that they have to really make sure that they get more collective buy-in from other people so that they can see the type of legislative change that they want to have happen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this changes the conversation in DC, because we do know that the mayor has been building up the police force. She's trying to get it up to 4,000 police officers. And at the same time, some of those community programs that we've covered here, like Violence Interrupters, they were taking a hit in her most recent budget. But a lot of these people here, Black Lives Matter DC, they say those community programs really do work and are a lot more effective than just having police officers in some of these high crime neighborhoods.
And the way that they said it was over policing black bodies, right? And so they also talked about the fact that MPD, as you mentioned, are in DC public schools as well. So they want the police out of schools. They want more funding for programs that support these families, that teach more education. And whether or not we're going to see that remains to be seen, but we know that there is mounting pressure both on the city council and the mayor's office to do something. The city council has been somewhat responsive in that they are now in the process of voting on emergency legislation that would ban chokeholds, speed up the release of body camera footage, and also require that the names of officers involved in serious crimes, shootings, and such also be released. So that is some sort of progress, not close to the demands that BLM DC is asking for, but movement nonetheless.
And let's point out too, Larry, because we've heard from a number of the protesters there, and we've seen police officers on the side protecting some of these demonstrators, and they will tell you that they also have a tough job depending on which neighborhood they're in, because they're expected to act like caseworkers and counselors to some people who are dealing with a lot of different issues, especially in areas that may not be as well off. So police officers will tell you at the same time that they also need reinforcement in a lot of these cases, because they are dealing with a lot of different personalities and different people right now.
But when you talk to BLM DC, they're clear that de-escalation strategies have to be at the cornerstone in terms of how police respond to people, right? And that if there is a greater focus on that, then there is a strong possibility and likelihood that we would see fewer people die as a result of having encounters with law enforcement.
And the perception of law enforcement there too.
Sure. All right, let's bring in Charlotte McBride right now. She is joining us from Lafayette Square, I believe. She has been out there throughout the afternoon talking with demonstrators out there. Charlotte, what are people telling you?
Well, right now it's a very good vibe here at Lafayette Square, and the crowds a little bit have died down. They've started to spread out, as we've seen. People have been marching different places around the city. So right now a little bit spread out, and I will say the most positive news is that the shade has come over this part of Lafayette Square, so a lot of people basking in that right now. I want to go over to this young lady right here. You told me you're 14 years old.
Yeah.
You came out here. Why did you come out here today?
Okay, so we want civil rights because it's not fair that a black person is doing normal day things like sleeping, talking on the phone, eating ice cream in their own house, and sleeping in their own house and getting shot at. And we just want civil rights for them and equality because it's not fair.
And I see your sign here today. Did you make this sign?
Yeah.
What does this sign represent for you?
We don't want another black person killed for them not committing a crime.
And you came out here with your family, your father, and your father initially wasn't going to come out here with you, but you begged him, correct?
Yeah, I begged him. He would not come out. He said he didn't want to really be involved in this. And I was like, no, if you need change, we need to bring every generation into this, 'cause it isn't fair.
Thank you so much. And we see some of these people here, another young person here, and I know you've been out here for a while with this sign. Why did you come out here today? Why are you right here at Lafayette Square right now?
Well, I came out here to support the protests against police brutality, particularly. I'm proud to see all the white and blacks out here together, out here participating in a march that is peaceful. We're not for the looting and all that's going on. It has been going on before the officers have been arrested. And I believe since they've been arrested that most of the people who've been protesting has chilled now because they finally have arrested the officers. I feel though that in order for the society to change, it's going to be the younger generation, and for the police force to get in gear, it's going to have to take effect in the police department. The chiefs of the police stations, they're going to have to sit down and talk with their officers and learn them and teach them how to instruct and conduct themselves in society and respect the badge that they wear for America.
And you just mentioned if change is going to happen, that you believe it needs to be coming from the younger generation. What does it mean to you when you see, a young 14-year-old girl and young children out here that are also trying to make a difference?
Well, as a mentor for Great Mills High School, the basketball team, I realized that dealing with kids of all ages, particularly high school kids, I think that that's the next generation that our older generation have to get a hold of to instruct them and learn how to live and respect everybody in society. And I feel though that when it comes to the police, that if you give the respect, you get that respect. And it took me 40-something years to learn that, and I'm 57 years old today. But I'm proud that I'm here today, come to participate in this march, like I said. And to see a little young brother standing here beside me, I don't even know who he is. And how old are you?
How old are you?
I'm 10.
You're 10 years old, and why did you come out here today? What brought you out here?
Well, I came out here because of Black Lives and because we've been getting killed by police brutality.
Thank you so much. Did you make is this one of your signs?
No, somebody gave it.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for coming out here. I want to come back to you because you said you were a mentor of the youth.
Yes,
what do you tell these kids? And when they come to you, what are you telling them about what's going on right now in this country?
I'm telling them what's going on right now in this country, that a change is taking place. Whether people want to see it or not, racist people that are not racist, whoever don't care whether it's changed or not, because it's going to take a change, and it's changing now. Because never in my life have I seen so many different races of people, particularly blacks and white, come together in unity, come together to be able to march against something that they don't want to see happen to the human beings in society, no matter what your color is, where you come from, or whatever. I'm from St. Mary's County, and my name is Jerome Chase. I came here to D.C. today to protest in the march here. I didn't come out to the early marches because I was from that area, and I didn't really want to get caught up in a situation because I came here for the peace and be able to socialize and sit out here and protest with the guys and the girls out here and the kids and just see a peaceful thing going on. And I think that it will continue that in every city. And one thing I do want to say is this, that George Floyd's brother put it out there that, that looting and all that, breaking into business and all that, it's not necessary. What is necessary is that we come out here together as a family, come out here together, because that's when we be heard. Your voice will be heard if you stand up and do what's right. And then maybe those who are doing wrong, maybe they will see and understand. I think I got my message across today.
I think you did a very good job.
Pretty good, yeah. I've been yelling and screaming all day, and I'm ready to go, really. But I enjoy myself here. I enjoy the people here. Not seeing any problems at all. And I think that can go on throughout all the cities and all the counties, particularly Charles and St. Mary's and Calvert County. Those counties there. I'm from St. Mary's County. Like I said, they had protests on Wednesday night and Friday night, and it turned out so good. And one of the things that I want to see is some of the police participate in the protests, you know, because when you step up there as a citizen yourself and let people know that you care and it doesn't matter how you treat people, they're going to respect you. You don't need to be afraid because they're going to come there and they're going to respect you and they're going to participate in what's going on. And then that's when the younger generation like him that's coming up is going to be able to honor and respect those law enforcement officers, because that badge means a lot. If you don't want to respect it, you shouldn't be wearing it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Enjoy the march today. Enjoy this peaceful protest. Thank you so much. Again, great words, powerful words from people that have just arrived here. And again, he told me off camera he plans to march well into the night. I think a lot of people will be here even when the sun goes down. A beautiful and peaceful protest here on Lafayette Square.
Remarkable how they are committed to getting the entire family involved. That this really is a family affair to educate people about this issue and the impact that it has on not only Black lives, but really all of us. All right.
Charlotte McBride.
Thank you, Charlotte.
All right, let's get to our Eric Flack now, who is in DuPont Circle. A bit of a different theme there, Eric.
Hey, Lorenzo, the crowd, I'm going to keep my voice down a little bit because there are some speeches going on right now, but really a huge crowd has now gathered, right here. They're up on the fountain, the iconic fountain there in DuPont Circle. They're gathered all the way around DuPont Circle. One thing you may notice here is a number of rainbow colored flags and signs, and that is because one of the main themes out here in DuPont Circle today with this particular gathering is tying the fights and the struggle for LGBTQ rights to that of the struggle for rights and in equal treatment for African Americans and people of color. And a lot of the messages that I've been hearing from the speakers behind me have been, my family accepted me for being LGBTQ. We as a country now must accept all people of all colors for who they are and not just the color of their skin. And there have been some really powerful moments. I'm going to ask my friend Nate, who I'm going to ask to step away just for a second. Do you see a message between the LGBTQ movement and this movement that's going on across the nation and the city today? And if so, how do those tie in?
Most definitely, and it's not just these two movements. I think it's everything else and everybody who's being oppressed. What we see right now are people coming together with a common struggle, oppressions by both our government and society as a whole. And everybody in this crowd right now, everybody who is fighting in the sidelines and our policymakers recognize that this is an intersectional movement between Black Lives Matter, between the LGBTQ plus movement, between the gun violence movement, and so much more.
Do you think that if they're not factions, but the various viewpoints who have all typically fought for their own acceptance and advancement and equality, by banding together, is there a strength in numbers approach that's maybe developing here?
Most definitely, and the more stories that we hear, the better. The more stories that we hear, that just builds a stronger movement. Everybody's stories builds a bigger part and a bigger piece into a bigger picture, if you see what I'm saying. And everybody who's here today sharing that same story and same struggle of oppression that they felt in their households, that they felt by police officers, that they felt in their school buildings, are all contributing to a bigger picture and a bigger movement, which is what we're in right now.
And if I could just ask one more question. When you do walk these streets at 6 o'clock tonight with these hundreds, if not thousands of people, what will your message be in your heart and your mind to people who may see you walking down the street?
Sure. I think folks need to understand that we are willing to welcome anyone and everyone into this movement with open arms, that we want to make sure people understand where we're coming from, our viewpoints, our struggles, and that we are banding together as one unified force to call on our elected officials to truly change their laws.
Thanks for letting me distract you from that, appreciate it. But I think very well said by Nate, who really captured the moment and the feeling out here well. This just isn't necessary, especially this particular march and rally isn't just about fighting for against police brutality or the inclusion and the proper treatment of people of color. It's about all people who have been mistreated in this country banding together and saying, look, we're not going to take this anymore. We are here and we are a part and we are equal to you, and you're gonna treat us that way. Lorenzo, Larry.
All right, powerful words there. Thank you so much, Eric. We appreciate the insight. Let's go to Jess Arnold right now. She is at Freedom Plaza. Jess, you have been speaking with a number of people there about what this demonstration means to them, why they are out here. Who are you talking to now?
So the picture we showed you earlier of all of those folks knelt outside the Wilson Building and some people speaking, I brought some of the people down who organized that. So I want to ask you guys, this is Jackie Zeus X here, tell me a little bit about why you decided to march to the Wilson Building and what your message is.
We decided to march to this building simply because we had a message for the mayor that what she did on the pavement, that just wasn't enough. That was not enough. You know, you actually have to, defund the police. That's what we're asking for. That's what our organization is asking for, defunding the MPD. And until she does that, we don't want to hear nothing. We're going to be out here boots on the ground every day. By any means necessary, we're going to get what we want.
And what do you want her to put in place when she defunds the police? What do you think is a better way to go about?
Well, we want all of the funding to go to community efforts around local DC areas for education for youth programs, mental health. Mental health is a huge issue, and we want a majority of the funding from the police department to go to mental health services.
And it's interesting to hear from you because we've been hearing that debate back and forth about the significance of Black Lives Matter Plaza, painting the street and renaming it, and you're kind of on the side of, hey, that's just show, because that's what some people have been saying. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is show. I mean, she allowed the cops to come out here and do what they wanted to do to protesters, and then the next day you're gonna sit up here and paint the pavement as if that was enough? Nah, sis, that's not enough. I don't care. That's not enough. You imposed a curfew on us. You know what I'm saying? Just to put us in situations like that with the cops. When you know we weren't leaving, we ain't going nowhere. Like I said, by any means necessary. So. Nah, shorty wild.
No, we want to see her make real policy changes. Yeah. The day that mural was painted, she there's a $19 million budget increase to the police department. She proposed a $19 million increase to the police department the same day that mural was painted. So we don't want murals, we want real change. We want policy efforts, and we want to see real change in our communities.
Yeah. And you said you had a very specific route that you walked by today, stopping at 4 points to make a statement. Can you walk me through those?
So we actually stopped at the African American History Museum. Then I believe we stopped by the Lincoln Memorial, we stopped by the Institute of Peace, and then this was the last stop. Yep.
And what about the others? Why were those places of significance?
So we wanted to start the march off at the Dirksen Senate building because Senator Klobuchar's office is there, and she has refused multiple times to prosecute police who has police brutality cases against her. So we wanted to make that statement like, we're in DC and we may be far from you, but we're sending that message that you need to change and we need to see change.
Yep.
And have you been out here any of the other days this week?
Every day. And I will be out here every day until we get what we want, until our demands are met every day.
Freedom Fighters DC was the organization that put on the sit-in in front of the Capitol on Wednesday. It was mostly a demonstration. We had different speakers. We painted participants' hands red, which signified the blood of American lives lost, and it was the government's fault. The blood is on the government's hands. So we made that a demonstration, and it went really well. So.
Yeah, my colleague Charlotte was there, and she said that there were a lot of great conversations happening just interpersonally. What do you think the value is in that, just this one-on-one conversation about what needs to change?
Education. Educating our neighbor about why we feel the way that we feel. Even though we do have a lot of allies, I feel like because they are not in brown skin, because they don't have our skin, they don't actually understand exactly what we're going through. So the little circles was just to basically educate our neighbors on, this is really why you're out here today. Thank you for standing with us, but this is really the issue. This is what we want, and you know what I'm saying? It's for them to take that and educate their families and their friends so that our message could spread.
It's not enough to be just an ally anymore. We need to be accomplices.
Yeah.
We need to be accomplices in checking our family members, checking our friends, sitting in board meetings and making sure people who are usually unheard are heard. Exactly. And it's our job to do that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking to me. We have one question coming in.
Hey, Jess, that's
Larry Lorenzo, you want to?
Yeah, that's the group that we actually needed to hear from today. And I'm curious, The DC Council is considering a number of emergency measures to try and respond to the demands for police reform, namely a legislation on banning chokeholds, trying to speed up the release of body camera footage, trying to get the names of officers released in serious situations. Do they feel like some of these measures are a reasonable middle ground in their demands?
All right, so a question coming from Larry, one of our anchors back there. He's talking about some of this emergency legislation that the mayor introduced. And do you feel like that, have you read about that with banning chokeholds and some of that? Do you feel like that's a good, reasonable middle ground between defunding the police and the other measures?
Absolutely not. The city where Philando Castile was murdered, cities across the country have banned chokeholds for a numerous amount of years, and it's still happening. So it's not enough to just put legislation in place. You need to actually check the police officers for doing that.
Yeah. So not going far enough in your estimation.
We are not accepting crumbs. You will not placate us at all. We will be out here every day until it's met in full. You will not placate us.
And Jess, one
Larry
question
Lorenzo,
for them
I'll
as
send
well.
that back to you.
Yeah, we heard them mention defund police, and we keep hearing that over and over. Can they explain what that means? Because I think of the police officers who hear that, and they're putting their lives on the line when they're out there as well, and they say, you know, what about when you're robbed or there's a crime? Do you not want us in your neighborhood? So what does defund police mean exactly?
Yes, we've been hearing a lot about defunding police from multiple entities, including you guys. What does that mean for you? Because, you know, some people are maybe watching it thinking that, well, if there's a crime in your neighborhood, like a theft or something, do we not want them there trying to protect us? So what does it really mean for you to defund police?
I'll let you take that.
Defunding the police, you know, crime happens. And it's been proven multiple times again where in white and black communities, the crime rate is the same. It's the over-policing of certain communities that makes crime rates look higher than others. And defunding the police doesn't mean that we don't want, you know, crime, we don't want people to stop criminals from committing criminal acts, but it means focusing more on community policing and working in the community and protecting one another instead of having this dictatorship of police authoritarianism. Just, you know, it looks like they just do what they want to do and they have no repercussions of that, and that needs to change.
How do you feel about reallocating funding? Because Chief Peter Newsham had come out and said it's not about defunding police, but he does support maybe moving around where those funds go and supporting different types of efforts to try to make change that way. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, as we said earlier, we would like for that money to go towards mental health care for our people and towards schooling and just, you know, various other things. But yeah, defund the police. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay. I'll send it back to you, Lorenzo and Larry.
All right. Thank you so much for that. We appreciated it. We needed to hear that voice in this conversation that we have going on right now. You know, this is a powerful moment that we are seeing in our nation's history, but there are also demands for clear and substantive change moving forward. So, Jess Arnold, we appreciate that interview. Thank you so much.
People are armed with the facts now. All right, we have these demonstrations happening throughout our city right now, demanding change. And this most recent uprising, if you will, started because of the man they are honoring there in Rayford, North Carolina, George Floyd. His family members there attending a memorial service. And really what's striking about these memorial services is we are also learning about the man himself. We saw that horrific image of him under the knee of that police officer. That's all we have seared in our minds right now. But his family members are just going to remind you as well that, yes, that was a man. He was a human being. He was a loving figure who was getting his life together, according to his relatives. So as we continue to see these images playing out in D.C. of people protesting, we need to remember his family members as well and what they're going through during this time. We'll be right back.
crowd right now and show you all what it looks like. I mean, there is a sea of people here. For as far back as you can see, they have taken over the steps at this Freemasonry building here. They are out here dancing, singing along with the singers here and the band. We can tell you that it may look like a party here, I gotta tell you, but this is a form of activism in its own right. As you see people with their fists in the air, and if you know anything about go-go music, there's a call and response that happens here. It goes along with calling back and forth. So we've heard people screaming back, Black Lives Matter, back and forth, fighting for their rights, back and forth. And we're just going to give you all a look through the crowd as photojournalist Tiffany McNeil brings you all through a little bit closer in the middle of the crowd. Again, we're right in the middle of this, and you're seeing people here with their signs, their shirts, all a form of activism here. After this movement was birthed out of the Don't Mute DC movement here as well. Tell me real quick, why are you out here today? Why are you out here today?
To celebrate human life and to just stand up for everybody's life. Black lives matter. All lives matter.
Now, I know people are doing this right now in the middle of a pandemic, and how does it feel to be out here with go-go music? Why does this go-go music help to get your message across?
I feel alive. I feel like this is unity. We are united in numbers. There's power in numbers, and this just brings us all together. This is what DC is about, our go-go music, our lives. I love it. I feel alive. I feel blessed to be here.
There you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But yeah, you've seen people out here doing what DC does, right? We know how to play some good music. We are all about culture. And so you've seen a good mix of people out here, but a lot of people in this crowd right here are DC natives. Some of the signs that we've seen on the truck even saying to invest in black youth, fully fund Ward 7 and 8 schools. They're also asking for things like to get ICE out of DC and stop deportations and limit the amount of arresting as well. And so this is what the passion is about, like out here. You all can hear it. You all can see it. This is what DC is. And as you all know, I'm a DC native. And for as long as I can remember, go-go music has been a part of our culture. And it's only fitting that right here, after protests happening across the country, that we have this movement, including go-go in it right now as well. And just looking back here right now, look at the large crowd. You can hear the singers right now saying no justice, no peace. You guys have to love the sound of that go-go music. A lot of the signs out here saying Black Lives Matter, BLM. Again, a big mix of people out here as well. No justice, no peace. This is where the party is right now, but it's so much more than just the party. You can feel the energy out here. I gotta tell you all, there's a very poignant moment when we first walked up, and we saw two men hugging each other. One of them was crying. They didn't really want to talk at the moment, but just that picture of these two black men embracing each other and consoling each other during this hard time as they're out here protesting, all with music from go-go in the background as the backdrop. And as I said before, go-go music is the heartbeat of DC. It is the soundtrack of our lives, and it's only fitting that we have go-go music happening right now during this protest here. I'm going to send it back to you all.
But you can see in this demonstration where you are now and what we've seen in other parts of the city, that this really is a moment for people to get the support that they need. And you think about it this way, that we've also been quarantined for almost 3 months now? And forever. We're starting to see the reopening process. And a lot of us haven't had human contact with each other because we've had to socially distance for our own safety, because that's what the experts recommend, and we know that it's working. But at this point, when we've seen something tragic happen to George Floyd in Minneapolis, and now we have these demonstrations that people are looking for support, they're looking for validation, and if anything else, some human interaction of you see me, I see you, and this has been tough on all of us, and a hug, as Michael described, being necessary in this time.
And look at the different forms of protest we're seeing here too as well,
Right.
Larry. Some people need to get it out with dancing and music. Some people need to walk across the bridge with a relative or someone who may have been impacted directly. And some people just need to simply sit and listen to others. So you have people expressing themselves in different ways, but again, one simple message: they're looking for equality and that fight for equal justice.
Let's turn it over now to Delia Gonzalez. She has been at Lafayette Square talking with demonstrators there, talking with women and children, teachers, people from all walks of life. Delia, who are you talking to? What are they telling you?
Well, we're having a lot of great conversations with multi-generational folks who've come here. This is several generations of one family that came from Southern Maryland. We have grandson, grandma, great-grandma, although I don't believe it because y'all look way too good. However, you made these amazing shirts. Tell me about your shirts and the significance of your shirt.
Well, the significance of my shirt is that the oppression of black people for many, many years. And when Al Sharpton had the funeral the other day, and he was talking about get your knee off my neck, that brought back a lot of anxiety for me as well. You know, working in the government and being suppressed for years and years, and it felt just the same. You know, when I stood them 8 minutes and 46 seconds for that funeral for George Floyd, I felt that pain because I was in it too. You know, no, I'm not dead or anything like that. So my shirt is symbolic of how oppressed I've been, along with all the other people in the world, you know, because it's not just Black Lives Matter. I believe in all lives matter.
Well, you're here to tell the story.
Yeah.
You've also put a K on neck. What's the significance there?
The significance of the K on neck is for kill, because you're going to kill me if you keep putting your knee on my neck. You know, so I didn't do their t-shirts like that because I didn't want people to think they couldn't spell. Mine is significant. I wanted to be controversial. I wanted somebody to say to me, you spelled it wrong. So I could tell you, no, it ain't spelled wrong. This is for kill.
It's about conversations,
Yes,
right? It's not about
conversation.
just coming here to march.
Absolutely.
You want to have a conversation with people. What's the conversation you're having with your grandson? How old is your grandson?
He's 15, he'll be 16 next month.
I mean, you gotta be real. He's a young black man in America. What are you saying to your grandson?
Well, you know, we talk about how to protect our kids and how to tell them how to protect themselves, but as you can see, it don't work, right? So the best thing to do is try not to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. If you see something looks like it's going to look like chaos, move. You know, yeah, get on the ground if you have to. They tell you get on the ground. Don't say nothing. Just don't say nothing. You know, will it work? We hope. You know, we hope now and after the demonstration that being silent helps. You know, when you're in police custody, you know, it doesn't make it. They provoke you though. They provoke you. You try to be quiet and then they start poking at you and make you say something. And this is why a lot of brothers reach out and want to fight back, because you're provoking me. You know, you told me to give you my license. Now you're going to tell me to reach for something so you can shoot me?
Sometimes folks say enough is enough, and so their frustration
is the reason why they fight back. You know, and I don't blame some of them that fight back.
Your grandson doesn't want to talk on camera because normally I would, but I'm respecting that you don't want to talk. But this is an ongoing conversation. This didn't just happen today.
Absolutely.
He's 15 years old. You probably had this talk with him
long before that. That's why he's been with me since he was 5 years old, because I've been making sure that he knows about, you know, what a black man needs to be doing or whatever, because, you know, there's an absent father, you know what I'm saying? And like I told him, you know, we got to figure out how we can get you in the position to be a man someday. I can't do it all by myself, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to, you know, try to do other things.
How do we as women, as mothers, grandmothers, great-grandmothers, strengthen our families, even if there is a father missing?
Yeah, just love. Just love and pray and hope and wait that they'll change. You know, it's maddening out here for these black folks, these black men, you know? It is. When you can't breathe, you know, you can't speak, you can't breathe, you can't walk, you can't talk, you can't drive, you can't run, you can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. You know, he the half don't want to go outside.
What do you hope will come of this, and what do you want to see beyond this movement?
I think change in the police force. I think there need also be federal oversight over every police community out there. There needs to be a federal oversight on there. Something needs to change that's higher than just a county or a town police. You know what I'm saying? It needs to be higher than that.
Great Grandma, there's a crowd coming towards us, but I do want to ask you, Great Grandma, can I ask you? No? Did you witness the 1968 riots?
Yes, I did.
And how does this, if any, remind you of the civil rights fight that has been happening in this country for a long time?
I don't want to say anything.
I respect you, Grandma. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move over because there is a banner that is coming our way.
Delia, are you able to tell us what that banner says?
We just finished that interview. Yes, it is a Black Lives Matter banner.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Gosh, it was interesting listening to that conversation there with the first woman that Delia was talking to, Larry, because, you know, she... let's listen to Delia.
Where's that banner coming from?
We just got here, so I don't really know where it's coming from for real. But all I'm saying is, you gotta stop killing us, man. Y'all gotta stop killing us for real. Sooner or later, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back, man. You gotta stop killing us. Please stop killing us. Like for real, stop killing us. We don't do nothing.
Can I ask you a question?
So, Lorenzo, do I still have you guys?
Yeah, we're listening, Delia.
Okay. So, these are rolling demonstrations. There is a lull in the crowd, and then soon afterwards, you see something like this. It is really hard to tell where these folks are coming from. It seems folks are coming in from all parts of the city who want to be a part of this movement, part of the protest that is not showing any signs of slowing down. I'm going to pause so you can listen to some of the protest. There's a young man who's been wanting to talk to me.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, what's your name and why are you here?
My name is Dr. Bryant Wilson, and I'm here to support the Black cause, of course. I believe that the first step is acknowledgement. You know what I mean?
Acknowledgement of?
Of racism, that it exists. There needs to be acknowledgement that racism exists and that there is systematic racism. And it's been historical in this country since 1607 when Jamestown was established. Race was a thing when they brought slaves here in order to make people seem like they're higher than others. That needs to be addressed. Then you can move on. You can't keep putting fake Band-Aids on a wound. It's not going to heal.
I talked to an elder in our community who remembers the 1968 King riots and how DC burned and was praying that we remain peaceful because our black communities can't afford that kind of setback again.
Yes.
And many of our communities were boarded up for a very long time.
Yes.
What do you think will come out of this movement, and how do you think we can strengthen our black families, our black men, to lead the movement?
Well, hopefully what comes out of this movement is a change of law policy towards the police department, maybe less funding. I think really what it comes down to is dollars, and if you change the money, if you change the economic flow, then you can make change. That's where it starts. As far as how black men can make a difference, we can start with our money. We can spend black, we can buy black, okay? We keep our money in our community, we can build more power, then we can have more to say. And that's what I can say about that. Spend black, buy black, this is how we move forward.
What's the next step for you and for your family members and for the folks who are here?
The next step for me is to continue to support, continue to work, continue to be positive that things will change, and to do my part by educating people.
Thank you for being here. What's your name and where are you from?
Dr. Bryant Wilson, I'm originally from Virginia.
That's right. Thank you so much, Doctor.
No problem.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you so much. You know, this has been really an incredible day where in the midst of all of this, you have such moving and compelling conversations, real talk, real conversations about our families, our communities, our individual responsibility, and our government. And as these protesters continue their chants and wave their cardboard signs, crying for change in their communities. We are all, of course, hoping that these peaceful demonstrations lead to the change that everyone is hoping for. It seems like everyone has come here, stopped right in front of Lafayette Park, which we now know is blocked and gated off. And now the drum circle begins, the chanting begins, and the protest continues. Larry, Lorenzo?
It's interesting when you were talking about black businesses. We did a report just a few days ago talking about the number of black businesses that in some respects are starting to get additional eyes, maybe make some additional money as a result of this movement as well, because they too need support. And so to his point, when people talk about the economic impact that one can have in this movement, it is certainly in doing that and trying to support black businesses that find it a lot more difficult to get funding, as we've seen with the PPP program, where a lot of minority businesses were denied funding the first round, even the second round. And two, just helping them grow and be viable in these communities, because in many respects, these black-owned, minority-owned businesses are in certain communities where people typically don't have access to like a grocery store and other types of reasonable resources.
Certainly, and we spoke to Anwar Salim, who is the executive director of the H Street Main Street program. He lived and grew up on H Street and was 14 years old during the 1968 King riots. And then fast forward to 2002, when some of the black businesses on H Street were still suffering and still boarded up from those riots 30 years prior. He was the man at the helm of the revitalization of that neighborhood. And so his plea to me and to all of us during this movement was to, yes, support black communities, support our black business. Let's be strategic moving forward. We talk about some of our white allies who are here, and they are listening, and they want to help, and certainly that is one way to do so.
And I want to add to that, I think the coronavirus pandemic really helped people realize just how vulnerable many black businesses and many families were, especially when it comes to getting some of that economic help from the federal government and many of our local governments. So this is certainly a conversation, a part of the conversation worth continuing. Yeah, go ahead, Dee.
No, certainly, and I think someone had on their cardboard sign, "Racism is a pandemic," and there is no coincidence that that tensions initially in this movement got pretty high because people have been holed up for a long time. The timing of all of this, folks have really suffered a lot of trauma, especially in the African American community surrounding COVID-19. This pandemic has really devastated many of our communities in Ward 7 and Wards 8 that are predominantly black. And then this another pandemic, not to say that this just occurred, but now folks are coming out on the front lines. And you've seen many, and of course we're all wearing our masks, but it's a stark difference from the quiet streets that we had when folks were afraid to walk outside to now being compelled to do so. Of course, we're all trying to be safe, wearing our masks, but everyone knows they need to be out here, and certainly by the crowd that we are witnessing day after day, hour after hour, even in the pouring rain and in temperatures that reach 90 plus degrees. People really feel compelled to be here.
Delia Gonzalez there along Black Lives Matter Plaza. Thank you. And you can see the people there are facing the White House, where President Trump is presumably
he's there
right now.
I confirmed it with the team. He is in the White House.
In the White House
at this moment.
Right.
Let's bring in our Michael Quander right now. He had the honor of talking with demonstrators associated with that Mochella Don't Mute DC movement. And Michael, what are they telling you now?
We're still in the same location as 16th and S Street here in Northwest DC. they're going to be heading toward Thomas Circle and then eventually to Freedom Plaza. People I've been talking to so far telling me they're out here for many different reasons, but they all have the same central message, which is a fight for equality. They want to make sure to have equal access to health care, to education, to housing, to jobs, equal income, all those kind of things on top of the main reason why we're out here, wanting justice for George Floyd and to end police brutality. Some of the same things we've been hearing all day from people. The interesting thing about this protest is that a majority of the people that are actually here right now are DC natives, dancing, singing along, and moving along with this protest. In the background, you are hearing go-go music right here. I want to show you all the crowd right now. There are hundreds of people right now here on these steps at 16th and S Street. People are with their own little groups, right? They're making sure they get some shade. There's some people walking around passing out water. A lot of people telling us that the Don't Mute DC movement, you all mentioned earlier about things that start with a hashtag. At one point, it was a hashtag about saving culture and go-go music. And part of DC culture is protest. You got to think about this. We are standing in the same city where so many rights and so many justices have been given to African Americans and to other populations who haven't seen it before. One of the interesting things I've been seeing here too is that we have a dance style called Beat Your Feet, and so as the music continues to go, we're seeing people out here doing some of the native things that we know of right here in our hometown. But you know what? What's really positive about what's happening right now about this movement is that go-go music is literally the heartbeat of DC. It is how we express ourselves in good times and bad times. And obviously right now, in the middle of a pandemic, this is bringing people some joy, at least to be together, to hear this music, and to continue to protest for their rights here. You all saw people dancing up here. Let's see if I can talk to some people right now. How you guys doing? I'm Michael from Channel 9. Tell me, why are you all out here today?
I'm out here for Black Lives Matter and all the black women that have not been talked about, like Breonna Taylor, and just here just to feel the energy.
Yeah, it's so unique to have a protest. I can bet you right now, nowhere other protests across the nation right now has go-go music playing in the background. How special is that, or how important is it to have this a part of our protest?
Yeah, I mean, being in DC, go-go is the heart of the city. It's great. This is how we express ourselves. This is how we show protest. Music is power.
It's so powerful. Some people have a reason for being out here, a personal story. Is there something that stands out to you, or something that continues to push you all to come out here and protest specifically?
I feel it's just 3 years of frustration, and one spark just set it off. And it's coming out here to let our voices heard. We need to be known that we're not down with it, and things need to be corrected.
Same for you?
Yeah, it just feels like this one is different. It feels like more people are with us this time, and it feels like even the cops are kneeling. So this one is just different, and I just want to make sure that if I ever have kids, I'll tell them I was there for that.
I appreciate you all so much. You all have a good one. Okay, be safe. Yeah, and get some water too, right? Yes. Right, you guys, it is a hot one out here, so you can see I have my pasta cloth in my hand and also my water out here. I'm trying to stay safe and stay hydrated and stay cool, you guys. So, what you said was something that's really important, is that this just feels different. And I think there's something to be said about that, because we've had protests in this city so many times over the years, and I've never felt anything like this. The energy is so charged. You have people who are happy but also people who are sad and people who are angry. Really wanting to see some change happen here. A lot of them saying that they are energized and they're going to continue to fight and to protest until some real change happens to end systemic racism in this country and in this city. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, this isn't the end either. You have a large protest today, one of the city's largest yet at this point, but you still have some people out there handing out flyers talking about protests set to happen in the coming days, the next week. All right, our Michael Quander there along 16th and S Street.
Lorenzo, when you think about the day, it has been remarkable. So much to take in, the sights, the sounds, the statements, the feelings, the speeches. And I think you walk away knowing that, while you can't explain why it feels different, you know it in your gut, right? You feel it in your bones there that, people are committed to seeing this through, seeing this all the way. And already we have movement taking place both here in our city and even in Minneapolis, where George Floyd passed away.
And what I really noticed about this too, Larry, today is people are listening. And that's a very important part of this movement that we're seeing right now. They're listening to people's stories, and not everyone has the answer. So hopefully out of all this, we'll have some solution.
Absolutely.
The News at 6 is next.
Like a minute. Yeah. We're the third one now.
In this area, you can sit amongst these people on the steps.
Yeah. I think I probably would rather go up to the top, so this is going to be for a new show. They're kind of resetting it.
So they can see the
Yeah, so maybe we could go up to, let's go to the top.
Our region right now, thousands of people are out on the streets of DC right now to make sure their voices are heard. They want to see change. They want action. You're looking at a shot now from Sky 9, right down 16th Street, pointing exactly toward the White House. Look at the number of people out there right now. This is the 9th straight day, by the way, of demonstrations in our city, and this could be the largest one yet. DC leaders say they were expecting and planning for one of the biggest crowds in the district's history. Now we have live reporters all over downtown tonight. We're covering every angle of today's massive protest. And right now, we want to get to our Delia Gonzalez, who's live in Lafayette Square, also known as Black Lives Matter Plaza right now. Dee, what are you seeing? What are you hearing there?
That's right. So these rolling protests have been happening all day since around 10-11 this morning. It has been a long day, a historic day on this 8th day of protests here in the District of Columbia. Take a look. Even as the crowd thins out, moments later we see more people coming in. At one point we saw a large Black Lives Matter banner being marched down the street. Several people here staged in front of the White House, in front of historic St. John's Episcopal Church, to continue to make noise, not only make noise, but to make a promise. We've talked to so many people today who say they promise to have conversations, to mobilize, to vote, to make sure they are the change that we need to see in this country. And they are sending a loud and strong message, not only to the president, but to all law enforcement agencies here in the United States and in Washington. In fact, Mayor Bowser was here earlier today, sending her own strong message to President Trump regarding military presence that we saw here on the streets of Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. Let's take a listen to what the mayor had to say.
So I don't have an army, but I have morals, and we have a citizenry here in Washington, D.C. who does not want to be taken over by the government. And we want to send a clear message that if they can do this to us, they can do this to any state, any other American. And that is not lawful, and it's not what our country is about. People can protest peacefully. This is the United States of America.
And we are happy to report that this is indeed a peaceful demonstration. These protesters have been holding their signs, dancing at times, singing, chanting, listening to music. It has all been about positivity and change in the community. That's the very latest here from Lafayette Square. Back to you.
Yeah, quite the contrast when you look at where we were this time last week and what we were seeing in that very spot this time last week as well. All right, Delia Gonzalez there in Northwest Forest, thank you. And our coverage continues now in downtown DC and Lafayette Square as well, and near Freedom Plaza. That's where we find our Jess Arnold. Hey, Jess.
Hey Lorenzo, yeah, we were heading toward Black Lives Matter Plaza when we stumbled upon these murals and the artist painting one of them. I know we've seen some of them sprout up with inspirational messages, but I wanted to ask the artist about his in particular. So Chris Lynch, if you want to come over here, tell me about yours in the middle with the 3 hearts. What does this signify to you? What is the meaning behind it?
So it's still a work in progress, but basically what we're saying here is we got the same thing inside each and every one of us. So equal justice. You know, we all built from the same stuff. We just kind of place a lot of emphasis on a phenotype, which should be not even considered.
Yeah. And how'd you get involved with this?
Doing art in the city for some time now, and then just networking my way. A gentleman reached out to me, asked me if I had some time. You know, want to put some love in the city and do our thing, kind of beautifying what people have had to do as we witness a revolution on our side.
And you talked about, you know, how art can really impact in a positive, you know, or negative way and uplift people. So how are you feeling, seeing what's going on now, and what are you trying to channel through your art?
If I could hone in on one emotion, I would, but I can't right now. But I will say that, yeah, I mean, art is just human. In the last few hours I've been here, all walks of life, exchanging phones. Nobody's worrying about someone jetting off of their phone or nothing. And hey, can you take my picture in front of this? You know, it's forcing, you know, people to engage with me because they see me doing the work and I'm getting to know them, hearing a little bit about them. So it's unifying without people even really taking notice of it.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for talking to us, Chris. Absolutely. We'll send it back to you.
All right. A lot of people expressing themselves in different ways. Our Jess Arnold there. Thank you. And, you know, a lot of impactful and important images in our hometown tonight. We want to show you some of the most powerful pictures we've seen today. We'll get to that in just a minute, but I want to show you this as well because, again, there are a lot of road closures taking place in our region. Look at this map. This is Lafayette Square near the White House. The whole area inside that red line will be blocked off to cars all night. There's no word about tomorrow as of yet. And what about the restrooms? A lot of people out there today. Several theaters in the district are opening their doors to protesters. There's a list on your screen, and we're going to get that up for you in just a minute. If you need to see it again, or if you need to see that list rather, we do have it on our website, WUSA9.com, and our WUSA9 app. All right, right now we want to get to our Michael Quander. Again, people have been expressing themselves in different ways today. You have people walking across bridges, people sitting and having very important conversations, and then you have people out there dancing on the streets of DC as well, along 16th and S Streets in particular. Quander, what's the mood there?
You can hear it right now, right? Anytime the Cupid Shuffle is on, you know it's a real deal out here for DC, out here on these streets. We're on 16 and S Streets right now. People have stopped and taken over the steps at this Scottish Rite Freemason building here. And I gotta tell you, the bands are now switching out now, but just before you all came to us, they had the go-go music just going on and on and on. And it's very special because that is the music that was birthed right here in our city. It is the heartbeat of DC, it is the soul of our city, and it's the soundtrack to our lives. You have people out here, again, dancing and saying that this is gonna be their form of protest. And we've seen so many other forms, but again, like you said, people are out here dancing, playing music, and listening up too. Can I ask you a question? What brought you out here today?
Black Lives Matter.
Say it again.
The injustice and the police.
And what does your sign say here? Tell me about your sign.
My sign says Black Lives Matter, includes several names that have been killed in police brutality. Black Lives Matter, this.
And to say their names, and that's what people have been doing out here. This is a list of the people who he wants people to remember here. And again, that's what people's signs have been out here saying all day long. And so again, the next guys will come up. They're going to be planning to go from here to Thomas Circle and then ending at Freedom Plaza. But again, they stop right here in the middle of the street here for now. So they're going to do some speaking and then starting to march right after that. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, even with this heat, those folks have been on the move today. All right, Michael Kwanda there. Thank you so much. Now, again, a lot of impactful and important images in our hometown tonight. We want to show you some of the most powerful pictures we've seen today, because sometimes looking at this says a lot more than what we've been hearing from some folks. We'll be right back.
Out here for the last few hours, and we've seen thousands and thousands of people march by here. I kind of want to walk you through the area. To right over here, the DC Mayor's office, a huge gathering just about an hour ago, speeches from some of the protesters saying that the whole reason they're out here is for love and peace, and they want people to come together. If you follow me over here, you got to be careful. Some people still walking around here. This is Freedom Plaza. You can see all the people still gathered here. This has been a big gathering point for people, though. You can get free water, free snacks. I'll switch it around so you can get a better look at it all. This is the spot we're talking about, Freedom Plaza. A lot of people looking for shade here. There's been prayer groups here in Freedom Plaza. Like I said, free water, free Gatorade here, free food for the people. A big gathering point for all this, and we've seen crowds and crowds of people coming through Pennsylvania Ave that I stand on right now. A little quiet, but still plenty of people still here in the area, though, guys.
Yeah, a lot of groups making sure the crowd is certainly fueled and hydrated this evening. Tom, thank you. Now, there's a lot going on all around the country right now, but let's not lose sight of the message here. These people are marching in the hot sun to demand a change in our country, specifically equality and justice. Now, this current march prompted by the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis while in police custody nearly 2 weeks ago. Our live coverage continues in just 2 minutes. Stay right here. Protest happening in downtown DC, this time in DuPont Circle, where we find our Eric Flack, who's been talking with protesters there. Eric, what are they telling you? What are you seeing?
Hey Lorenzo, I'm going to get out of the way and show you this crowd, which was pretty small or smaller when we arrived here at about 5 o'clock.